The forest was blazing in the night, engulfed in the flames of a fire. Someone was surprised to note how the forest was burning. A blond man with an eye patch wondered if at least one kobold would survive, while a bald man nearby, turning to the leader, suggested they retreat because the magician turned out to be stronger than they thought. The leader insulted his henchmen, calling them suckers and cowards, after which he stated that the magician had not yet restored his magical power if the fire was so strong. Hearing a noise behind him, the leader turned around and was shocked by what he saw. The leader and his henchmen were hiding and looking towards the guy, who came out of the burning forest and was carrying something in his hands. The magician bared his teeth and was indignant at the weight and abomination of the severed head that he carried in his hands. A blue-eyed, dark-haired guy stained with blood carried the severed head of a monster in his hands, leaving a bloody trail behind him. The magician stopped when he saw that a group of bandits stood in his way. The one-eyed and bald man grabbed their blades and blocked the magician's path. Taking out a dagger and pointing it towards the guy, the leader of the group said that the magician should have just stopped quietly. The leader ordered the guy to throw his head on the ground, and then he would save his life, to which the magician only laughed. Shrugging his shoulders and smiling, the magician agreed to do as the leader of the group wanted. Throwing his head to the ground, the magician immediately began to cast a spell, accumulating energy in his hand. The gang leader turned towards the bushes and called out to the hidden silhouette. A crossbowman appeared from behind the bushes and fired a bolt straight at the magician. The crossbow bolt was aimed at the guy's back, but the magician managed to notice a flying projectile behind him. Using magic, the guy redirected the crossbow bolt, aiming it straight at the bald henchman's leg. Shocked by what he saw, the one-eyed man froze in place, after which the leader ordered him to attack the magician. The blond henchman and the leader screamed and attacked the magician, smeared in the blood of the monster. Jumping back, the guy pushed away his opponents with a spell. The leader and henchman only screamed powerlessly. Clasping his hands, the magician cast a spell on his one-eyed henchman, piercing him with cold. The leader was angry and shocked that the magician used ice magic to freeze the one-eyed man. The leader looked at his frozen henchman in surprise, after which the latter began to fall. The frozen henchman rushed next to the magician, after which he fell to the ground, splitting in half. The frightened leader, surprised that the guy was not a fire mage, realized that the flames in the forest flared up due to explosives. But the mage interrupted his thoughts by noticing that there were two more bandits in the bushes. Suddenly, a blazing flame appeared from the magician's hand, refuting the leader's thoughts. Fireballs hover around the magician, and it seems that even his eyes are burning with fire. The guy directs a fireball towards the bushes without even looking in their direction. One of the fireballs remained next to the magician, while the rest rained down in hail towards the enemies. The fiery rain covered the bandits hiding in the bushes. They tried to save them, screaming for help, but the fire overtook them. The bushes behind the magician were on fire. One of the bandits backed away from the guy in horror. The gang leader angrily looked at the bodies of his henchmen shrouded in flames. The bald bandit shouted in fear that the guy should not come near him while sitting on the ground. Placing his hand on the bandit's head, the magician burned his skull with fire, rays of light shining from his eyes and mouth. Falling to his knees, the leader of the bandits watched as the magician removed his hand from the body of his comrade, which had crumbled into ashes. Looking at the magician, the man began to wonder what the guy was doing was possible. Trembling with fear, the bandit asked the magician if he had the magic of fire and ice. Drawing his sword, the guy mocks the bandit's question, preparing to execute the surrendering enemy. The magician swung his blade, answering that he was a damn outsider, and then killed the leader of the bandits. The guy threw the severed head onto the bar counter, splashing blood. A gray-haired bartender stood behind the bar, looking in surprise at the head of the monster that lay on his counter. The tavern's visitors whispered while looking at the guy who brought the head. The bartender, who did not expect to see the trophy, just sighed. The bartender said he was really surprised, extending his hand closer to the severed head on the blood-stained counter. The man looked at the guy and thanked him, adding that he didn't expect the magician to actually kill the kobold. The guy threw a stern look at the bartender, after which he stabbed the blade into the counter with such force that splinters flew off it. Seeing the sword stuck in his stance, the old man recognized the blade, realizing that the guy was facing the vigilance. The magician's eyes shone blood red, reflected in the blade, and he confirmed that he buried them because they behaved like fools, after which he asked if there were those in the bar who should also be buried. The concerned bartender, bowing his head, asked the guy not to worry, saying that he had nothing to worry about. The bartender called the vigilantes bastards, saying that they do nothing except gorge themselves on meat and drink alcohol, after which one of the guests added that there is no difference between them and the robbers. The other guests were glad that the magician had killed the vigilance, but the guy only sighed indifferently. Amid heated debate among the tavern regulars, a task interface appeared in front of the magician, informing him that the additional task to kill the kobold leader had been completed. The guy, thinking that he had not yet received compensation, asked the bartender if he had forgotten the cost of the request. The old man agreed, saying that the magician was provided with free food and shelter for the rest of his life. When the old man asked if anything else was needed, the guy asked to prepare hot water for the bath right now. The bartender said that he would fulfill the request, looking after the guy as he climbed up the stairs. The old man called out to the magician and asked what his name was, which made the guy stop. Confidently turning around, the guy looked at the bartender and said that his name was Ian Hope. A game called Aquilonia was illegally downloaded from one community, a game with semi-open worlds in the style of dark fantasy, full of intrigue and conspiracies. The main character became Ian Hope, a character in the game Aquilonia whom he leveled up before becoming one. Yang was a mixed-type wizard. According to him, initially in Aquilonia it was possible to develop only one branch of power, because this would help cope with difficulties in the middle of the game. But Yang did not follow these methods of leveling up and developed the character based on needs, leveling up stamina or sword skills if necessary, because magicians hunt alone. But because of this approach to leveling up, he became an outsider, and realizing that he had screwed up, the main character decided to delete the character, but saw text on the screen. The screen flickered with strange pop-up messages that someone was watching and wanted to destroy the world. Coming to his senses in the skin of his own character, the hero was surrounded by 4 armed men in the middle of a swamp. Yang found himself in the middle of a location called the Training Zone, which was overflowing with enemies and monsters. The confused hero wondered how he got to such a place and why, but his thoughts were interrupted by a blow from a blade. Blocking the blow with difficulty, Ian collected his thoughts, realizing that if he thought about it, he would die. Ian's eyes glowed blue, his face turned into a grin, and his blade was stained with the blood of the enemy. Yang spent 6 months in endless battles with monsters and enemies, managing to adapt to this dark world. Yang, sitting in the bathroom, reflects on the fact that a year has already passed while his blade is next to him. Instantly, Yang jumps up and grabs the blade, sensing movement next to him. Yan's blade stops a few centimeters from the throat of a girl holding a bucket in her hands. Screaming in horror, the girl said that she had come to add hot water, spilling water from the bucket with shaking hands. Yang hid the blade and apologized to the girl, explaining that he thought that they were going to attack him. Having relaxed, Ian leaned back on the side of the bath, while the girl was about to pour the hot water from the bucket. The girl asked Ian to tell her if the water got too hot. Yang noticed how the girl stared at his abs, after which he told her to remove the vulgar thoughts, which embarrassed the girl. The maid looked away and continued pouring water, while Yang thought about the fact that he managed to survive in the training zone only thanks to the abilities of his character, and that without them, he would have been dead. Despite the fact that the world map had expanded and the enemies had become stronger, Ian Hope was still an outsider. Many villages appeared that the hero had never heard of before, and although there were no problems with the oncoming villagers, due to the difference in strength, he could not leave everything to chance. He may simply die due to subsequent events, so it would be nice if he found something useful from the kobolds, because Ian needs to become stronger. Frustrated, Ian comes to the conclusion that he will still have to ask the villagers to help him with his search. One of the villagers asks if they really can take things from the kobold village, to which the second replies that Yang said to give him only what seems valuable. 2 village boys are fighting for the find. One of them says that he was the first to see it. Looking towards the destroyed village, Yang wondered if the villagers would do as he ordered them. The villager, sitting next to the body of the headless monster, told Yang that, as he ordered, he removed the armor from the body. On the kobold's body was a ruby-red stone deeply embedded in its chest. Yang immediately took the sword out of its sheath, holding it with a reverse grip. Plunging his sword under the stone in the monster's chest, he cut it out with a deft movement. The bartender asks Ian if this is a cursed stone, and he confirms the old man's guesses. Holding a stone in his hands with drops of blood flowing down, Yang said that the stone was filled to the brim with dirty magical energy. The old man asks Ian if he thinks that the leader of the kobolds used dark magic, to which the hero replied that the stone was enchanted by the one who inserted it, wondering what happens to the one who's possessed by the stone. One of the villagers calls out to a kneeling man named Johnson holding a stone in his hand, asking if he was looking on the other side. The villager asked what kind of stone it was, Praising its beauty and asking where he found it, Johnson replied that right here. With an evil smile, Johnson said that he would take this stone for himself and take it to his mother. Turning around and looking crazy, Johnson asked what would happen if he swallowed it. He was interrupted by Yang, who said that Johnson would become the new puppet of the one who created this stone. There is a hut in the middle of the swamp, surrounded by stinking swamps and dead trees. Ian stood inside the hut with his arms crossed and said that it wasn't that bad. In front of him were monocrystals, silver coins, and a necklace made of a bloodshot eye, which increased characteristics, but Yang wondered what of these were in the hut of the kobold leader, holding a magic stone in his hands. Ian thought that compared to other items found, this was the largest catch. Thinking that the stone would become very useful if it was cleaned, Yang put his hand into his robe, from under which a magical light shone. Ian looked back at the old bartender, thinking that there was not enough space here, but even this would do. When the hero woke up in the game, Ian Hope's skills were at the same level, but everything else was reset to the starting point of the game, including quests, items, and time intervals. The hero wonders why his level and skills weren't reset then. Did someone who pulled him into this world really not want his character to disappear? In his thoughts, Ian complains, thinking that those who dragged him into this could have thanked him by adding points to him. The bartender, who had put on the armor and picked up an axe, asked Ian if he could really keep all this for himself. Yang told the old man not to worry because he did not get this equipment for free, and then goes to check on the fulfillment of his order. Approaching the villagers with not particularly pleased expressions, Ian said that they all did a good job. Thinking that although the villagers did not make much effort in the search, Young decided to check if there were any traces of magic nearby using magical vision. Having examined half of the village assistants, Ian finds no traces of magical energy near them. But then Ian noticed traces of magic in the bag of one of the villagers with blonde hair. Coming closer, Ian, putting his palm to his forehead, asked the guy if he was really so stupid, which surprised the villager. Putting the blade to the villager's throat, Yang ordered him to immediately empty his pockets. Before he could answer Ian that he didn't understand what he was talking about, the villager's eyes became bloodshot. Surprised, Ian watched as the villager was enveloped in a dark aura, causing him to only groan. The frightened villagers began to call out to Johnson, to which he only laughed madly. Johnson's eyes began to glow and his body began to distort as if something was possessing him. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, Ian assumed that Johnson was consumed by a curse. Realizing that this was no longer the same person with whom he had spoken earlier, Ian stabbed Johnson in the neck. But Johnson managed to stop the blade a few centimeters from his neck with his bare hand. Looking at Ian with his violet eyes, Johnson said that Ian was a hot-tempered guy because he decided to immediately cut off his head. With a dissatisfied look directed at Johnson, Yang only said that he was annoyed by him. While Johnson held the blade, grinning, Ian said that he thought he had been swallowed up by a curse, but he was an impostor from the very beginning. Johnson says that he simply has no words because Ian ruined the field where he planted his seeds. Moreover, Ian also hid them. Yang realizes that he is talking about contaminated magic and believes that he is confused by the loss of connection with the objects that he placed in subspace. In addition, Ian notes that the attack on the kobold village was very opportune, because otherwise they would have already attacked the village, after which he admits that from Johnson's point of view, he is only a variable. Smirking, Ian responds to Johnson, saying that they were apparently in a hurry. Ian says that the magical power he created will be put to good use and calls Jackson a black magician. Johnson, enraged, called Ian a bastard with an arrogant face, at which point his hand changed to resemble a demon's paw. With his clawed paw, the black magician broke Yang's blade without any effort in one movement. Jumping back, the distressed Yang says that it was a good sword that he recently took out, but the black magician immediately rushed in his direction. Wielding a broken sword, Yang hits the magician's hand, winning a couple of seconds for maneuver. But the black magician's paw almost overtakes Ian, who barely managed to dodge, and Johnson begins to push the hero. The magician, intoxicated with his superiority, decided that he had already won, but immediately a fireball flew into his chest. A huge fiery explosion thundered, from the shockwave of which fragments of stones flew in all directions. Fireballs danced around Yang, while Yang himself, holding a broken sword tightly in his hand, confidently looked at his opponent. The shocked black magician in burnt clothes only looked at Ian in amazement, asking if he was really the same guy. Yang replied that he talks a lot, after which the fire covered his hand, turning into a fireball. Balls of fire flew at the black magician one after another, causing devastating damage. The villagers screamed in horror, asking what kind of nightmare was happening here. Yang created another ball of fire and shot it straight at Johnson's chest, sending him flying. Johnson's charred body fell to the floor. His eyes continued to shine, and his body was shrouded in dark magic. Groaning helplessly, the magician said that earlier the guy was just pretending, and now that he had shown his true strength, he would definitely find him again. The black magician told Ian not to forget that his soul was forever enclosed in this body, while Ian swung the blade. With a flourish, Yang tore off the head of the burnt wizard, simultaneously breaking through the ground and scattering fragments of earth to the sides. Johnson's severed head rolled far from his body, only croaking "necromancer" before dying. Leaning on his headless body, Yang nodded his head and said that these were just typical conversations between the murdered and the murderer. Yang forcefully pierced the black magician's chest with his hand, splashing blood in all directions. Having taken out the magic stone from Johnson's chest, Yang noticed that he did not expect that the stone would be smaller than that of the kobold leader. Surrounded by villagers, Ian stood up from his knees asking who wanted to surrender voluntarily. In the tavern behind the counter, the barman was wiping a mug with a rag. When he heard the noise, he looked towards the entrance. Opening the door to the tavern, Ian entered, holding a small bag in his hand. Having sat down at the table, Ian put the bag on the table. The bartender asked if he fulfilled this request just as quickly. The old man muffledly said that no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a magician. After which Ian told the bartender to be careful with his tongue. The bartender tells Ian not to take it into his head because he is different from ordinary magicians, and that he understands why he hid it, because magicians are not liked. An angry Yang created a fireball in his hand, telling the old man that he was talking too much, and that he could warm him up, to which the frightened old man refused. The bartender said that what bothered him was that the black magician apparently harbored a grudge against Ian. Yang replies that it doesn't matter, thinking that he is still destined to die by his hand. The hero notices that he has completed all the additional tasks of this city that he received from the bartender, but he still lacks experience, and therefore, it's time to move on. A guy with a short haircut turns to a woman in armor, saying that their predictions have come true. The guy told the woman that the person who destroyed the kobolds was apparently in the village. A battle in a stone fortress, blood everywhere, severed heads of soldiers here and there. Someone or something kills a squad of soldiers one by one with incredible speed, leaving only red lines in the air. The soldiers surrounded the fighter from head to toe, stained with blood and surrounded by headless bodies. This armored fighter turned out to be Mave Laurel, an avenger who sheds blood. Mave, with a lightning-fast jerk, takes the heads off two soldiers in front of her, cutting the third in half. Mave Laurel was originally a knight of Agellan, but blinded by revenge, she became the mid-boss of the first chapter of Aquilonia. Ian did not know the reason for Mave's vindictiveness, but it was rumored that he had entered the palace alone to kill King Agellan. In addition, she spared no effort in attacking, even despite how close the king was to death. Her difficulty level was absurdly high for the difficulty level of a mid-boss in the first chapter. Mave and her assistant enter the tavern, saying that they heard that there was a person here who single-handedly destroyed the kobolds. Assistant Mave, looking at Ian, asks if he is this person, which makes Ian noticeably tense. Without uttering a word, Yang pointed with his thumb at the head of the kobold leader adorned on the wall. The impressed assistant said that this was incredible because even elite border guard soldiers did not want to take on such work. The assistant apologized for the question, saying that they needed to make sure he was the one they were looking for, and then introduced his companion. She turned out to be Mave Laurel, a follower of Lu Solar, an apostle of the Tauren, a guardian of the southern borders and the sword of Agellan. Ian tensed, thinking that such a coincidence of circumstances was very inopportune due to its unexpectedness. Ian notices that Mave is different in appearance, suggesting that at the moment she has not yet descended to the Avenger. The assistant introduced himself, calling himself Mave's squire named Philip, and saying that he was glad to meet Ian. Ian introduced himself to Mave and Philip, calling himself a mercenary and asking what they needed from him. Philip immediately asked Ian if he had found anything unusual in the lair of the destroyed kobolds. Ian asked what he meant by unusual, to which Philip replied that he could find things marked with black magic or something that could disturb him. Looking at Mave, Ian was surprised because not only did she not stoop to the level of an Avenger, but she was also looking for a dark magician. Deciding to find out the details first, Yang replied that even if he found something, he is a mercenary and therefore does not perform services without payment, and then offers a deal. Ian decided to turn directly to Mave, arguing that as a knight she can make important decisions herself. Philip shouted about Ian's rudeness, but Mave interrupted him, answering that Ian was wrong. The voice seemed familiar to Ian, after which Mave apologized for the rudeness of her squire and took off her helmet. Mave replied that she was usually not inclined to talk to strangers, and that was the only reason why Philip spoke instead of her. Ian cannot believe that Mave was really a woman, because he had never heard her voice before. Mave offered to continue the conversation, after which she said that she would pay Ian for the information, and asked Philip to get the money. Ian was surprised that Mave gave him the most valuable gold coin of the Empire, to which she replied that this would help him understand the seriousness of the problem. Ian told Mave and Philip that the kobolds he destroyed were being raised by someone. He continued by saying that their leader grew up receiving magic from this man, because an object was inserted into his chest in which the infected magical power was embedded. Ian threw a magic stone on the table under the surprised looks of Philip and Mave, saying that it was a ball of a dark magician. Then Ian said that the dark magician promised to find and kill him for ruining his plans by taking the ball. Mave confirmed that the object looked ominous, saying that a certain Vernon was right, and the seeds of darkness were indeed growing in the kingdom. Mave continued by saying that now all they have to do is find the dark magician, throwing the wallet in front of Ian's face. The woman offered to buy the stone for 10 gold coins, to which Yang agreed. Mave then said that she wanted Ian to go with her to the royal castle as a witness. Immediately before Ian's eyes, a panel appeared, with an additional quest in which you need to accompany Mave and kill the dark magician, offering a reward in the form of skill points. Smiling, Yang pulled his hand into subspace under his jacket, saying that since he was a mercenary, they should conclude a contract. The indignant Philip screamed that Ian was demanding money from them, having already received a considerable sum. Ian continued by saying that if Mave and Philip hire him, he will help them track down the dark magician. Mave asks if Ian knows where the magician is, to which Ian said that searching for people is his job, even though it was a lie because Ian already knows where the dark magician is hiding. Then Ian added that he harbored a grudge against the dark magician, and therefore, Mave and Philip would have to add compensation because they had a common goal. After some thought, Mave agreed to hire Ian, saying that the contract was signed in her name. Sitting astride his black horse, Yang adjusted his bracer, looking to the side. Mave asks Ian if he is sure that the dark magician will be where they are going. Yang replied that he was sure, saying that the burial forest was the most likely place where a dark magician could be hiding. The grave forest, also known as a forest where you can enter but from which you cannot leave. Having learned that Ian is going to the grave forest, the innkeeper asks Ian what he intends to find there, but Ian interrupts him by telling him to continue explaining. The old man said that this forest was cultivated by ancient fairies over an underground tomb and was used for the burial of soldiers. But soon the common people also began to make burials there. The old man continued by saying that it was so long ago that gradually the fog began to thicken, and those who entered the forest never returned. Having made sure that the information coincided with the game won, Ian decided that he needed to go there right now, while Mave had doubts because the forest was in the very center of the kingdom. Ian replies that the magician sowed the seeds and waited for the harvest, and it would be convenient for him to do this in a place where problems would not break out, and the place in the center of the kingdom is ideal for the implementation of his plans. Ian said he would tell them more later, offering to settle down for the night, to which Mave agreed. Philip suggested going deeper into the forest, because soon there would be a stream where we could accommodate. Ian notices with displeasure that there is a pack of wolves in the forest, and he doesn't want to lose sleep over them, which surprises Philip. Embarrassed, Philip shouted that he would collect wood for the fire. Smiling, Ian noticed that the stupid boy shouted throughout the forest. Someone with magical vision watched the group of heroes, grinning his mouth. A pack of wolves, led by a huge two-legged leader, watched Ian and company. Ian, Mave, and Philip, having set up camp, are sitting on logs, warming themselves by the fire, while stew is being prepared on the fire in a saucepan. Ian looks at Mave, thinking that now she doesn't look like an avenger who will kill the king and turn the castle into a bloody battlefield. He came to the conclusion that she had a definite reason for this, like everyone who turned away from their path. Philip, holding a large spoon, enthusiastically says that they will finally open the package that Ian is holding in his hands. The woman from the tavern calls out to Ian, handing him a package containing some ham and cheese. Holding the bundle in her hands, the woman smiles and asks Ian to take care of himself and be more careful. Philip clasped his hands together, saying that at that moment the girl's face expressed love, but Ian tells him to stop talking if Philip does not want to eat only rice for dinner. Surprised, Philip asked if Ian was going to share, to which Ian replied that he would share if Philip closed his mouth. The wind blew. Ian put the package on his knee, which made Philip decide that Ian was just making fun of him. Sticking his hand into subspace, Ian tells Philip to shut up while looking over his shoulder. At first not understanding, the group rose, and soon Mave sensed an alien presence calling the enemies uninvited guests. Philip turned around, asking why the wolf's roar was heard so close, after which he screamed in fear. The thicket behind the heroes was dotted with the burning eyes of wolves looking at their prey. The shocked Philip asked if these were all wolves. Philip asked Ian what they should do, while Ian, expressing obvious dissatisfaction, grabbed his sword and prepared for battle, saying that he would have to postpone dinner. Huge wolves shrouded in dark magic, sniffing and threateningly approached the heroes. Mave says that the wolves are too big for ordinary ones and asks if they are connected with the Black Magician, to which Ian replies that they will find out about this after they kill the wolves. Taking out the blade, Mave agrees, ordering the frightened Philip to step back and guard the horses. Taking the sword in both hands, Mave tells Ian to go guard the horses with Philip. Ian refused, saying that Mave and Philip should guard the horses and he would take care of the wolves. Mave was indignant at this answer, but Ian explained that her armor could not defeat clever wolves. Philip called out to Mave, saying that the wolves were about to attack from the other side, interrupting the skirmish with Ian. Ian told Mave not to worry because he was going to do what only he could do and that there would be no losses. Silently agreeing, Mave rushed off in the other direction, telling Ian not to die. Gritting his teeth and expressing a certain dissatisfaction, Ian answered Mave, telling her not to die either. Looking at a pack of wolves a few meters away from him, Yang was surprised at their number, saying that there were too many wolves. One of the wolves with eyes burning with fire immediately jumped out at Ian, but Ian managed to dodge and the wolf's jaws only slammed loudly a few centimeters from Ian's head. A noticeably angry Yang, enveloping the hilt of the sword with magical energy, said that using fire magic he would destroy them in an instant. But looking back at Mave and Philip, Ian thought that he shouldn't show all his trump cards at once, because he doesn't know at what point his allies will become enemies. Streams of wind enveloped Ian, and he said that he would have to be as inconspicuous as possible. Saying that this is the best he can do in this situation, Yang used the Windblade spell from lower gray magic. An inferior gray magic called Windblade amplifies the wind's blows, allowing Yang to add momentum to his movement. Two wolves attack Ian, but having managed to prepare the spell, Ian delivers a devastating blow to the face of one of the wolves. The wind directed by the blade turns into a sharp blade, so Jan's blow blows off the heads of both wolves with one blow. The giant wolf pounces on Ian, who's distracted by the wolves with his mouth gaping. Having practically slammed its mouth on Ian's torso, the monster is shocked that it failed to kill the enemy. Yang used a low gray magic spell, Wind Curtain, which prevented the wolf from attacking. Having tightened his grip on the sword, Yang asked the enemy if he was surprised because the beast felt Yang in its mouth. After which Yang immediately chops off the monster's head with one powerful slash of his blade. Wiping the blood from his face, Ian turned around when he heard Philip screaming that two more were on the way. Mave cut off the heads of the wolves with lightning speed with her blade, while Philip covered himself with a shield and held the horses by the reins. Ian thought that Philip and Mave's skills were even better than he thought. Although Mave had no equal, it turned out that Philip was also good at supporting. However, Ian understands that the battle is dragging on, and this is very bad, because this is one of the pack's methods of hunting. Intending to find the hiding leader as soon as possible, Yang used magical vision. Exploring the flows of magic, Yang peers into the dense thicket of the forest, trying to find the leader. Feeling the flow of magic emanating from the leader, Yang turns around and notices him in the forest behind him. Ian called out to Mave, who was covered from head to toe, busy protecting Philip and the horses from the wolves. Once again enveloping himself in the wind, Ian told Mave to focus on protecting the horses because he intended to cut off the head of the leader of the wolves. Ian immediately disappeared into the forest, while the shocked Mave asked in bewilderment what he was going to do, telling Ian to come back. Using magic to walk on air, Yang rushed towards the leader, ignoring the other wolves. Mave looks after Ian rushing into the thicket, pursued by the wolves who turned sharply behind him. Confused, Mave wonders whether Ian really just used the wind as a support or he imagined it, but Philip immediately responds to her. Turning around, Mave saw Philip begging for help. One of the wolves was trying to gnaw through his shield. Mave goes to help Philip, while a dark silhouette flashes in the thicket behind her. Having flown some distance into the depths of the forest in pursuit of the leader of the wolves, Yang landed. Yang said that his thought was confirmed, because even the leader is still a wild beast that chases its prey if it runs away. A huge, terrifying werewolf appeared before Yang, with shining violet eyes, shrouded in an aura of dark magic. Ian calls the werewolf a vile degenerate, noting that he brought friends with him, and then notices the system message that appears. Looking at the wolf pack, Ian sighs with satisfaction, saying that he has been waiting for him for a very long time. Ian's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm and he unsheathes his blade, provocatively calling the werewolf a stinking mongrel. The task Cursed Endolf appeared on the system quest panel, in which Ian must kill the damned werewolf Endolf, after which Ian says that the werewolf is now his victim. With a loud roar, the leader incites his pack and the wolves pounce on Ian with open mouths. But using a windblade, Yang immediately cuts down all the wolves rushing towards him, leaving behind a bloody storm. Shaking off the blood from the blade, Ian said that he expected Endolf to be vile, but he turned out to be even more vile than in the game. Ian taunts Endolf, saying that he cannot attack him personally without any assistance. Endolf, succumbing to provocation, jumps off the ground with enormous force, pouncing on Ian with a roar. As the werewolf leaps, he concentrates dark magic into his clawed hand, intending to cast a spell. Endolf creates 3 dark waves of magical energy aimed at Ian, who stands motionless. Yang used the low-gray magic skill rotating barricade, blocking the waves of the werewolf's dark magic. Yang's barricade cracks and breaks under the pressure of the dark force, and Yang notices that this spell is not enough. After which Yang begins to prepare the next spell, enveloping his hand in cold. Yang uses a lower blue magic spell called Ice Shield, materializing a shield of ice in front of him. The werewolf's magic breaks through the wind barricade, but hits the ice shield without harming Ian. Landing on the ground, the leader looks in surprise at Ian, who managed to block his magic. Ian peeks out from behind an ice sheet covered in cracks and marks from dark waves, grinning. Yang's shield shines with a bright light. The werewolf Endolf clenched his teeth, preparing for the worst. The ice shield explodes, turning into dozens of ice shards flying towards Endolf. Ice hail flies at the werewolf at incredible speed, and although Endolf covers himself with his hands, the ice cuts through the werewolf's flesh. Using magic, Endolf jumps back, breaking with his paws on the ground and leaving his copy behind. Raising dust from breaking on the ground, the werewolf inhales heavily, while the wounds inflicted by the ice bleed. Holding the sword in his hands, Yang, smiling, asks the werewolf if he has refreshed himself, and mockingly asks if he should scratch him again. Once again leading to provocation, the werewolf furiously attacks Yang with a speed capable of breaking the sound barrier. Concentrating dark mana in his paw, the werewolf struck Yang with destructive force, leaving a shockwave. The rampaging werewolf throws blow after blow, trying to hit Ian and cause as much damage as possible. Having stopped his rampage, the werewolf notices only felled trees, smoke, and crushed earth around him, without finding Ian. Looking over his shoulder, Endolf sees Yang appearing at lightning speed behind him, with a sword raised to strike. Ian deals a crushing blow to Endolf, cutting his paw, causing the werewolf to scream in pain. Having cut through the werewolf's paw to the middle, Ian realized that the wind blade would not be enough to win. Looking angrily at Ian, the werewolf prepared to counterattack, raising his second paw to strike, strengthening it with magic. Yang strengthens the blade stuck in the werewolf's paw, after which, illuminating the area with light, the sword immediately cuts off the werewolf's paw. Waving the bleeding stump, Endolf screams in pain as blood spurts from his paw. Spinning like a whirlwind, Ian tells the werewolf that he will simply blow him up using the vacuum explosion spell, aiming at the second paw. Gnawing into the flesh with a blade, Yang activates a spell, undermining the werewolf's paw, leaving only a huge wound. In agony, the werewolf retreats back. Liters of blood pour from his wounds until Endolf himself can only growl. Holding his now broken sword in his hands, Yang asks the werewolf how long ago he left the village. Falling to his knees in front of Ian, Endolf wheezes exhaustedly and bleeds. Suddenly, the werewolf begins to exude a huge amount of dark energy, unwilling to give up and answer questions. Ian is surprised, asking if he is leaving, and manages to cover himself with an ice shield before being thrown back by a wave of dark magic. Yang, with great difficulty, blocks the dark magic of the werewolf with an ice shield right in the air, being thrown back. Surprised, Ian saw the armless Endolf flying above him, intending to escape. While flying, Endolf turns around, trying to see Ian, hoping that he managed to escape. To Endolf's surprise, an icy hail appears on his way, preventing his escape. Huge pieces of ice fell from above onto the downed werewolf, surrounding him on all sides. The surprised werewolf looked up and saw that he was locked in an ice prison. Dropping the broken sword to the ground, Yang asked the werewolf if he was about to run away. While maintaining the ice prison spell, Ian says that he was surprised and decided that the werewolf would escape. Gathering magical power in his palms and preparing to deal a crushing blow to the werewolf, Ian prepared a spell. With a furious cry, the werewolf rammed the wall of the ice prison, breaking off fragments from the walls. The werewolf's strength was enough to break through the wall of the prison and escape, even despite his injuries. Ian called out to the werewolf, asking where he was going. The idiot and the werewolf turned his gaze to Ian. Concentrating the spell in his hand, Yang jumped on the werewolf, asking if he was going to run away to call his assistants and come back. With a look full of anger, Yang created a ball of magical energy and saying that he could not allow the werewolf to leave, attacked. An incredible explosion hit the werewolf as the residual magical power of the spell spilled throughout the area. Having taken the full blow of Ian's spell, the werewolf fell to his knees and was so exhausted that he could not move. Seeing that the werewolf was still alive, Yang used a windblade spell to finish what he started, hitting the monster right in the stomach. Hitting the werewolf's stomach, Yang created a vacuum explosion in his hand, leaving the enemy no chance. The defeated leader of the werewolf fell to the ground at Ian's feet, choking on his own blood. Satisfied with his victory, Yang, covered in blood, sighed with relief, looking at the body of the werewolf. For a moment, the werewolf's eyes glowed dark purple again, but soon the werewolf breathed his last. As soon as Ian decided that he had won, the werewolf began to move again. Taken by surprise, Ian tensed, because his amount of mana was greatly depleted. The dying werewolf took on his human form and thanked Ian with tears in his eyes. Surprised, Ian admitted that he did not expect such an outcome, and asks the werewolf to give him some kind of hint or trophy, because you can't put a thank you in your pocket. With the last of his strength, the werewolf answered Ian, croaking only 2 words, "Old dear." Ian did not hear what the werewolf said and asked which deer he was talking about, but the werewolf was already dead. Ian comes to the conclusion that the werewolf, before his death, told him that he could not eat the deer. Surrounded by the butchered bodies of wolves, Mave stands guard while Philip sits by the fire. Hearing a crash in the bushes, Mave called out to the approaching one, calling the name Yang, waiting for the mercenary to return. Removing the branches in front of him, Ian came out of the forest carrying the head of a werewolf in his hand, and answered Mave that she had guessed right and that they were now safe. Frightened, Philip fell to the floor, shouting in panic the question of what Ian was holding in his hand. Ian held his head in his hand closer to Philip, explaining that this was a werewolf and that it was he who led the wolves. The shocked Mave saw her head and looked at Ian, realizing that he really defeated the leader alone. Continuing her thought, she decided that perhaps Ian Hope was really the one who could track down the Black Magician. Mave stopped her thoughts by asking why he was the first to enter the battle. A mistake could cost him his life, and he promised to go with her to the castle. Ian replied that the leader could have escaped if they had attacked him together, to which Mave replied that this was just his assumption. Ian tells Mave to look around, because nearby were the bodies of weak wolves that she and Philip had defeated, while the leader was waiting for the moment when they would become weak. Shaking his head, Ian says that the werewolf hid and was just watching them, which means that he is not that strong. Yang continues by saying that the leader was attacked only because he was alone, and that he is not so noble and loyal as to die in vain, because he is not a knight but a mercenary. Realizing that she had nothing to object to, Mave asked Ian to warn her in the future when he had a similar plan. Snarling, Yang replied that he would inform them after the group decided to leave the place littered with wolf corpses. Having asked Philip to bring his horse, Ian thought about where his reward for the completed task was, and a system window immediately appeared. The window reported that Ian received a point of physical strength for completing the task, after which Ian noticed that this character was bad, and therefore he relied on intelligence and willpower. Turning his attention to the additional line of rewards, Yang saw an item called a core with a concentrated curse, which he did not remember in the game. The item turned out to be possible to use immediately, which leads to instant madness of the user. Concluding that the core might be needed later, Ian hid it in subspace just as Philip brought his horse. The horse suddenly began to rebel, bucking against Philip, but seeing the aura around Ian, the horse became alarmed. Snatching the reins from Philip's hands, the horse fell to the floor in one movement, foaming at the mouth. Philip said that she died, annoyed at how this was possible. Ian thought that the cause was the blood of the monster with which he was covered. A kneeling Philip asks Ian for forgiveness, while Mave lectures him that he should have been more careful because there are a lot of corpses nearby. Mave says she's sorry, offering to pay for the horse, but Ian refuses, saying that Philip didn't do it on purpose. But Ian continued, smiling mysteriously, saying that he was a little tired, which made Philip noticeably scared. Moonlight illuminates the river right in the middle of the forest. Fireflies fly around the river. A breathless Philip announced the group's arrival at a stream in the middle of the forest, hobbling with difficulty. With a dissatisfied look, Jan on horseback noticed that Philip's horse was very good. Having called out to the tired Philip, Jan threw him the same package with ham and cheese, which Philip was immensely happy about. Ian ordered Philip to cook half of it, first washing his hands and cleaning his armor after cooking, until Philip flawlessly agreed with everything. Realizing that Philip was easy to command, Ian began to take off his blood-stained armor. Mave called out and asked what he was doing. Yang replied that as she could see, he was taking off his armor to wash it, thinking that his whole body was sticky with blood. Hearing Ian's answer, Mave also began to take off her armor, to which Ian asked the lady in surprise what she was doing. Mave said that her armor also needed to be washed and offered to do it together. In a stupor, Ian stood in the middle of the stream, wondering if what was happening was normal for this world, while Mave was upstream. Looking tensely at Mave, Ian caught himself thinking that she was even closer than he thought. Mave called out to Ian, asking if he was injured, to which Ian was indignant because she decided to ask only now. Standing behind the stone, Mave said that she was impressed because Ian fought with a werewolf and was not even wounded. Mave notices Ian's fighting style, calling him unique. And noticing how he manipulates Philip, she says that Ian is a better knight than her. Mave continues, saying that an ordinary person from a noble family is not uncommon, which Ian counters by asking what if he is a commoner, realizing that Mave is making some kind of guesses. Taking water into her palm, Mave said that she understood Jan, saying that she too cannot talk about her origins just like him, since she decided to live as a Tauren apostle and not a girl from a noble family. An apostle is one who has been blessed by God and has become a member of his family, being able to use some of his abilities. Straightening his hair, Ian asked Mave what kind of goddess Tauren was, to which Mave was surprised and asked if he was really asking about this. Smiling, Young replied that he was not too friendly with the gods, keeping in mind that there were too many gods in Aquilonia to know about them all in detail. Mave replied that Tauren's service is not easy, because she is the goddess of order, the second daughter of Lu Solar, and the sword that punishes all sins. Mave says that as her apostle, she cannot lie and ignore sins, otherwise she will lose her favor along with the blessing. Yang replies that if Tauren is called Reprimand, then her other name should be even cooler. The main motives in Aquilonia are betrayal and moral decay. Therefore, in addition to the well-known names, the gods have additional ones. Other names can become their weakness, such as another sun god name, Lu Solar Blind Faith. Mave replies that if Ian talks about other names Tauren, of course they exist, and gives the example of the name Retribution. She says that stopping sin can replace someone's revenge, and sometimes after that, you yourself become the object of revenge. Therefore, another name for censure is Retribution. Mave believes that this is why righteous revenge is under the protection of Tauren, while Jan begins to understand why Mave became an avenger shedding blood. He realized that Mave didn't just fall. She even went from the apostle of reprimand to the apostle of retribution. Ian thought that Mave herself told him about Tauren's restrictions because being an apostle, violating God's will get rid of the blessing. Knowing these details, Yang could find the answer, but the question is why she became a demon of revenge. Whether this was caused by the death of her family or hatred of someone. Ian wondered what would happen if he prevented Mave from becoming an avenger shedding blood. Then he changes his mind, because only when the bloody avenger appears does the first boss of the game appear. Ian interrupts his thoughts, dwelling on the fact that he does not have enough information and that it is worth observing more. Mave believes that Ian does not serve any god, which Ian confirms by adding that he does not intend to serve any of them. Mave says that God is already watching him and perhaps wants to get into his service. Looking up at the moon, Ian, with an eloquent expression on his face, showed the potential god his middle finger, after which he told Mave that it was time to go to dinner. Beaming with delight, Philip told Ian that he had once again thought about the fact that he alone is capable of defeating monsters like a werewolf, and that is why Ian is amazing. Confused, Ian remembers that Philip has been talking about this since yesterday evening and replies that there is nothing amazing about it because werewolves are widespread. Thoughtful, Philip replies that he has never met so many monsters during his entire travels with Mave. Surprised, Ian asks if they hardly ever encountered monsters, remembering that since their arrival in the kingdom of Agalan, the number of monsters encountered has exceeded 100. Mave confirms Philip's words, saying that along the entire Quando route, they met only a couple of goblins and kobolds. Ian asks if they really followed the path of Quando, remembering that after leaving the swamp, he arrived in the city of Balk in the kingdom of Agelan. Having started his activities as a mercenary, he solved the problems of the city by moving along Quando, the main road of the kingdom, and killing all the monsters along the way. Frustrated, Ian slaps himself in the face with his palm, answering Philip and Mave that it was he who cleared the way for them. Turning around, he told Philip that his good days were over, because there was a lot more crap in the kingdom than he thought. The trio of heroes emerges onto a cliff overlooking a burned and destroyed village, still smoking from the attack. Surprised, Ian said that he didn't expect that the crap mentioned in the conversation with Philip would be found so soon. Philip, mentioning the name Lou Solar as a surprise, asked the others if this was the work of robbers. Philip noticed that this was happening not only on the outskirts, but also near Quando's path, after which he noticed a terrifying aura emanating from Mave. With eyes full of rage, Mave said that she would not forgive the robbers for allowing themselves to just destroy other people's houses. Ian sighed indifferently, thinking that Mave was being dramatic, suggesting that it was precisely because they were distracted by such trifles that they still had not been able to find the Black Magician. Thinking that the village would have become much more useful if there had been a quest for him in it, Ian noticed silhouettes of people nearby. Mave answered that soon they will find out whose hands this is, because they can find out information about what happened here with those people. Seeing a group of people, Mave's eyes filled with anger and even the air around her was distorted with hatred. A group of people are half-heartedly digging a hole. One of them pokes a dagger into the ground, while the second just stands with his foot resting on a stone. A man with a scar on his face and armed with a crossbow commands the group to dig a hole normally, calling them idiots. The crossbowman asks the others if they really need so much time to dig 6 graves, after which he says to do everything right because he had a bad dream yesterday. Hearing the clatter of hooves behind him, the crossbowman turned around and saw Mave rushing towards him, with a blade at her advantage. The shocked gang, not understanding, shouts over each other, asking what the knight suddenly forgot near this village. The leader of the gang orders everyone to grab crossbows and aim at the horse, because the knights have no mercy for anyone except the peasants. Mave, who in the eyes of the bandits resembled a monster, furiously shouted to throw down her weapon and fall to her knees. The confused leader of the group asks why they should throw down their weapons, and they won't do it unless Mave has a good reason, as long as one of the men is hysterically firing a crossbow. The leader calls out to the shooter, condemning him for not having been asked to shoot at the knight. Mave cut the crossbow bolt flying at her with one swing of her blade. The shocked bandits panic, screaming out loud from not understanding what kind of monster appeared before them. Mave swings her sword, filling the blade with magical energy, preparing a crushing blow. With a wave of her blade, Mave's magical blow releases a beam of light that pierces right through one of the bandits. Turning around, the leader saw that there was only the lower half of his previously living servant. The leader of the bandits, not having time to think that the attacking knight was a crazy bastard, noticed that this same knight was already standing next to him. Having fallen to their knees, the bandits tell Mave, calling her master, that they did not commit a sin and that she did not even give them time to explain. Mave replies that she will listen to their excuses later, transferring the right of interrogation to Ian. Seeing Ian, the bandit leader is shocked, speaking about him as if he knows the mercenary. Ian is visibly surprised that the bandit leader suddenly calls Ian by name. The leader of the gang is kneeling in front of Mave on horseback, pointing her sword in his direction. Drops of sweat are running down the leader's face from tension. He was not surprised that he had a bad dream yesterday given the current situation. Mave replied that she would listen to their excuses after her companion interrogated them. After hearing the word interrogation, the leader did not understand what was happening. The knight's companion who rode up to him turned out to be none other than Ian Hope, whom the leader immediately recognized. Ian looked questioningly at the man, and he replied that he was the hunter Miguel, a fellow mercenary, and that they often saw each other in the city of Balk. Ian, who did not recognize the hunter, remembers that he came to the city of Balk immediately after the swamps, and assumed that he saw the mercenary in a bar. Mave asked Ian if he knew the group, to which Ian replied that he only remembered their faces. Miguel, delighted that Ian recognized him, said that he would be happy to answer all questions, since he would be able to determine whether he was lying or not. Looking at Miguel, Ian thought that if the hunter had continued to pretend to be familiar, he would have torn out his limbs, but the mercenary apparently was not lacking in ingenuity. Ian then told Miguel to answer how long ago the village was reduced to smoking ruins. Miguel replied that the village was destroyed before the mercenaries even arrived. A group of armored soldiers with torches at the ready marches through the village, setting houses on fire along the way. An old man who looked like the headman of the village grabbed the soldier by the sleeve, asking how the great king allowed this, to which the soldier replied that this was his order. Another soldier shouts that this is the king's order to move all the inhabitants to Endell, and orders the old man to move. Surprised, Philip and Mave cannot believe that the Marquis Burchard, who is also the king, had a hand in the burning of the village. Mave tells Philip that most likely the reason for this was the war, preparations for which are underway throughout the country. Yang comes to the conclusion that from what was said earlier, It is clear that the kingdom is gathering labor in its main base in preparation for war with its neighbors. Yang says that if a war breaks out, it will not be possible to protect all the territories, and that since this place would have been plundered and burned anyway, the king decided to do it himself. Jan thinks that the Marquis's real motives are completely different from what he said, and that Jan is surprised at how quickly they began preparations. Ian's next question was what kind of corpses the group intended to bury in the hole. Miguel replied that this was the family of the head of the village, and that the soldiers executed them for refusing to migrate to another city. He continued by saying that he met several villagers, and that they gave him some coins to bury, so the group dug a grave. Ian asked the question "and also," to which Miguel replied that that's all he could tell about the bodies, after which an awkward silence followed. Miguel explodes with a cry that he told Ian the truth, swearing to Lou Solar that everything he said was not a lie. Disappointed, Ian realizes that this is true, thinking that the conversation was useless because the quest window never appeared. Mave asks Ian if he believes Miguel's words, to which Ian sighs and says that she believes him. Mave replied that she understood, and said that she would go into the village to see if anyone was left there. An irritated Ian, looking piercingly at Mave, tells her that she is too meticulous. Ian, feeling Miguel's yearning gaze on him, turned around, drawing his blade, asking if he wanted to die, to which the hunter, laughing in panic, refused. Saying that he had cleared his name, Miguel asked permission to continue the burial of the family of the head of the village. Thanks for the permission. Miguel says that they need to finish the burial quickly in order to return to their main mission. Having finished babbling in front of Ian, Miguel immediately growled menacingly at his henchmen, ordering them to blow their asses and get down to business. Philip says that Miguel must have a big mission, since they needed so many people. Caught by surprise, Miguel, holding his hand to his neck, replies that he is embarrassed to talk about it. Philip asks Miguel why he looks at Ian like that, but Ian himself answers Philip that among the mercenaries, there are bastards who steal requests from others, and tells Miguel that he may not answer. An embittered Ian asks if Miguel thinks he is such a bastard. Miguel replies in horror that he doesn't think so. Miguel says that they have probably already heard about a pack of wolves that devours people, and they say that in the forest where the heroes are heading, a huge pack has gathered. He continues the story by saying that the wolves also devoured the customer's son, because who else but a former hunter can fulfill such a question? Miguel stared questioningly at Philip and Ian, who looked at each other, asking why they were looking at each other like that. Pulling his hand down, Ian told Miguel that they had no intention of stealing the group's request. Having removed the werewolf's head from the horse, Ian showed it to Miguel, saying that he had already decided this issue. Beaming with pride, Philip asks Ian if he took good care of his head, to which Ian agrees, promising to share the reward. Taken by surprise, Miguel says that he has never heard of werewolves and wolf packs, to which Ian replied that this werewolf used his subordinates to do all the dirty work, while he himself hid in the shadows, saying that in this he and Miguel are similar. Ian returned to the topic of the request, asking Miguel in which city he received this request. Evening came. Mave on horseback asked about the village on the way to the valley, asking if he would take the mercenaries with him. Ian agrees, saying that the journey will only take 2 days and that those who lost their families because of wolves deserve to know the truth. Yang continued by saying that they also need to prepare supplies before going to the grave forest. Mave said that she understood, continuing that she did not like these mercenaries because mercenaries do not have faith in God, singling out Ian as an exception. Smiling through the pain, Miguel replies that it is an honor for him to go with Mave. A group of heroes waited while Miguel's henchmen buried the family of the village chief. With the thought that night is the time for monsters and now one cannot let one's guard down, Yang concentrated and used magical vision. Looking at Mave, Ian saw an aura of dark magic enveloping her, which, in his opinion, could not be a mistake. Mave asked Ian what was the matter, to which he replied that apparently Mave was not yet possessed by the black magician's curse. Without having time to ask why he decided this, Mave immediately rushed to her belt bag. Holding in her hands the magic stone that had previously been in her bag, Mave said that she had not noticed any changes. Ian replied that the changes were so insignificant that they could hardly be unnoticed. Yang sees weak but regular waves of mana emanating from the stone and believes that this is some kind of signal that attracts monsters. Suddenly, hearing a noise nearby, Mave and Ian were alarmed, turning their gaze to the side. Ian said the phrase, "Remember the sun, here comes a ray," which Mave, lowering her visor, found an interesting statement. Mave and Jan saw a headless silhouette on a hill nearby on a horse. While Miguel's group was burying the grave, Philip turned around after hearing the words of Mave and Ian. He saw a silhouette in a cloak and riding a horse. Philip asked in surprise who this headless man was, to which Ian replied that it was a puppet of a black magician. Yang asked if they hadn't heard rumors about a headless horseman who was wreaking havoc throughout the kingdom named Dullahan. Philip noticed in horror that he had recently met a werewolf and now another monster. Looking at the monster, Philip said that Ian was right when he said that the kingdom was a mess. Looking at the discouraged Philip, Yang thought that when he said a mess, he didn't mean that high-level monsters would appear one after another. Ian remembered that the black magician valued the seeds he had sown, and therefore they would not need to waste time searching. Ian asked Philip to hand him his sword, which Philip obediently does by removing the blade from its sheath. Mave on horseback calls out to Ian, who is preparing for battle, saying that she will be on the front line. Ian agrees, but suggests they watch him first, as Dullahan looks like he's expecting them to attack. Yang thinks that when provoked, the rider takes a defensive position with quite dangerous techniques, and if he is ignored, he attacks with rather simple attacks. Philip happily agrees with Ian's idea, but is interrupted by Miguel's loud cry that they are finished. Miguel, looking at Jan, Mave, and Philip staring at him, asks them what the problem is. Suddenly, Dullahan raises his hand, uttering a phrase in an incomprehensible language, discouraging everyone present, causing Philip and Miguel to clutch their heads. Ian replied to Miguel that there had been no problem so far, but thanks to him they had just appeared. The horseman continues to use the ability, terrifying everyone except Ian and Mave. The rider concentrates a huge stream of red magical energy in his hand, uttering incomprehensible words. Mave asks if this is a spell, to which Ian replies that it is an ancient language. As Dullahan continues to speak, Ian believes that the rider is saying that he will not forgive the people who invaded the fairylands. Philip asks how the hell Ian understands what he is saying, to which Ian replies that he somehow understands, remembering that he has the skill of an ancient language. Yang reflects that he upgraded this skill to complete tasks in the ancient civilization event, and that he is not interested in hearing that the rider is protecting the lands of the swamp fairies. Suddenly, the rider utters a phrase that makes Ian wary, ordering everyone to immediately close their ears. Yang says that this is not just an ancient speech, but a spell, and if a person hears it and does not resist, they will go crazy. Miguel shouts at his former comrades, calling them idiots and saying that they were ordered to cover their ears. From the grave behind the heroes, the resurrected dead began to rise, breaking through the loose soil. Those who were previously the headman's family, having emerged from the grave, changed beyond recognition, outwardly resembling ghouls. Philip and Miguel, still covering their ears, scream when they see the living dead, calling them ghouls. Ghouls have surrounded Miguel's former protégés until they are blissfully unaware of what is happening. Miguel rushed to deal with the resurrected with a shovel, shouting that they were ungrateful bastards. Philip asks Jan and Mave what they should do. Mave replies that as planned, she will be on the front line and orders Philip to help the others. A terrified Philip tells Ian to kill him before the ghouls eat him. Ian asks Philip if he's really that worried about some ghouls, then says he wants to check something. Mave said that she would finally see Yana's real skills and rushed towards the Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman struck the ground with magical energy, creating a huge plume. The trail of dark magic almost overtakes Mave, but having strengthened her blade with magic, she cuts the spell aimed at her. Heading straight towards the rider, Mave inflicts a crushing blow on him, piercing right through Dullahan. Watching Mave's blow penetrate Dullahan, Ian says that he thought that she was destined to become a knight. Ian said that even if he doesn't do anything, Mave can handle it on her own, while Philip fights off the ghouls with a wooden stick. Then he continues saying that he knows about Philip's abilities, and it wouldn't hurt for him to warm up a little. Meanwhile, Mave continues the battle against the Headless Knight, catching herself thinking that the battle is difficult. Just as Mave thought that the rider was hiding something, the Headless galloped right in front of her. Surprised, Mave noticed that despite her blow, the rider regained his original appearance. Dullahan again began to cast the spell, uttering words in the ancient language and gathering energy above himself. Waves of dark magic instantly rushed towards Mave, driven by the will of the rider. With difficulty, Mave repels the rider's massive attack, cutting through the dark energy with her blade. Suddenly, Mave saw a sharp tip of a weapon flying towards her, emitting dark power. Having difficulty blocking the attack, Mave noticed that the rider's weapon was a whip made of bones. Continuing his attack, the rider pulled his arm back, swinging the whip again. Masterfully wielding the whip, the rider sent the tip straight into Mave's back. Mave did not have time to avoid the blow from the rear, causing the rider's whip to entangle Mave's hand. Having experienced sharp pain, Mave saw that through the whip, dirty magical power was breaking through the divine mana. However, as soon as Mave raised her hand, a blow was struck on the rider's whip, freeing the rider's hand. Looking back, Mave saw that Ian had struck the whip with his spell, sitting on a horse next to her. Surprised by such a sudden appearance, Mave calls Ian by name. Yang apologizes for being late at the rear, and saying that he has found out all the enemy's skills and can begin the real battle. Ian asks Mave to hit the rider again with all her strength so that he flies out of the saddle. Mave's gaze returned to the Dullahan, who was now focused on the sudden intruder. Her sword shone again, the divine power on the armor sharpened, and the strength spread throughout the body, and the horse's breathing stabilized. The Dullahan who was pursuing Ian struck, destroying the ground in front of his horse. Having overtaken Ian, the rider said in an ancient language that he had caught him, approaching closer and closer. Mave released her divine power and collided with the Dullahan, and from her blow he again shattered into pieces. Even though she pierced him once more, Mave narrowed her eyes. Another failure. This time it was as easy as before. But then the sound of Jan's hooves reached her ears as he rushed at the crippled Dullahan. His sword, imbued with magical power, flared up for a moment and cut the creature in a sharp arc. Mave watched as the Dullahan's silhouette disappeared like a mirage, leaving only small pieces cut off by Ian in the air. The rider's whip overtook Ian's horse, knocking him out of the saddle and killing the artiodactyl. Immediately after this, Yang jumped from the saddle and, holding the sword with both hands above his head, swung it down. Mave looked at the defeated rider and was able to see something unexpected. It was the skull of a Dullahan, not quite human, judging by the large eye sockets. Mave easily understood that this was his core, his true form. She didn't understand how Yang was able to detect him, but the important thing was that he was about to deal the final blow to him. The attempt to crush the skull was unsuccessful, because immediately after the impact, the skull flared with energy. Mave instinctively widened her eyes. Her whole body froze. The rider's curse was so strong that even she, endowed with divine power, was enveloped in numbness. Mave turned her gaze to Ian, and to her surprise, even the movement of Ian, who swung his sword, froze. The skull soared next to the frozen Ian. Mave realized that the rider was going to return his true appearance. Before Mave had time to think about the need to free herself from the stupor, Ian grabbed the skull with his hand. Feeling the hardness of the cheekbones of the skull in his hand, Yang smiled until the rider understood what was happening. Ian replied that monsters with names such as Endell have at least one secret that helps to avoid a dangerous situation in battle. Continuing to grin, Ian told the rider that he knew his secret skills. Thanks to Ian's preparation and selection of appropriate resistance skills, torpor was only a slight slowdown for him. Despite the absence of eyes, Yang keenly felt the red light fluctuating in the eye sockets of the skull, saying that at such moments it was convenient to be an outsider. He lifted his lips slightly as if smiling and plopped the skull on the ground. Yang approached the skull with a blade at the ready and shrouded in magical power, noting that it was time for them to finish. The skull immediately rushed away from Ian, intent on avoiding his death and admitting defeat. But Yang immediately caught up with the flying skull and swung his blade, with significant displeasure on his face. Yang struck the skull with the blunt side of the blade, interrupting its flight and slamming it into the ground. Yang continued to pound the skull without any fancy moves or flashy techniques. Mave silently watched the one-sided duel between Ian and the rider, not understanding why the numbness had lifted from her. Mave didn't understand how a monster of such power could be defeated so easily. Yang continued to swing the sword with all his strength, regardless of which side it was, with the tip or the flat side, and repeated strikes. Under the pressure of Ian's blows, the rider's skull began to crack in the area of the frontal lobe. The panicking skull began to chatter rapidly in the ancient language as Yang pointed the tip of his blade directly at the cracked area. Raising the magic-enhanced blade over the skull, Yang uttered only the word "die." Finally, Yang's sword pierced the forehead of the skull, right between the eye sockets. Immediately, a blindingly bright red light flashed, as if the skull had exploded. The wind currents, together with the shock wave, swept everything in the area to the sides. Yang, who exhaled with relief, held the cracked blade in his hands, cracked from blows. Having crumbled from the blows of the blade, the skull lay lifeless on the ground, while Ian's sword was broken into fragments. Ian is unwell because another of his swords is broken, while Mave just silently watches what is happening. The dark magician is indignant that Yang destroyed all the servants he encountered, starting with the leader of the kobolds and ending with Dullahan. In a rage, the magician throws his notebook at the wall, condemning Ian for appropriating the seeds he carefully nurtured. The magician calms down, saying that he will consider what happened as an opportunity to get rid of Ian, because soon the whole world will be in his power. The warlock continues his monologue by saying that the world will return to its true form and throw off its shackles, and he will be reborn as a higher being. And after rebirth, when the time comes, the first person the magician will absorb will be none other than Yang. Clear morning, the village surrounded by a wooden palisade is bathed in rays of sunlight. Two villagers discuss the death of the head of their village, mentioning that his only son was torn to pieces by wolves. One of the villagers asks the interlocutor if there is any news from the mercenaries that the gatherer is going to hunt wolves. Mave is driving along the main street of the village. Miguel and Ian are walking next to her, to which the villagers ask what the noise is. The split skull of a headless horseman is tied to the saddle of the box. The villagers chatter, asking if the man who is completely covered in armor is a knight and what kind of skull is tied to his saddle. One of the villagers recognizes Miguel, saying that he is one of those who went hunting wolves. The villagers shout at each other, saying how brave Miguel looks, holding the head of the culprit in his hands, believing that it was he who killed him. Suddenly, Miguel stops and tells the group behind him that they arrived even an hour earlier thanks to what a wonderful guide he is. The residents look in shock at Miguel, who was previously almost called a hero, while Miguel is nice to Ian, calling him master. Ian, looking at Miguel, thinks that despite his experiences, he has still become a good guide. Ian, Philip, and Mave sit by the fire while Miguel buries the bodies of his former colleagues. Philip tells Miguel to finish, to which he replies that he is doing this for his own good because his colleagues can turn into evil spirits and curse him. Under Philip's sympathetic gaze, Miguel continued saying that they put in a lot of effort until the very end. Philip asks Mave what to do because the journey takes much longer than they expected. Philip also notices that they are very late because they have lost their horses, while Ian only eats in silence. Philip continues saying that it will take at least another week to get to the burial forest, and if this continues, they will not have time to search in other places. Hearing Philip's words, Miguel asked if the burial forest was their goal. Miguel then continued by saying that 5 days would be enough for them to get to the village. Miguel said that they could take a side road that only old mercenaries like him know about, to which Ian replied that then he would take responsibility. After Miguel agreed, Ian told him to lead them straight to the burial forest. Shocked, Miguel is indignant, not understanding whether he was really asked to lead them into the grave forest. Suddenly, Ian throws Miguel a gold Imperial coin, and all his doubts are instantly dispelled. Ian thinks that it must have been difficult for Miguel to refuse, because Imperial gold costs twice as much as ordinary gold, especially considering that Ian accidentally complied with his request. Ian decides that it would be nice if Miguel replaced him as a witness to the Black Magician, because he himself is going to go with Mave only to the grave forest. Miguel invites the group to gather in the tavern across the street when everyone has finished their business, while he himself goes to receive a reward for the task with the wolves. Jan gives Philip 3 coins, telling him to go to the stables and buy horses for him and himself. While Ian was lending money to Philip, Mave asked him that he was going to go to the Lu Solar Temple. Mave said that she wanted to go to pray, and offered to go together, which Ian resolutely refused. Jan excuses himself by saying that after the temple, he planned to go to another place and says that it is unclear what their companions could do if they were left alone. Approaching a small brick temple, Ian argues that knights value faith and honor. That is why they are an ideal target for priests, and by coming here with Mave, he would have lost his money. Yang opened the doors of the temple, flooded with light from the window. Except for him, there were no people in the temple. Looking at the statue, Yang understands that it is not light or mana flowing down the hands of the statue in the middle of the temple, and that this is a real miracle, which means that the temple was real. Then the energy from the statue's hands suddenly changes, falling closer to the floor and increasing its intensity right before Ian's eyes. An irritated man who resembled a priest entered the room and asked Ian who he was. He said that now is not the time for prayer, although anyone can come in, after which he looked in shock at the flow of energy emanating from the statue. The priest immediately began to praise Lu Solar, saying that none other than the apostle of the goddess had wandered into their region. Surprised, Ian, not understanding what the apostles have to do with it, wonders what kind of nonsense the priest is talking about. The priest replies that the only time Lu Solar emitted a divine shine was quite a long time ago during the arrival of the apostle of the entire empire. Ian thinks that the priest misunderstood everything and believed in his own conviction, still feeling an inexplicable feeling. Ian apologizes, saying that he is not an apostle but a simple mercenary, which the priest is surprised at. Ian notices that he feels uncomfortable, as if he feels someone's gaze on him through the statue, and therefore he cannot pretend to be an apostle. The priest suddenly asked if Yang wanted to become an apostle and serve the sparkling goddess Lu Solar. Before he even had time to think about how ridiculous this sounded, A system panel appeared in front of Ian's face, inviting him to become an apostle of loose solar. Ian remembers that this quest was in the game, but he did not have enough level for it, after which the priest tells him to think it over carefully and make a decision without forgetting about him, sincere Edward. Ian tells Edward that he will remember him and that he needs his help now, which makes the priest encouraged. Taking out the stones of dirty magic from subspace, Yang asks if it is possible to cleanse them with the help of the light of the goddess. The priest is frightened when he sees the stones and says that such a distortion of dark magic could not have been created by a simple monster. Ian insists on the question, saying that tomorrow he will leave the city by noon, and the priest agrees, saying that he cannot refuse him. The priest continues by saying that although there is more divine grace than usual, his physical abilities are only enough for one stone. However, the priest says that if Yang donates to the maintenance of the temple, the priest will pray all night long to cleanse the stones. Smirking, Ian says that Loose Solar's service will require a lot of investment and then rejects the apostle's quest. Divine grace immediately dries up, shocking the elderly priest. The priest immediately admits his guilt, saying that it would be an honor for him to help someone who is under the protection of the goddess. Divine grace immediately illuminates the entire room with its radiance, returning in even greater quantities. The light of the goddess fell on Ian, casting a shadow on the priest, after which Ian told Edward to try harder. Maybe then the goddess would appreciate his loyalty. Mave, Philip, and Miguel in the tavern, tipsy, call out to Ian, calling him a dragon hunter. An irritated Ian, standing in the doorway, dejectedly summed up that the others had already gathered. Ian asks what happened to the payment for the request about the wolves, to which Philip pours money on the table, saying that he added money there for the horses. An enthusiastic Philip asks Ian if he really hunted dragons. Ian looked irritably at Miguel, who, cowering in fear, said that he had not told so much, and that was because Philip was very interested. Ian answers Philip, saying that it was not a dragon but a drake, and he only recently became an adult. Young also noticed that this winged lizard cannot even be compared with a dragon, thinking that he was forced to remember disgusting times. With their mouths agape, both Philip and Miguel shouted and asked Jan if this meant that he had previously met real dragons. Dissatisfied, Ian, ignoring the question of Miguel and Philip, stabbed the meat on a fork, threatening to shorten their tongues. Without reacting to Ian's words, both Miguel and Philip continued, saying that according to rumors, the swamps are cursed, and a person who steps there without being a descendant of ancient people will die. But Ian remembers that there is such an item in his characteristics window. Then he remembers the dark barrier, one of the biggest problems, the wall that divides the continent in half. Most of Aquilonia's problems are often attributed to madness caused by contact with the dark barrier. Suddenly hitting the mug on the table, Mave shouts and orders the two to stop asking questions about Ian. She says that they got too loose when they got drunk and sends them both to bed. As they were leaving, Philip and Miguel began to quarrel, accusing each other of pestering Ian. Ian, sipping a drink from a mug and looking in the direction of Miguel and Philip leaving, thinks that there is not a moment of peace with them. Mave turns to Ian, inviting him to go out and walk around the village for a while, saying that she needs to tell him something. Village at night. Torches are lit on the houses along the streets. Fireflies are flying in the air. Ian walks next to Mave holding a lamp. Mave asks if everything is okay with him after receiving that thing during the victory of the Headless Horseman. Looking at the ring on his finger, Ian asks if she means the trophy he received from Dullahan. Yang crouched over the horseman's split skull, complaining that he had broken his sword again. Suddenly, the dark energy remaining from the skull flew towards Ian, falling into his hand. Suddenly, Ian was enveloped in a curse. The spirits of the swamp fairies attacked him, trying to strangle him. However, grinning, Yang only asked if this was the same madness, surprised at its low level. Yang said that this madness was nothing compared to what he felt when he found himself in this world as his outsider character, and instantly dispelled the curse. Smiling sadistically, Yang mentally asked if this was all the spirits were capable of, saying that he would crush them with his own mana. Suddenly, Yang felt a surge of energy in himself, something he had only experienced when he first felt mana within himself. In his hand, Yang saw a small dark snake formed from the curse Yang compressed. Yang looked at the snake, saying that it was she who conveyed her feelings to him and invited her to become his pet. The snake immediately entangled Ian's finger, forming a ring, turning out to be a trophy called Swamp Hatred, which allows one to curse the enemy for their life force, causing confusion. Ian remembers that the ring cannot be used at the beginning of the game if your will and intelligence are at a low level, after which he answered Mave that as far as she could see, everything was fine with it. Mave said that Ian had already surprised her several times, from how he simply dealt with the ghost to how he wore the cursed ring without any problems. Mave continued by saying that this is not surprising considering that he single-handedly overcame many obstacles in the cursed swamps. She continued by saying that she didn't know anything about it because she was in the border area and that she was lucky to meet such a person as Yang. Smiling and blushing, Mave said that she was sincerely glad to meet them. Ian looked at Mave warily and decided to ask what she wanted to tell him. Going outside the village, Mave said that she first learned about the existence of a black magician a few days after the order to protect state borders. When Mave was about to set off, a messenger brought her a letter. It was a letter from Mave's younger brother, Vernon Laurel. Mave said that he is the head of the Laurel family and the shield of the royal family, which surprises Jan, because it is strange that the apostle Tauren guards the borders while her younger brother is assigned to protect the king. Mave replied that if she had stayed, her brother would not have achieved such status, after which Ian suggested that it was thanks to such a noble sacrifice that she attracted the attention of the goddess Tauren. Mave continues by saying that Vernon understood this too, and therefore always tried to prove his worth. Mave said that this is why he sent a letter in which he wrote that while the king was busy preparing for war, someone in the kingdom was cultivating the seeds of darkness. Ian asks to look at the letter, which makes Mave surprised that he can read. Ian tells Mave that her brother is very ambitious, saying that he will use the capture of the magician to be revived from the family. Reading the letter, Ian understands that Vernon wants to eradicate immorality and rule his own lands, making sure that he suffers from an inferiority complex and strives for recognition. Ian tells Mave that the contents of the letter sound like her brother is trying to keep her under control so that she doesn't take his credit, which Mave sadly agrees with. Mave says that at first she didn't even have any thoughts about going in search of a dark magician, but a whole month has passed and there has been no answer from her brother Vernon. Ian answered Mave that a month is quite a long time, and if there was no answer from him for so long after he went after the dark magician, it can only mean one thing. Clenching her fists, Mave replied that she understood what he meant, but this does not mean that something happened to Vernon, because he trained hard, overcoming himself. Mave said that regardless of the situation, she must get to the bottom of the whole truth in the smallest detail. Ian realized that now he had learned a little more about how the divine apostle Mave became a bloody avenger. That's why she burst into the castle, sweeping away everyone in her path and killing the king. This is who she whispered about, and who she tried to avenge by eventually turning into a ghost. Perhaps the game does not talk about the life and death of Vernon, and perhaps he killed the wrong enemies by making friends with the corruptors of Agalon and therefore became an easy prey. Mave says that she hopes that they will be able to catch the dark magician, because this is not the only reason for her story. She says that they are now in a situation where it is not clear who the enemy is and therefore she needs an assistant worth trusting. Mave continues saying that it would be great if this place was taken by someone who has already fought with a dark magician and has excellent fighting skills. Yang thought that he was curious why she was telling a story about which he was not interested, but a window with a chain of quests appeared in front of him. Yang replied that he was a mercenary and therefore would not take up the matter at the usual request, realizing that at least the rewards for the quest chain were attractive. Ian asked if he understood correctly that Mave wanted to sign a new contract with different terms after the current request was completed. Mave replies that everything is correct, and since the task is dangerous and serious, she can promise a decent pay and, if desired, the status of a nobleman, but now Ian is not interested in the reward. Yang said that before that he would like to familiarize himself with the contents of the agreement, especially about the cooperation part. Ian asked Mave if she understood that she stood out very much in her shining armor, to which Mave just shrugged her hands in confusion. Ian continued by saying that Mave would have to go straight to the royal palace to prove the existence of a dark magician, not to mention the loss of time. Once Mave enters the castle, it will not be easy to leave due to preparations for war. Therefore, Ian suggested that Mave split up, and while Mave looked for the corruptors inside the castle, he would search outside. Looking at Mave, Ian thinks that he is going to go alone, because the goals of the quest are corruptors, and he can cope with them alone. As a bonus, outside the castle, Ian will not meet with the corruptors associated with Mave, and she replies that she needs witnesses to prove the existence of the magician. Ian says that he is now not the only mercenary on the team, to which Mave agrees, saying that there is also Miguel. Confused, Mave says that she doesn't understand Ian, thinking that he would first want to talk about payment, because that's why she mentioned the status of a nobleman. Mave says that in her opinion Ian could play a big role for the kingdom, but Ian refuses, saying that it would be better to get a lot of money. In fact, Ian thinks that he is indifferent to the fate of this world and he wants to see its end, as well as find the one who called him and get answers. And in order to achieve his goals, Ian needs to survive somehow. The heroes gathered at the gate. Mave said that they were leaving from here, from the fortress in the valley, and following Miguel's instructions, they went straight into the grave forest. The paper hand-drawn map shows the route of the heroes, which lies along the path to the grave forest. Mave orders Miguel to start leading them, while Ian suddenly remembers all the noise they made yesterday. With a satisfied expression on his face, Yang holds 2 stones in his hand, artifacts cleared of black magic, hoping that he will soon be able to try them out in practice. Jan, Mave, and Philip follow Miguel along the path, reaching the outskirts of the Red Valley. A dissatisfied Philip, jumping off his horse, shouts at Miguel, saying that the road here is so terrible that it is impossible to pass on a horse. Scratching the back of his head and looking at the overgrown path, Miguel replies he is sure that everything was different on the path before. Philip asks Miguel how long ago, to which he responds by wondering if it was 5 or 6 years ago, which makes Philip feel unwell. Indignantly, Miguel replies that it is not as dangerous here as before because crowds of goblins and gremlins lived here. Dismounting, Ian asked if Miguel was telling the truth, to which he replied that this used to be their lair. He continued saying that they even eat grass and leaves, and therefore only bare branches remained on the trees. Catching the leaf in his hand, Ian sees that it is saturated with black magic, and says that what happened is that the goblins and gremlins could no longer feed on the local flora. Philip doesn't understand what Ian is talking about, and he reminds them that just recently they saw something that was moving while dead. Philip, shuddering, asks if Ian meant the family of the village head who turned into ghouls. When Philip asked if monsters could become ghouls, Ian replied that the forest was destroyed by dark magic, and therefore anything could happen. Yang tells the group that in addition to the burial forest, there is also an infected forest, and from now on, everyone should be careful. Ian also says to immediately report if anyone sees strange plants, and Miguel, pointing his finger, asked if he meant such plants. On a massive tree along the path hung strange-looking red fruits. Ian, noticing that the fruits were less ripe than he had seen, said that it would be better not to approach them. Miguel asked what would happen if they got closer, to which Ian replied that he could try it, given that the tree would definitely like it a lot of meat. Miguel shouted in horror that it was a carnivorous tree, after which Ian said not to approach the fruits and go faster. With a calm step and following the formation, the group moves along the path without disturbing the trees. Ian, holding the horse by the reins, says that everything will be fine if they continue to walk carefully. Suddenly, the fruit on the tree begins to tremble. Jan, hearing a rustling on the tree, notices this. The fruit falls from the tree and pounces on the horse's head, immediately killing it before Ian manages to dodge. Ian's fellow travelers, shocked by what they saw, freeze in place, while Philip involuntarily screams. Ian, distorted in a grimace of rage, shouts that not even a day has passed since the purchase of the horse. The fruit that has bitten off the horse's head tries to quickly hide, taking the prey with it. Enraged, Ian rushed off to get the fruit, asking where he was going after killing his horse. Yang cuts off the root of the fruit, thereby avenging his horse and calming down. As the severed fruit falls to the ground, Ian lands, sheathing his sword. Everyone else looks at the open mouth of the fetus, inside which the horse's head still lies. Miguel asks, because Ian said that it is enough not to touch them, to which he replies that he thought so, but apparently they also react to sound. Ian continued by saying that so much the better, because he wouldn't have to listen to Miguel and Philip's chatter. Ian told Mave that he would protect the rear and front with her, and asked her to hang the luggage on her horse since his was dead. Grabbing the luggage, Mave's hand was pierced by a sudden pain, just like when her hand was wrapped in Dullahan's whip. Ian asked Mave if everything was okay, to which he replied that everything was fine. Mave asked Ian if he could find the root that polluted this forest. Ian is surprised by her question, especially since her brother is in a difficult situation. Ian thinks that he was going to find the root anyway, because he wanted to check this road since even its structure seemed suspicious to him. Miguel, shouting with anger, asks what they are talking about because they hired him as a guide to the burial forest, and now they want to go deeper into the thicket. Mave asks Miguel for forgiveness for such a drastic decision and says that she will pay him good compensation, promising that he will not die here. Confused, Miguel agrees to move on, asking if they know how to find this route. Yang replied that he knew one way, after which he activated his magical vision. Yang also used the additional skill Sixth Sense, which increases the detection power of magical vision. Blame Blade Yang followed deeper into the forest, telling the others to follow him. Instantly, dozens of open jaws of hungry cannibal fruits rained down on Yan from above. but Yang immediately cut each and every one of them, deftly wielding his sword, strengthening it with a windy blade. The group led by Ian continued its march through the forest. Ian still chopped down all the oncoming threats. Suddenly Ian stopped. Miguel behind him asked what the hell was waiting for them in front. Yang said that it was quite interesting, wondering if they came out to personally greet them. The corpses of goblins and kobolds revived by dark magic, overgrown with mushroom roots, emerged from the ground. Philip and Miguel are hysterical from what they saw and wonder what happened to their appearance, while Philip says that Ian mentioned that they could be ghouls. Taking a fighting stance, Yang confirms, saying that these creatures are very similar to ghouls. Mave, taking out a blade and enveloping herself in divine energy, said that she would deal with them herself, swinging her sword. Ian tells Mave that she should have used such a trick much earlier. The corpses of goblins and kobolds, overgrown with vegetation and driven by dark magic, rushed at the heroes. Suddenly, Mave, narrowing her eyes, screamed, ordering everyone to lie down on the ground. Miguel Yan threw himself on the floor while Philip grabbed the reins of the horses, leading them out of the line of fire. Mave swung her blade, creating a magical wave that followed the blade and cut everything in its path. Sitting in a crouch, Yang thinks that, as expected, against creatures under the influence of dark magic, it is best to use divine power. Just thinking that he should deal with the remaining monsters, something caught Ian's attention. Looking at the staggering Mave, he saw how the divine energy around her slowly dissipated. Suddenly Mave, devastated by the force used, began coughing up blood. Philip hurried to Mave, who fell helplessly to her knees and leaned on her sword. Dissatisfied, Ian noticed that naturally everything could not be so simple. Ian ordered Miguel to bring him all the butter and hold the horses, which Miguel promptly complied with. Having brought the oil, Miguel intended to ask if Ian was going to go into the forest alone, but Ian interrupted him by telling him to leave him the torch and look after the horses and Mave along with Philip. Miguel, passing the torch, asked Ian, perplexed, what he intended to do. Yang, armed with a torch and throwing a bag of oil over his shoulder, replied that he would go into the very heart of the forest. Miguel asked if Ian was going to go into the heart of the forest alone, to which Ian asked him to stop asking the same thing. At this time, Philip tried to bring Mave to her senses, but Miguel turned around not knowing what to do. Miguel answered Ian that he understood and told him to be sure to return alive. Miguel and the horses rushed towards Philip and Mave, while Ian headed deeper into the forest. Ian displeasedly remarks that he would be better off worrying about himself and took out a bag from subspace. Saying that he hoped that these two could take care of Mave, he poured the contents of the bag onto the torch, saying that he must first attract the attention of the monsters. The torch instantly flared up with great power, surprising Ian and slightly burning him. Armed with a blade and a torch, Ian decided that this would be quite enough. Miguel ran to Philip, shouting for him to get ready, saying that now they are responsible for protecting the Lady of the Night. Goblins and kobolds, resurrected by dark magic, continued to crawl out of the ground, screaming and growling. Yang appeared behind one of the goblins, asking where he was going. After which Yang, with a deft vertical blow, cut the goblin into two halves. While Ian was beating one of the resurrected goblins with a torch, the others began to notice him, distracted from Mave and the others. Suddenly, Yang felt movement from the branches of the tree, at the moment when a carnivorous fruit was about to attack him. Yang activated his unique concentration skill, thanks to which he managed to dodge the fruit's attack without much difficulty. Yang, noticing that he was not even given experience points for killing goblins, freaked out, instantly cutting down all the goblins on the way. Pointing the torch towards the dark cloud, Ian said caustically that this must have upset him greatly. After this, Ian suggested that the observer turn his regret into anger, because he had only just begun. Rushing through the forest, Ian ran past the goblins, leaving behind only a fiery trail from the torch. Ignoring the goblins, Ian thought that letting weak mobs through was the rule of all players. Rushing through the forest, Ian came across a giant monster made entirely of wood. But his appearance did not impress Ian, which is why he simply jumped over him, pushing off from his head. Angry that Yang ignored him, the monster hit him, breaking the torch. The knockdown Yang sat down, saying that this monster was something like a mid-boss, and that because of him, he lost his torch. However, Ian immediately remembered that he has the ability of a sixth sense, and that he did not need a torch. Having found the source, Yang went to the boss of the polluted forest, a twisted ancient tree. Ian is surprised that the tree is so big, because in the game it was much more polluted than at the moment. Without paying much attention to this, Yang decided to stick to the plan, finally deciding to use the purified artifact. One of the fruits on the tree tried to strike Ian, but he managed to dodge. Surrounded by a large number of huge, toothy fruits, he began to dodge, trying to get to the tree itself. Continuing to dodge, Yang stuck his hand into subspace, thinking that he could rush into battle, but that it was pointless. Taking out a bag of oil, Ian doused all the fruits in his path, waving the bag in all directions. Throwing out a couple of bags of oil, Yang shot after them with a fire spell, setting them on fire. Lost in thought, Ian stood in front of a tree, surrounded by burning patches of earth. As he originally intended, his actions led to the fire engulfing the entire tree. Looking melancholy at the burning tree, Ian thinks that if he had studied strategies while playing this game, he would not have wasted his skills on useless gray magic. Reflecting on the fact that Yang is still using useless magic, he suddenly notices another weak point. Jumping off the ground, Ian is indignant at why the hell this boss's weak point was placed so high. Suddenly, in the middle of a jump, a tree attacks Ian, throwing him back with streams of steam. Taking out the cleaned artifact, Ian grins, saying that he expected everything when the boss uses his steam technique. Ian describes the steam technique that Wood uses to extinguish a fire in a crisis, immediately after which he uses a powerful long-range attack during which he uses all his heads. The most important thing is that this period takes time, which means Yang can use magical skills. Yang uses the low red magic spell Flamethrower, although thinking that it is for close ranges, but deciding to strengthen it with an artifact. However, Ian notices that the artifact continues to intensify, which makes him decide that something is wrong. The artifact was draining Ian's magic more and more, something he didn't remember doing in the game. Having absorbed enough mana, the stone concentrated Yang's spell, turning it into a destructive, fiery explosion. Yang had difficulty holding back the fire spell, which the artifact intensified to incredible power. When the spell dissipated, only a charred trunk remained in the place of the boss tree. While the burnt armor was crumbling, covering his eyes, Ian realized that this was not the power of the artifact. It simply absorbed his magic and strengthened it. Ian is surprised that the mechanism of the artifact is so different from what was in the game. Ian recalls that in the game he was fully equipped with artifacts and magical weapons. I think that maybe they were all controlled by magical stones. Looking at the tarnished stone, Yang sadly says that the concentration of power has become lower, but he was going to use it more than 50 times. Nothing remained of the twisted ancient tree except a large supply of charcoal. Taking the blade out of subspace, Yang says that he feels sorry for the poor guy and says that he can rest. Holding a torch in his hands, Miguel looks at the clouds of smoke in the distance, wondering what Ian did with all this oil. Remembering the pillar of fire that recently broke out, he is sure that it was the work of Ian. Hearing the rustling, Miguel turned around in fear, deciding that there were still ghouls left. However, Miguel saw Ian coming out of the bushes and was incredibly happy about him. Miguel asks Ian if he's okay, saying that he does not look very good, to which Ian simply asks for a rag to wipe off the dirt. Wiping his face with a rag, Ian thought that he had never imagined that it would be such a tough thing. Immediately after Yang struck the weak point of the tree with his sword, pieces of falling coals created an explosive chain. Ian told Miguel to stay here and figure it out if something happened, while he himself went to Philip and Mave. Philip and Mave are sitting by the fire. Mave leans her back on her sword while Philip watches her closely. Philip calls out to Ian, happy to see him back. Ian asks Mave if she's okay. Breathing heavily, the confused Mave says that this happened to her for the first time because she does not have any illnesses. Philip believes that she was poisoned, but Ian says that since she is an apostle, this is not a simple dark spell or curse that weakened divine protection. Taking up the sword, Philip told Mave to provide his treatment to him, to which Ian objected by asking what he would do. Hearing that Philip was going to cut Mave's wound to remove the infected blood, Ian was slightly taken aback. Ian, feeling Spanish shame, tells Philip to stop unless he wants to kill her. Ian sees something causing discomfort in Mave's left hand, believing it to be contaminated magic. Ian ordered Philip to remove the armor from Mave's left arm, which Philip successfully completed. Under the armor, Mave's hand was wrapped in a rag and oozed dark magic. Philip was shocked by what he saw, calling out to Lou Solar, but Ian confirmed the guest that the cause was the injury received from Dullahan. Ian finds what is happening strange because no matter how strong Dullahan's curse was, it could not overcome the divine power. Remembering the divine power, Yang, without much enthusiasm but out of necessity, prays to Lou Solar. But then his attempt is interrupted by a voice in his head, saying that he can absorb the curse. Feeling that this was swamp hatred, Yang began to think because in the description of the ring, there is no information about absorption. On the other hand, the ring is Dullahan, so there is nothing surprising in absorption. Apparently, the ring doesn't want Ian to turn to God, and Ian is very glad that he is not the only one who hates gods. Ian tells Philip to hold his hand tightly, saying that he is going to heal Mave. Taking off his glove, the snake on his finger begins to move, Shocking Philip, Ian tells him that it is his pet. An indignant Philip says that Mave needs to stay away from corrupt people and monsters, otherwise the goddess will get angry. An angry Ian asks Philip if he thinks he's a spoiled person, to which he awkwardly replies that he doesn't. Ian then tells Philip to shut up and hold Mave's hand, otherwise he will do everything bad that comes to his mind to him. The snake slid from Ian's hand and grabbed Mave's hand, beginning to absorb the curse. Philip, delighted that the curse has disappeared, calls out to Mave saying that they succeeded. Philip, with tears in his eyes, says that this monster really managed to heal her, after which John says that she is in no danger. Suddenly, the snake snarls and hisses at Philip, who was stretching his hand towards it. Frightened, Philip pulls his hand back, asking Ian what's wrong with him, to which Ian responds with ignorance. With a terrifying look, Ian tells the snake to crawl back, causing the latter to submit to the order. Philip asks if it's normal to wear a monster on your finger like this, to which Ian replies that even though he tamed it, the nature of the snake has not gone away. Jan again asks Philip to shut up and bring him a dagger, bandages, and alcohol, while Jan himself uses the first aid skill. Next to the fire was a barrel of alcohol, a dagger, and bloody bandages. To the joyful exclamations of Philip, Mave came to her senses after treatment from Ian. Mave, looking at her bandaged hand, says that she is again receiving help from Ian, although it was her idea to find the root of the pollution. Sitting down on one knee, Ian replied that he had already solved the problem at the root, to the shock of Mave and Philip. Mave, annoyed that Ian again did everything alone, replied that the artifact had taken possession of her. When asked if the magician was trying to desecrate her, Mave refused, saying that he only said that it was brazen to use red magic, and that this man would soon pay. Mave says that he had a specific magician in mind, and that it might help if you understand who he is talking about. When Mave asked if Ian had any guesses, he answered who knows, thinking that the magician had spotted him after all. Waving a shovel, Miguel says that they are wasting time, and that the black magician is much more important. Ian tells him that digging is his unique ability, and if he wants to dig a hole faster, he can use the power of the whiner. Philip says that the large tree was completely burned, and is glad that the fire did not spread further. Mave replies that this used to be a forest of fairies, and they practically do not burn, and that is why many fortresses were built where fairies lived. Mave also says that Ian probably knew about this when he started the fire, which Philip picks up. At the tree, Yang is happy to notice that the seed of the ancient tree, which gives an additional skill point, has not burned. Jan thinks that he can take the advice of the information window and eat it, but this is a bait because there is a hidden quest, and therefore he simply hides it in subspace. Suddenly, Ian heard screams of an incomprehensible nature from below that this was madness. Having gone downstairs, Ian, along with Mave and Philip, came to Miguel asking what was the matter. Miguel says what's crazy is that corpses were found under the roots of the tree. Ian replies that it looks like a sacrifice, which Miguel is taken aback by. Mave asks if this means that the dark magician sacrificed people to raise this monster. Hearing the words about sacrificing people, Mave's eyes widened and her gaze went blank. She immediately remembered her conversation with Ian in the village about how her brother had not written for a month. Having come to the realization of the possible outcome of her own brother's campaign, Mave fell into a stupor, beginning to deny even such a thought. Mave became enraged. A dark aura enveloped her from head to toe as Ian watched her. With a grunt of dissatisfaction, Ian realized that most likely he would have to sort out even more problems. A group of heroes looks in surprise into the hole dug by Miguel. Philip does not believe his eyes. Buried under the roots of the monster's now burnt tree are many human bodies of varying degrees of decomposition. Philip says that they were all killed for sacrifice and suggests that quite a few were sacrificed. Continuing his thoughts, Philip believes that it is possible that Mave's brother Vernon, with whom contact was lost. Suddenly, Philip falls silent, looking at Mave and realizing that it was reckless to say something like that. Mave silently looked at the bodies of the victims, completely immersed in her thoughts. Images of her brother from days gone by appear in her thoughts, but Mave does not believe in his inglorious death, saying that it is better if he died bravely fighting the darkness rather than as a sacrificial beast. But then Mave wonders what if this is really the case, and Vernon was trapped in the darkness before he could use his skills. Angry Mave, clenching her fists, thinks that if this happened, then she will risk everything she has to take revenge. Suddenly, Ian interrupts Mave's thoughts, saying that the longer he looks at this picture, the more convinced he is that this does not look like the methods of a black magician. Philip asks Ian if the magician arranged the sacrifice, to which Ian replies that the method is somewhat different. Yang says that the black magician uses contaminated magical power and has not previously been noticed making sacrifices. Ian continues by saying that the bodies look more like prisoners who were supposed to be transported by the regular army of the city of Endell, taking out shackles from the pit. Handcuffs with a pattern in the shape of deer antlers, as well as a sign on which is written Dave, a regular army soldier. Philip agrees, saying that these are the kingdom's handcuffs and also the IDs of members of the regular army. Yang tells the others to think about why someone who operated in such remote places would risk attacking the army. Philip happily agrees, saying that Ian's words make sense. Mave thinks about what it means that Vernon is not among the victims, but she also realizes how pathetic she is for being captivated by an event that she wasn't even sure about. Ian tells Mave that apparently the goal of the next contract after defeating the magician is determined, talking about Endell. He continues by saying that even if it is not connected with a dark magician, it could be the work of an immoral person, and therefore he will go to Endell and personally find out everything. Mave has no choice but to nod and agree with Ian, saying that he can go. Philip asks Mave in surprise if they really signed another contract, to which Mave notes that it was necessary. Jan tells Philip to bring the horse since the lady has given her consent, and says that if this horse is dead, then he will ride on it. Philip replied that now was not the time for jokes, but did not hear anything in response, and realizing that Ian was not joking, he rushed to look for the horse. Ian turned to Mave, who had drowned in her own thoughts, asking Mrs. Lors to pray for the dead. Not expecting such words from Ian, Mave was taken aback, but Ian replied that in his opinion, it would be better if the gods put their souls to rest. Mave, very encouraged by this request, noted that this was a great idea, saying that she would do it. Mave immediately knelt before the mass grave, praying to the gods to rest the souls of the sacrificial lambs. Yang wonders whether he should be happy that she took on this, because until recently she, by all indications, was deprived of divine power. Ian thinks that if this happened once, it will most likely happen again, but he notes that divine power, although temporarily, will be able to restrain the madness. Mave prays to the sparkling goddess, asking her to take care of those who suffered on this earth and bless their souls so that they can find peace. Mave thought that although there is no evidence that Vernon is dead, she is still very worried, wondering what Vernon is doing now. Suddenly her brother appears in front of Mave, saying that he will surpass her and prove that he is worthy to lead the whole family. Confused Mave, who did not expect to see her brother, tells him that he has already done enough to prove himself. Vernon asked Mave if this was so, to which Mave confidently replied that he did not need to be so zealous. Vernon told Mave that she knew nothing at all, which surprised and confused Mave. Vernon turned around, blood flowing from his eyes and mouth and flowing onto his neck, and he continued by saying that Mave did not know that he was already dead. Instantly, Mave returned back, disheartened by what she had just witnessed. Mave grabbed the visor of her helmet, not understanding what happened, and believing that what happened was a crazy dream. With an unfocused look, Mave looked around, seeing that she was lying on a cart behind the reins of which Ian was sitting while both Miguel and Philip walked nearby. Ian calls out to the confused Mave, asking whether she can be considered as having already woken up. Mave asks Ian how long she slept and wondering where the cart came from which Ian realizes that Mave does not remember anything. Ian replies that they found an abandoned cart along the way, and Ian decided to use it. Mave only agrees, thinking that she cannot remember anything due to the fact that she is absorbed in personal experiences. But Ian says that she woke up just in time. Ian replied that they would soon arrive at the burial forest, which left Mave in a little shock. Looking back at Miguel, Mave asks why they didn't warn her in advance, to which Miguel only looked away in confusion. Ian says that it was he who asked them not to talk, because if Mave had known about this earlier, she would not have been able to rest so well. Ian replied that if Mave had nothing to object to, then she should continue her rest, to which Mave agreed, answering that she would give in to him this time. Miguel continued to exchange glances between Ian and Mave, which is why Ian caught himself thinking that he was going to tear out his eyes. Suddenly the cart stopped. Miguel asked why Ian stopped the cart, to which he replied that it was the horses that refused to go further. Mave tells Ian that the sinister magical power is similar to the one contained in the contaminated artifact right in front of them. Yang agrees, saying that these lands, shrouded in ominous fog, are the border with the lands of evil. Philip asks if Ian means that these lands are cursed by calling them lands of evil. Yang confirms his words, saying that these lands are cursed and corrupted under the influence of the dark wall, and even the laws of nature are different here, so anything could mutate. Ian remembered that they say that you no longer come out of this forest, wondering if you really will be able to get out of it. Mave gets off the wagon, saying that she will not go further, and tells Miguel and Philip to take everything they need. Miguel panics slightly after saying that they are not returning from the forest, but Ian convinces him that the curse will be lifted after killing the magician, probably. Miguel replies that essentially his job was to lead them to the burial forest, to which Ian asks if Miguel is asking to kill him. Miguel replies that he wanted to say that this is a great opportunity for him to prove his loyalty in such a dangerous situation. Philip says that even though he was ready for this, he is still very nervous, to which Miguel replies that he too will eventually have to go there. Ian asks his partners if they are all ready. Mave answers her about her unconditional readiness. Mave continues, saying that she will not back down no matter what happens in the grave forest. Suddenly, Ian feels an evil gaze on himself, realizing that the black magician has discovered him. However, Ian believes that this does not really matter because the magician was not ready to meet the guests, which makes Ian happy to see his stupid face. He continues his thought, saying that it's time for him to pay for tormenting him by sending his monsters, and besides, he needs a reward in skill points. The group moves through the burial forest, surrounded by dead trees and shrouded in fog. Philip asks Ian if they are definitely on the right path, to which Ian says that they are, and that Philip is tired of asking about it. Philip, gritting his teeth, thinks that he shouldn't have asked Ian, remembering how the three of them sat by the fire. Jan told Philip that if he was afraid to go into the forest, then let him say so, to which Philip shouted that he would lead them through the grave forest. Philip didn't think that Ian would actually allow him to lead the group through the forest, but for the sake of the lady, he would give it his all. Seeing that Philip has pulled himself together and is really trying, Ian understands that he is not completely hopeless after all. Yang looks around the area feeling some strange feeling, not understanding what is happening here because polluted mana cannot flow endlessly. Suddenly, the group passed through a dense curtain of fog as if approaching the heart of the forest. Philip joyfully exclaims that he didn't think that they would really succeed. Miguel tells him that he didn't believe in him either, saying that he can directly hear the fear coming out of him. Ian tells Philip and Miguel that they are rejoicing early because all the fun is just beginning, looking at the mausoleum in the middle of the forest. Approaching the entrance to the crypt, the heroes talk about how their journey is not over yet. Ian takes a step forward and says what will happen next, causing Philip to feel relieved. Miguel, on the other hand, does not feel any relief from the fact that they intend to go down to the crypt right now. Ian replies that the decision had to be made even before they set foot on the lands of the grave forest. Now there is only one way left. The heroes, lighting their path with torches, descend deep into the crypt along a huge spiral staircase. Before entering the room, Philip, holding a torch in his hand, asks Ian if they have arrived. The group of heroes entered a large, dark room covered in mustiness and dotted with ruined statues. Philip is surprised that such a huge space can be underground, indignant at how dark it is here. Mave stops Ian, saying that she should say a prayer before they move on. She says that from the moment they entered, her stigmata has been weakening, to which Ian asks what stigmata is. Mave replies that stigmata is a mark that is placed on your soul the moment you become an apostle. She replies that thanks to him, Mave can communicate with God and receive his power, which for Ian sounds like a slave contract. Ian recalls the moments when he almost pledged his soul to the gods, thinking that in this world one could get a knife in the back even from the gods. Ian agrees, telling Mave that if necessary she can pray right now. Mave takes out her blade, stabbing it into the ground and permeating the floor with divine energy. Divine energy enveloped Mave as she knelt in prayer while the others watched in silence. Miguel tells the others that the place is surprisingly empty, looking around into the darkness. The uncomprehending Philip asked what he meant. Miguel replied that this place is called the burial forest and hundreds of bodies are buried here. But he continues to say that on their way they have not yet encountered any remains. Yang interrupts his reasoning. Peering into the darkness with magical vision, Ian says that they need to see it with their own eyes, saying that the magician was preparing for their meeting. Miguel and Philip confusedly ask Ian what he means, but they hear a noise behind them. Suddenly, the entrance to the room slammed shut so quickly that Philip and Miguel did not have time to run up to them. Philip touched the stone slab that closed the passage with his hand, and immediately the walls of the room were covered with dark writings. Young said that this was a spell that caused everything in the tomb to come into action. In the darkness, one can see many glowing violet eyes, but Yang repeated that as he said, "Now everything will begin." An immeasurable horde of skeletons moved towards the heroes from the darkness, led by the will of the dark magician. The skeletons were already approaching the group while Mave continued her prayer and Ian simply waited. Taking out the mace from subspace, Yang snorted, saying that the magician could also hang up an advertising banner with the inscription, "I am a necromancer." Philip, with his eyes wide open, asked Ian where he got the mace, while Miguel asked if he was hallucinating. The skeletons growled menacingly, rushing towards the heroes. Ian was ready to meet them while Mave was still praying. Suddenly, Ian jumped straight into the crowd of skeletons, shouting that Philip and Miguel were protecting Mave, to which Miguel again became indignant about Ian's desire to fight alone. Yang rushed through the hall, belching from the fragments of statues along the way, and continuing to move forward. Yang approached the crowd of skeletons with a mace at his advantage. Most of them did not even pay attention to him. With a blow from above, Yang smashed the skeleton with his mace, crushing his skull into small fragments. As the skeletons began to surround Ian, he used the low-gray magic of a rotating barricade, pushing the skeletons away from him. Throwing back his opponents, Yang strengthened the head of his mace with a rotating barricade spell. Wielding a mace enhanced by a spell, Yang broke through the ranks of skeletons, demolishing everyone in his path. Yang, satisfied with the result of the experiment with the mace and the wind spell, compared the mace's effectiveness with the hammer. Yang felt the magician's gaze on him, directed at him through the skeleton. Yang realized that the magician was watching them, hiding like a rat. Looking at Mave over his shoulder, Ian decided that it was not time yet, and that the battle was still entirely up to him. Yang thought that the more opponents there are, the higher the chance that one of them will die, and therefore decided to slightly reduce the numbers. Swinging his mace, Yang turned to the magician, telling him to watch better as he crushed the skulls of his servants while he himself cowardly hid. Yang's provocation worked, and the dark magician immediately jumped up from his throne, emitting dark energy. The skeletons rushed at Yang even more furiously until the walls of the tomb shone brighter than before. Throwing the mace over his shoulder, Ian thanked the magician for getting angry, saying that now they will see who can hold out longer. All that reaches Philip and Miguel is the dust from the battle. Philip asks Miguel if they shouldn't help, to which Miguel replies that Ian told them to guard Mave. Suddenly, Mave opened her eyes, having finished her prayer, and ordered Philip and Miguel to get out of the way. Yang continues to swing at the evil spirits with his mace, knocking back skeletons and ghouls. Suddenly, Mave rushes towards Ian, shining with divine energy and calling out to Ian. Ian replies to Mave, who is rushing towards him, that she is rather late. Ian stepped aside, allowing Mave to fly next to him at great speed, while Ian only held his chin. Taking the sword by the blade, Mave used the hilt to hit the skeletons, strengthening her attack with divine energy. The ghouls and skeletons that stood in the way of Mave's blow fell into pieces, flying in all directions. Mave continued to deliver a series of swings, sweeping the skeletons out of the way like dust. Smirking, Ian thinks that every time he sees something like this, he feels insignificant. And yet, deciding that it is impossible to just stand and watch, Ian strikes a blow to the head of the ghoul who approached Mave from behind. With a face full of surprise, Mave looked at Ian, and after exchanging glances, both continued the fight. With their mace and blade, Jan and Mave swept away and crushed all opponents who dared to approach them. Philip, watching the battle, only watched what was happening with his mouth open, whispering in admiration. Miguel shouted at Philip, telling him not to stand rooted to the spot and to quickly follow him. Philip and Miguel ran over the bones of the skeletons that Mave and Ian had defeated, trying to keep up with them. Noticing that Mave began to run out of steam, Ian noticed that low endurance was one of her weaknesses, but it was strange that she got tired so quickly. Yang does not think that her divine power has weakened, believing that most likely her connection with the stigmata has weakened. Miguel and Philip, not seeing enemies in front of them, suddenly believe that everything is already clear in front. Suddenly, Yang feels a sharp surge of magical energy, noticing that magical power is flowing through the chains of spells. Suddenly, the walls of the crypt begin to sparkle with magical energy, many times brighter, shocking Philip and Miguel. The bones under Philip's feet, the remains of crushed skeletons, begin to move under the influence of magic. Philip turns around, seeing movement next to him, wondering what is wrong with this skeleton, while Miguel opened his mouth in shock. The remnants of the defeated ghouls and skeletal beings began to gather into one point, shining with contaminated mana. In the place where the bones and bodies came together, they formed a huge mass of mucus, bones, and flesh, which Yang called the Death Drag. Ian is surprised by his appearance because he appeared later in the game, suggesting that there were simply enough corpses here. Philip announced that the drag was approaching, while Miguel, feeling the wall, said that the gate was closed and it would be impossible to escape. To Miguel's surprise, the stone slab suddenly began to move, opening a passage. However, outside the door, directly in front of Miguel, stood a horde of armed and armored skeletons. Yang notes with a grin that this squad should have been in a deeper place, thinking that the magician was well prepared. A group of heroes found themselves trapped, surrounded by a drag of death on one side and a horde of skeletons on the other. Mave tells Ian that apparently they will have to fight an army of monsters, to which Ian tells her not to try to kill everyone, but just to stop while he clears the way. Mave and Jan separated, rushing in different directions under the amazed glances of Philip and Miguel. While Ian uses his mace to sweep away the skeletons, opening the way deeper, Mave holds back the advancing Drug. Each skull killed by Ian was immediately absorbed by the death dreg, strengthening it. Ian notes that the mechanics of the dreg are exactly the same as in the game, and every killed skull is absorbed by it. Ian tells Mave, who is striking the drug, that there is no such thing as infinite magical power. Continuing to smash the undead, Ian says that although there have been some changes, so far everything is going according to his plan. Suddenly Ian notices a ghost floating in the air, wondering what he is doing here. A lake ghost appeared before him, living near lakes and possessing men by absorbing their energy and luring women into the lake, possessing their bodies. Ian says that they were supposed to meet later and wonders if the ghost is also subordinated to the dark magician. The lake ghost strengthened the skeletons, and they rushed at Ian with noticeably greater speed. Scattering skeletons one after another, Ian made his way to the ghost, intending to eliminate him. Yang swung his mace, but the ghost avoided the blow by dodging and ending up behind Yang. Dodging the attack, the ghost aimed at Philip and Miguel, who were in the rear guard. The ghost removed his hands from his sparkling eyes and began to scream heart-rendingly. At this moment, Yang felt that the ghost was using the death throes skill, causing damage and inflicting confusion. Ian realized that if he didn't stop this now, both Miguel and Philip would die. Ian loudly shouted for Miguel and Philip to cover their ears as one of his eyes lit up with fire. Yang immediately created many fireballs around himself, intending to burn the ghost to the ground. Seeing the magic of fire, all members of the group were noticeably surprised. Miguel and Philip covered their ears with their palms. Yang attacked the ghost by shooting at him with the fireballs that he had managed to conjure. The fireballs fried the ghost to a crisp. He only managed to emit a heart-rending death rattle before he became ash. Several more fireballs flying over Mave hit the drug directly, blowing it up from the inside. Philip and Miguel, standing by the toasted drug, turned around staring at Ian. Philip cannot believe what he just saw, but Miguel, seeing the fire magic, was scattered in assumptions. The couple was brought out of their thoughts by a shout ordering them to gather, because the battle was not over yet. The group was still surrounded by undead on both sides. There were only slightly fewer skeletons. The drug was still alive. Ian says that he wanted to hold back this trump card, but now that he has used it, he feels great. Yang again created many fireballs and said that now that he has nothing to hide, he can fight without any hesitation. A series of fiery explosions destroy all the undead in Ian's path, scattering debris from the bodies of skeletons and ghouls. Mave and Philip run to Ian, looking at the fiery explosions. Mave realizes that everything is falling into place. She recalls past situations, saying that she did not expect this, since Ian does not look like a magician at all. She compares his intelligence and education with his secrecy and discretion, and understands that Ian was the red magician whom the warlock was looking for. Another lake spirit hovers over Philip and Miguel. Mave rushes headlong towards them. Thinking that she was once again in Jan's debt, Mave cuts off the hand of the lake ghost. Mave shouts to Ian that she has dealt with the ghost, landing on one knee. Ian shouts to Mave not to lose sight of him because there will be a fork ahead. Mave thinks that Ian is speaking as if he has been here before. Suddenly, Mave is taken aback, noticing a headless corpse in a cape and knight's armor lying on the floor. Seeing the armor, Mave recognizes it as the armor of the royal knights. Images of her brother appear before her eyes. With fear, she raises her hand to the cape. Picking up the nameplate from the knight's body, she sees that the name Charles Carter is written on it. Laughing awkwardly, Mave was glad that the body found did not belong to Vernon. Suddenly, the contaminated magical power of the artifact under Mave's armor intensifies. Mave feels that the energy is intensifying, but at the same time that it does not belong to the dark magician, but to someone else. And she feels that something is calling her on the left side of the fork. Lost in her thoughts, Mave does not notice that Ian calls out to her 3 times, saying that she was careful. Drug was already hovering over the confused Mave, who dropped the sword from her hands. Mave barely manages to raise her sword and strike at the drug, dodging his attack. Philip and Miguel run to Mave, asking if everything is okay with her. Miguel asks if she got hurt again. Ian, rolling his eyes out of anger, shouts at them to stop fussing around and immediately come to him. Before he can tell them to run to him faster, a stone slab appears in front of Ian. Confused, Philip and Miguel stopped holding Mave's arm before they could reach Ian. The stone slab slammed loudly in front of their faces, blocking the path to Yang. An irritated Ian on the other side of the wall wonders what Mave could have seen to behave this way, after which he says that As he thought, they were separated at a fork. Ian, resigned to the current state of affairs, says that there is nothing left to do but move forward. Turning to the horde of skeletons and armored ghouls approaching him, Ian says that all he can do is kill the dark magician. Separated by a wall, Philip asks Mave what they should do while Miguel hurls insults at the wall. Behind the heroes, the inexorable Draw was constantly advancing, and Philip notified the others that the enemies were close. Turning to the only remaining passage, Mave collects her thoughts and thinks about the need to get Philip and Miguel out. Rising and holding her sword, Mave tells Philip and Miguel to follow her while she clears the way. Mave accelerated and rushed into the passage. Philip, who could not keep up with her, invites her to go along, while Miguel asks not to leave him alone. Mave destroys the skeletons on her way, clearing the way for retreat from the drug. Philip asks the hurrying Mave why she sped up so much, offering her his help. Entering the room, the trio freezes. Mave takes a breath while Philip and Miguel look around the room in surprise. In the room, the heroes were waiting for many skeletal warriors, who did not attack them, but allowed them to pass. Philip asks in surprise why the skeletons don't attack them, but just stand there. Suddenly, a voice rushes through the entire room, ordering the skeletons to make way, to which they instantly obey. The owner of the mysterious voice turned out to be a man clad in armor who resembled a knight, who said that they had come to the address. The knight greets Mave, calling her Apostle Laurel, saying that he can simply call her sister Mave. Confused, Miguel incomprehensibly asks who it is, while Philip recognizes the knight's voice. Shocked Mave, not believing what is happening, asks the knight if he is Vernon Laurel. Before Mave had time to ask why Vernon was here, he immediately lowered his visor and rushed at Mave, who had difficulty blocking his blow. Mave, shocked by her brother's actions, asks him why he pointed his sword at her. Laughing madly, Vernon replies that now his time has finally come to surpass Mave. Having thrown her away with a blow, Vernon again raised his blade over Mave's head, answering that he was strong enough to kill Mave. At this time, Ian fights off a horde of skeletons trying to get to the dark magician. Irritated, Ian says that the skeleton can take the mace if he likes it so much, after which he throws the mace and quickly runs on, ignoring the enemies. Seeing a statue of a knight in the middle of the room, Ian enthusiastically remembers that this knight is part of the puzzle. At great speed, Yang jumps straight toward the statue, covering the distance in a split second. Yang landed right on the pommel of the sword of the knight statue, causing it to sag downwards. Hitting the floor, the knight's stone blade opened a passage below into the crypt, bringing Ian closer to the black magician. Yang goes downstairs, saying that in general this is a short exit that is used after killing a dark magician. Ian thinks that even though he knows about the exit, what's the point of leaving if he only killed the mid-boss while the battle between Mave and Vernon continued? The skeletal hordes overtook Ian again, pinning him at the secret exit. Smirking, Ian tells the skeletons that he doesn't mind if they get out of here. Jumping off the walls of the passage, Ian went down the secret passage, going deeper and deeper. Flying next to a huge temple, Ian thinks that even King Agallan doesn't know about this place, because before it was a temple in which fairies prayed to the god of death. Entering the temple, Ian appeared before a dark magician sitting on his bone throne and holding a staff in his hand. The necromancer admits that Yang has gone far, but tells him that this is his territory, which he created with trepidation. The necromancer continues his monologue, telling Ian how he will enjoy reprisals against him because he has enormous power thanks to this cursed land. Interrupting the necromancer's protracted monologue, Yang hits him with a destructive fire spell. Holding in his hand the artifact with which Ian strengthened his spell, he tells the necromancer that he does not learn from his mistakes at all, since he decided to chat after already dealing with Ian. But this spell was not enough to kill the magician, and with screams, the dark magician began to move, emitting dark energy. After Jan's spell hit him, the dark magician grew 2 more arms, while his staff emitted dark energy. A perplexed Ian says that the magician's transformation looks even worse than in the game, and tells the necromancer that he talks too much while he has not yet taken his final form. After which, Yang, again strengthening the spell with the artifact, told the magician to approach if he was not afraid. The dark magician, raising his staff, activated the spell to summon minions, calling on the ancient fairies to answer his call. Dark energy shone around the magician, and the hall was immediately filled with hundreds of screaming skeletons. The dark magician says that in addition to gray and red magic, Ian also brought artifacts with him, but now, having lost them, he does not pose a threat. With shouts that the magician will show Ian how insignificant he is, the warlock sets fairy spirits against Ian. Skeletons surrounding Ian rush towards him, while Ian stands still without moving. The laughing necromancer says that Ian froze with fear when suddenly he soared into the air, The confused magician does not understand how Yang could instantly rise into the air, aiming his staff at him. Concentrating mana in the artifact, Yang says that it is difficult to hit with this skill, but this does not matter since there are enemies everywhere. The entire ceiling of the room was instantly covered with a huge number of fireballs. Yang used a skill called Dancing Flames. The skeletons, opening their jaws, only stood and looked up, sanctified by the flames of the fire. A rain of fireballs immediately covered the entire space of the room, destroying all the summoned minions of the magician. The dark magician shouted in rage that Ian's spell was just childish tricks and began to cast a spell himself while Ian was already approaching him. Swinging his staff, the magician created a ghostly wall, shouting that Yang would not be able to avoid it while in the air. Ignoring the mage's words about the inevitability of his wall, Yang created a fireball in his hand. Throwing a fireball under him, Yang was able to dodge the warlock's ghostly wall with the help of a shockwave. Taking out the previously discarded mace from subspace, Yang enveloped himself in gray magic, hanging right in the air. Yang rushed towards the warlock and caught him by surprise. Trying to protect himself from the blow of Yan's mace, shrouded in a wind spell, the black magician covered his face with his hands. With one swing of his mace, Yang tore off a pair of the warlock's arms, flying past at residual speed. The black magician screamed in pain, having lost 2 arms from Ian's blow, his face contorted in agony. Yang landed on the ground, his mace smoking after the strike, and Yang noted with dissatisfaction that he had missed. Yang stands on the pedestal of the temple. The floor is strewn with fragments of skeletons, and in front of him, on his knees, lies a dark magician who has lost 2 arms. Twisting the mace in his hand, Ian says that as he thought, using this thing is not easy, and that he should continue to study various combinations in battle. Yang continued, saying that he wouldn't have had to study them if he weren't an outsider. The panicking dark magician said that Yang deceived him in order to weaken his vigilance because he had more than one artifact of gray magic. Ian says that the magician is right, which is actually a lie, and says that he has prepared something special for him, which is also a lie. The magician's staff shone again, emitting dark energy, and the magician said that he recognized Yang's power and therefore would fight at full strength. The magician pointed his staff and energy flowed throughout the room, and even beyond. The remains of skeletons from all over the room were drawn straight to the warlock's staff. Yang, without much enthusiasm, notices that the dark magician is moving into the second phase and will become a little faster. The black magician in his second phase appeared before Yan in the form of a huge undead warlock. Yang answered the magician that now his weakness in physical defense is absolutely unimportant because his new form is very predictable. The dark magician exclaimed that he received this power from the void and that he would make Ian realize that death is a blessing, attacking him with a powerful beam of dark energy. Having difficulty dodging the beam pursuing him, Ian notices that it is damn fast. Intoxicated by Ian's running, the magician exclaims to him to run and hide like a rat. Ian understands that the magician is enjoying the process. Ian notices that the same tactics work here as in the game, and now he needs to get around him to reduce the interval. Yang continues to dodge with the thought that the magician will not be able to hold this technique forever and waits for a window to strike. Noticing that the magician's technique was weakening, Yang immediately rushed on the offensive using the Dancing Flame skill. Yang attacked with Dancing Flames down to the feet of the dark magician, which the latter certainly did not expect. Mocking that Yang directed his attack downward, the mage used his dark beam technique again. However, the magician misses because Yang runs under the beam approaching him. The artifact broke, becoming the last enhancement for Yang's Dancing Flame spell. Yang rushed between the magician's legs, going around him from behind, which the dark magician certainly did not expect. Trying to turn into a black magician, he only noticed, discouraged, that he could not move. The magician finally understands that Ian was aiming at the legs specifically to tie them up. Yang notes that due to how quickly the magician realized this, he had enough time to prepare a medium-level magic technique enhanced by the artifact. Electricity shoots out of Ian's hand and he tells the magician that it's too late to rush about. The magician asks Ian if he is going to use gray magic by strengthening it with an artifact. Ian tells the magician that now it no longer matters. Yang uses a medium gray magic spell called Lightning Chain, and the electricity immediately entangles the dark magician. The black magician, incinerated by electricity, froze, still sparkling and beginning to crumble into dust. The mage's body began to crumble and crumble, sprinkling ashes all around while Yang was still standing nearby. From the decayed shell, the black magician remained lying in the dust in his original form. Ian, covered from head to toe in ash, tries to shake it off, saying how disgusting it is. The defeated dark magician asks how it is possible that he can use magic of different colors. Blaming the sword, Yang replied that he was already dead in 3 minutes, and therefore did not understand why he needed this information. In despair, the magician says that he would have defeated Ian if he had more time, the truth of the beginning of time or the power of the abyss. Swinging his blade, Ian replies that to the magician, even if he had more time, he would not have known the truth and would not have learned the secret of immortality, calling him by name, Conrad. Turning around, the magician says that this cannot be and asks how Ian knew his name. Without answering anything, Yang cut off his head with a deft blow to the necromancer suffering in agony. Hiding the blade in its sheath, Yang asked why there were so many questions, because he wouldn't understand anything even if you told him everything. Yang grabbed his head, saying that he had overdone the use of magical power and almost suffered exhaustion. Yang thought that he needed to take the loot. He could keep the magician's staff and use his head as evidence of his murder. Suddenly, dark energy began to emerge from the magician's head, forming the magician's distorted soul. Surprised, Ian is shocked that the boss has 3 phases, saying that this never happened in the game. The spirit of the magician with screams attacks Yan, taken by surprise, holding his staff in his hand. Suddenly, behind the ghost, spaces begin to crack, forming cracks saturated with energy. The space cracks, revealing a huge hole, pulling the soul of the dark magician inside itself. Having completely absorbed the magician's soul, the rift in space closed, leaving no trace behind. Yang wonders if this was the same emptiness that the dark magician was talking about. Yang also recalls that the sectarians from the game said the words emptiness, chaos of the beginning of time, and the abyss. Shrugging his shoulders, Ian says that he wanted to go into the abyss anyway, so that's where he went. Looking around, Ian notices that the spell on the tomb continues to work, coming to the conclusion that the murder of the magician still did not cancel it. Behind the altar on which Yang defeated the magician, a small passage leading inside was discovered. Yang reached the place where the chains of all spells converge, in the middle of which a certain sphere hangs on the altar. Noticing the magician's diary lying nearby, Ian notices that he really kept the diary like a madman, but decides to familiarize himself with the contents in search of important information. From the entries in his diary, Yang learned that the floating sphere on the pedestal is a source of energy. It is also a dark entity of impressive size. Yang notices that its power is different from contaminated artifacts and is more comparable to divine power, after which he says that it would be a pity to destroy the sphere, deciding to trust his internal resistance. Deciding to try to absorb some magical power, Yang touched the sphere with his hand. However, the sphere began to forcefully pull Ian's hand inside itself, making a strange noise. The sphere suddenly burst into a bright, blinding light, illuminating the entire room and blinding Ian. Once inside the sphere, Yang's consciousness floated through space, flying past many planets. Not understanding what was happening, Yang agreed that the view was quite beautiful, and then approached the black hole. The black hole began to pull Ian inside itself, but the attraction suddenly stopped abruptly. Looking around, Ian saw a cosmic glow that illuminated everything around him while he was at the very epicenter. Having difficulty getting out of the sphere, Yang fell with force, hitting the brick floor of the tomb. Shrouded in the energy of the sphere, Ian vomited after such an incredible space journey. Yang began to panickedly shout out the command to open the status window, wiping his mouth after vomiting. Yang began to frantically click on the character panel, increasing the mental strength stat. Covered in sweat and wiping his saliva, Yang said that it was dangerous, and he almost went crazy. Not understanding what the hell was going on, Ian noticed that he had spent 9 skill points, saying that in any case he had already developed other necessary skills. Yang saw a quest panel suddenly appear, which indicated that the task had been completed, which Yang was surprised at because he had not even received the quest, let alone completed it. The quest says that Yan managed to return the fragments torn from the chaos of the beginning of time to the abyss, and the reward was a fragment of chaos. Yang believes that then, this means that the black hole was this very abyss. Continuing his reasoning, Ian believes that the look that he felt on himself belonged to the creature, and this creature was nothing other than an ancient deity, and given what he saw, Yang could only think in this direction. Thinking about the reward he had received, Yang felt a familiar sensation in his chest, the same as from the sphere of the energy source. Suddenly, Yang wondered if this was the same force of chaos that the magician had mentioned. While Ian was thinking about the power of chaos, the battle between Mave and Vernon continued on the tiers above. Feeling the familiar wave of confrontation between divine power and polluted magic, Yang became wary. Ian wondered if the collision of divine energy with polluted energy meant that Mave was injured. The court servants discussed that this time, Mave was chosen as the apostle, not at all surprised by this and saying that she is amazing. Vernon is standing by the mannequins. The maids are discussing that Mave can become the head of the family, because compared to her, Vernon is not so interesting. Mave comes out from around the corner saying she's glad to see that he's training hard and offers him sparring. Vernon, smiling, only answered Mave that she was not ready yet. Mave and Vernon cross blades, parrying each other's blows expertly. Vernon throws a punch at Mave's head, knocking her helmet off her head. Philip and Miguel shout that Mave barely manages to take the blow and ask if she has used up all her divine power. Laughing, Vernon continues the attack, asking Mave what happened and why she can only defend. Suddenly, Vernon freezes at the moment when Ian pierced the dark magician with a lightning spell. Mave silently looked at her brother, calling out his name in a questioning tone. Vernon, with a surprised look, says that he feels that his master's energy has disappeared. Philip asks if she has a black magician under her master, to which Miguel replies that it was probably Jan who killed the necromancer. Mave lowers her sword, saying that if the dark magician is dead, then they no longer need to fight any further. Mave asks Vernon to return home, saying that even though his body has changed, there is probably a way to fix everything. Vernon replied that now that the one who was holding him back was dead, he was completely free, and the first thing he plans to do when he gets out is to burn the hated kingdom to the ground. Immediately after this, Vernon will take the lives of all living things and become stronger. Then he will become the sole and all-powerful ruler of his own territory, just like the demons behind the Black Barrier. He continued by saying that all this will begin after he kills his sister. Vernon rushed at Mave, who was only looking at her brother with a blank look. Suddenly, the dungeon's spell chain sparkled, emitting a bright light and becoming unstable. Vernon immediately jumped away from Mave, slightly shaking in surprise. Philip and Miguel watched in shock at what was happening with the spell chains. Suddenly, Philip called out to Mave, saying that her divine power flared up with renewed vigor. Drops of sweat flowed down Mave's face. She said that divine power was overwhelming her. Vernon laughed, saying that the goddess was probably angry that her beloved apostle first broke off contact with her and then resumed. He continued, taking the sword in both hands, and said that then they would fight with full force. Mave, who did not raise her sword, tried to stop her brother, saying that all this was pointless. But Vernon did not listen to his sister and continued his blind attack. Shouting out her brother's name, Mave raised her blade with tears, realizing that Vernon could no longer be convinced. Vernon jumped on Mave, striking from above, and Mave raised her blade to pierce her opponent. Mave, with a blank look, was doused with blood immediately after the collision between brother and sister. The blade pierced right through the armor, coming out from behind, crumbling the breastplate and spraying blood. Philip and Miguel shout out to Mave in horror, saying that this cannot happen. The blade stopped, slightly scratching Mave's shoulder. Her sword pierced Vernon right through. Philip joyfully proclaimed Mave's victory. Dropping the blade, Vernon coughed up blood, groaning from the pain in the wound. Mave realizes that at the very end, Vernon could not point his blade at her. Vernon tells Mave that his feelings prevented him from delivering the final blow. Standing with his sister's blade in his chest, Vernon said that as he thought, he remained a weakling until the very end. He continued by saying that he hated her for the way she smiled at him without even realizing that she had everything and he had nothing. But in fact, he did not hate his own sister, continuing to train tirelessly. In fact, Vernon just wanted Mave to recognize him as her equal. Vernon continued, saying that in the end, he still couldn't surpass his sister. Mave calls out to her brother in panic, saying his name as his consciousness begins to fade. With tears in his eyes, Vernon tells his sister that he is still happy about this outcome. After all, he always wanted to fight on equal terms with his sister. Holding her dead brother in her arms, Mave continued to call him by name, not believing what had happened. Philip silently looks at his mistress. Miguel asks Mave to calm down. Tears flow down Mave's face, and with a mournful cry, divine energy bursts out of Mave. A whirlwind of divine energy enveloped Mave and Vernon, lifting them into the air, which Miguel and Philip could only watch. Ian rushes through the dungeon, saying that he was so distracted by the power of chaos that he did not notice that the spell had been lifted. He says that the only reason for everything that happened could only be the mid-boss Death Knight. Having turned into the street, Ian recognizes the boss knight in this room as the boss of the night, slowing down with difficulty on the stone floor. Ian froze when he saw a column of divine energy lifting Mave into the air, holding the body of a Death Knight in her hands. Philip and Miguel stand near the pillar of light. Philip says how sorry he is for his mistress. Ian runs up to the guys and asks what happened here, to which Miguel only manages to mumble something incomprehensible. Mave sank to the ground, still holding the body of the defeated Death Knight in her arms. Mave tells Ian that he returned, thanking him for all his help, because without him, she would not have been able to get so far. But she continued, saying that they would not be able to continue their journey together, which Ian did not understand at first. Mave replies that Vernon is dead and that he was here all along, saying that he was already killed and resurrected in order to manipulate him as a puppet. Ian, shocked by this news, thought that he could not even imagine that the Death Knight was Mave's brother. Mave says that she prayed to the goddess to save her brother's soul, but of course she did not answer, because she blames the soul for its sins and does not save. However, Mave then says that if she wants to take revenge for her brother, the goddess will answer her. Ian asks Mave, speaking of revenge, she means that she will kill everyone who is involved in this. Mave, turning around and looking at Ian with eyes burning with fire, replied that this is the revenge that she wants to bear. Hearing Mave's phrase, Ian fell silent for a second, understanding where the bloody avenger had come from. Ian grabbed the blade, apologizing to Mave and saying that he would not allow her revenge to take place. Mave, taken aback by Ian's words, asked with dissatisfaction in her eyes what he meant. Ian responds by reminding Mave that there is a contract between them and that she apparently forgot about it. Jan asks if Mave forgot that she asked him to find out the full picture of what happened with that huge tree, to which Mave asks to cancel this contract. Ian replied to Mave that until now he had never canceled a contract at the request of the customer. Moreover, he never left the customer alive who unilaterally tore up or did not pay for the contract. Ian says that Mave will have to fight him. It's not that difficult, and if she intends to kill a lot of people, she'll just add him to this list. But Ian continues with a piercing look, saying that otherwise, the Lady Knight will die. Mave gets up from her knees, retreating from her brother's body, and clearly dissatisfied with the words she heard from Ian. Philip tries to calm Mave, but Miguel immediately covers his mouth with his hand, saying that he does not understand the current situation. Mave, with a look full of hatred, asks Ian if he was really going to kill her. Mave and Ian exchange piercing glances as the tension between them continues to rise. Mave exhales powerlessly, saying that today she has already lost one person dear to her. Calming down with tears in her eyes, Mave says that she doesn't want to lose another one. Ian asks if this means that Mave will not cancel the contract, to which she agrees, saying that their agreement continues. But Mave also says that she will still take her revenge, to which Ian replies that he does not intend to interfere with her, but does not know whether she will be able to succeed. Mave asks what he means, that her path is unrighteous or that she cannot cope alone. Ian agrees with both theses. Mave asks Ian, who is sheathing his sword, what will happen if he helps her take revenge? Ian replies that then, the story of her revenge will be completely different, but they will talk about it when they get out of here. Philip and Mave carry out Vernon's body, placing it in a cart that is driven directly to the crypt. Miguel tells Ian that he is amazing, which confuses Ian, and he asks what Miguel means. Miguel tells him not to pretend that he didn't know that Mave wouldn't kill him even though she wasn't herself. Ian tells Miguel that he didn't know, which shocks Miguel, and then adds that once you start making exceptions, there will be no end to them. Ian thinks that he did not want to kill her. His plans were to force her to obey, even if he had to tear off her hand, although in this state she would go crazy and die, which Ian did not want. Ian finds it surprising that Mave even grabbed the sword. It is obvious that madness was raging inside her, and it was not easy to suppress it. As a result, Ian was never able to prevent Mave from becoming an apostle bringing vengeance. Approaching John and Miguel, Philip asked if they really had no boundaries at all. Miguel told Philip that he didn't understand anything and shoved a skewer of meat into his mouth. Ian asked Mave if she mourned her brother. She said yes, adding that it was only thanks to him. All four are sitting by the fire, pondering what happened to them inside these cursed lands. Ian asks Mave if she is okay, saying that now she has become an apostle bringing vengeance, and a lot has changed in her. Yang noticed that the red divine energy was different from the previous one, which confirmed that she had become an apostle bringing vengeance. Mave replied that now the goddess will grant her strength only to carry out revenge. Now Mave's powers are extremely limited, but when it comes to carrying out revenge, he will gain even greater power. The main restriction that you will lose your power after suffering injustice disappeared as soon as Mave became an apostle of revenge, which allows you to do anything for the sake of revenge. Mave replied that she did not regret her choice, but all her life she would regret that she could not kill the black magician with her own hands, saying that, driven by personal feelings, she missed revenge. Suddenly, Ian threw a bag the size of a soccer ball at Mave's feet. Yang said that this was the head of the magician and that she could take it with her. Having opened the bag, Mave saw the magician's head. Ian continued saying that the battle with him was the most ordinary. Philip coughed theatrically and asked if he had killed the magician with magic. Ian caught himself wondering why he didn't ask. answering that it looked like that. Miguel, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingers, tells Philip that he is giving him advice because he is worried about him, saying that he has no ingenuity, asking if he even thinks before asking. Miguel continues his monologue by saying that he hid his magic so that they would not know about it. But since there was no other choice, he used it to save them, and therefore they should just pretend that they didn't see anything. Philip apologized to Ian for the questions, then thanked him for saving him. He continued by saying that he would take Ian's secrets to the grave, but Ian, with a wink, replied that this was great. Mave tells Ian that she owes him additional compensation for killing the dark magician and asks what he wants. Ian thinks that at first he wanted to keep all the loot for himself, but in the end he made concessions, saying that he wanted something worthy. Hearing Ian's demand, Mave thought for a moment, selecting the required board. With a sudden movement, she removes her sword from her belt, handing it to Ian as compensation. Philip is indignant when he tells Mave that this is her sword made of Imperial steel, to which Mave says that that is why it is a worthy reward. Noticeably surprised, Yang, thinking that he certainly did not expect to receive her sword, says that he will handle it well. Taking the sword in his hands, an information panel appeared in front of Yang, in which a description of the blade was written. Ian recalls that in the game the blade was a simple trophy, but now it has not been desecrated and therefore has no restrictions other than recovery time. Mave tells Ian that although this sword is not so famous, it has been with her for quite a long time and therefore will be useful to Ian. Taking out a blade shining with blue light from its sheath, Ian answered Mave that the blade was amazing. Ian thought that the balance of the blade was good, it was heavier than it looked, and therefore he could swing it as easily as Mave. But if he couldn't handle it, he could always invest a couple of skill points in strength. Mave tells Ian that from now on he will temporarily replace her, and hopes that he can get to the bottom of the truth about what happened to the village in Orendel. Mave also asks Ian to make sure he comes back alive. Smiling, Yang replies that the only thing she has to worry about is herself. Ian tells Mave that if he wants to take revenge, she needs to be extremely careful, that she must hide her feelings, and she cannot kill anyone until he returns. Mave just nodded silently, but Ian continued by saying that she should stay alive because someone should pay him for the information that he finds out. Mave agrees with Ian, saying that she vows not to make a fuss until Ian returns. Miguel asked Mave and Ian if they had finished discussing all the important matters. Miguel pulled his hand into his bag, saying that they had all suffered recently. Taking a small keg out of his bag, Miguel, with the face of the happiest man, asked how about a drink. Philip is shocked by the fact of the presence of alcohol. Ian wonders how the keg survived in the dungeon, while Mave replies that today you can drink. Miguel says that's a great idea, saying that after everything they've been through, they can't leave without drinking. Ian, just like Mave, agrees with the idea that on such a day, you can have a drink. While Jan and Mave calmly drink drinks, Miguel colorfully tells something to the hanging-eared Philip. The moonlit night illuminates the crowns of the trees, and a burning fire can be seen in the middle of the forest. Ian, illuminated by the light of the fire, holds a mug in his hands next to his face, lost in thought. Yang thought about it, saying that he could clearly see what was happening in the dark forest in the middle of the night, without even resorting to magical vision. Sitting on a log, Ian wonders if a fragment of chaos caused this. Behind him, 2 corpses lie by the fire. Behind Jan, a man is kneeling with a bloody eye, grunting and coughing. He asked Jan how this is possible. A man with a scar on one eye and blood on the other eye asked how Ian could drink poisoned alcohol and remain okay, because an elephant would die from such an amount of poison. Smiling and hitting the bottom of the mug on a log, Ian asked the man if he wanted to know how this was possible. Approaching the man, Yang thought that he had put a lot of effort into the immunity skill in order to survive in the 4th chapter. The wounded man took the blade out of its sheath with a trembling voice, shouting to Yang not to approach. Ian pulled out the sword Mave had given him and effortlessly blocked his one-eyed opponent's attack. The bandit was horrified to see that from the blow of Jan's blade, his sword was covered with cracks at the point where the blades touched. Jan's blow broke off the bandit's blade, breaking it in 2 and throwing the bandit back. The bandit begged, begging Ian to listen to him while he tightened his grip on the hilt of the broken sword in his hand. Yang pierced the man's hand, preventing even the slightest attempt to resist him. Yang was indignant at the bandit's move, saying that if he plans to kill someone, he should be ready to die himself, to which the bandit only howled in panic. The bandit said that this poison should have made Jan fall unconscious, so that it would be easier to rob him, but Jan took the mug standing on the log in his hand. Yang spun the blade stuck into the bandit's hand, causing him to scream in pain. Ian poured the poisoned contents of the mug directly into the screaming bandit's mouth, causing him bewilderment. Clearing his throat, the bandit realized in horror that Ian had given him their own poisoned alcohol to drink. Demonstratively showing that he had poured out the entire contents of the mug, Ian said that if the bandit told him the truth, then he would leave him alive. The bandit shouted, calling Yang a bastard, while Yang quickly ran through his vessels and the veins on his face turned black. Immediately, the bandit vomited, sprinkling the ground next to him in a pool of blood. Having sheathed the blade, Yang said that if the bandit had told him the truth, he would have died painlessly. Yang turned around, hearing tense sighs mixed with screams behind him. The sound came from Philip, who, with a noticeably tense and frightened face, pierced one of the bandits with a sword while covering himself with a shield. Looking at Philip's frightened face, Yang said that even his face began to look more courageous. Sighing wearily, Philip asked Ian why he didn't help him after defeating the rest of the enemies. Ian replied that, as he had already told him, what was happening was different from their usual walks. After leaving the grave forest, the group of heroes split into two parts. Mave, taking Miguel, went to the royal palace to report on the battle in the grave forest. In addition, Mave ordered Philip to hit the road with Ian. Not expecting such a request, Philip asked why suddenly, to which Mave replied that even though it was just a request, she did not want to send such a valuable witness as Ian alone. Mave said that Philip would help Ian and witness what he would have to go through, to which Philip objected by saying that he was her squire. Mave replied that they had Miguel, asking if he would be her squire, to which Miguel happily agreed. Ian wondered if Mave did this on purpose, because she needed another witness, and decided that Philip would be suitable as his assistant. Ian thought that since Philip had made many mistakes, he could pay off his debt by telling Mave that he understood what she wanted. Ian continued by saying that her request would be dangerous for Philip, because he could die, asking if he would be okay, smiling maliciously. Not paying attention to the extremely frightened Philip, Mave answered Ian that he was a very worthy warrior and squire, not to mention his determination. Mave put her hand on Philip's shoulder, saying that on a journey with Ian he could learn a lot, after which she said to serve Ian faithfully and gain experience. Ian had no choice but to sigh languidly and agree with his mistress's words. Ian told a tensely breathing Philip that as long as he was with him, Philip should be able to make at least some contribution to their common cause. Ian thought that Philip was much more talented than he seemed, and then reminded him that it was he who asked Ian to join the group around the fire because night had fallen on the forest. Inhaling exhaustedly, Philip thought that in this situation he had nothing to say because it was true. Philip wonders, telling Ian that perhaps he wanted Philip to have a similar experience of seeing the kingdom without embellishment, to which Ian asks why Philip gives this situation any meaning. Jan threw a bandage into Philip's hands, telling him to give himself first aid and finally get up from his knees. Philip asked Ian if there was anything left, to which Ian said that they had to do the most important thing. Pointing his finger at the bodies by the fire, Ian continued saying that the most important thing is to sort through the things of the dead. An indignant Philip asked if Ian meant that they needed to pick their pockets, to which Ian replied that in fact it was just a transfer of ownership, adding that he had probably seen this often in the border area. Continuing to be indignant, Philip said that then it was the return of stolen goods, but now they are simply going to take other people's things for personal use. After Philip shouted that stealing from the dead was completely unacceptable, Ian hit Philip on the head, and Philip froze, illuminated by a bright light. The source of the bright light illuminating Philip's face was a wallet filled to the brim with coins. Philip immediately rushed to rob the corpses, which he had previously found unacceptable, but Ian thought that Philip was too excited since he imagined himself to be a knight. Ian looked in surprise at Philip, who was sparkling with pride from having received a new belt, gloves, sword, and shoes from the corpses. Jan and Philip approached an ornate chest encrusted with precious stones. Yang thought that the chest was sealed too well for the skills of his now-deceased guards. Before trying to poison Ian, they said that they were transporting cargo for Lou Sade. Philip interrupted Ian's thoughts by asking if he just wanted to open it. Believing that perhaps Ian missed this quest in the game and that it would be better to open the chest during the day, Ian knelt down next to him. Taking the chain of the chest with his hand, Yang tried to drag it into subspace, but it seemed to push the chain away. Philip looked questioningly at Ian, while Ian thought about the fact that he was experiencing a strange feeling next to the chest. Taking the dagger out of its sheath, Ian told Philip to move away, which he immediately did. Filling the blade with mana, Yang struck the chest many times, trying to split the largest stone that replaced the lock. After the lock on the chest broke, the chest slowly opened on its own. There was a whiff of magical energy from the chest, and something quickly rushed towards Jan, who only looked in amazement. Philip called out to Ian in fear, watching helplessly how quickly everything happened. The mysterious figure attacked Ian, pushing him by the shoulders with his hands, knocking him down. The mysterious creature hit Ian to the ground with force, without giving him the opportunity to react. Having come to his senses immediately after the blow, Ian concentrated to take a closer look at what attacked him. To his surprise, Ian discovered that the creature that attacked him had long pointed ears, white hair, and bright red eyes. Ian looked in shock at the person frozen above him, realizing that what appeared before him was none other than an elf. Having looked closely, Ian realized that the girl in front of him was a difficult elf, believing that she was something else. Suddenly, the elf who had previously seemed pretty opened her mouth, revealing huge fangs. Philip, shocked by what was happening, immediately rushed to the aid of Ian, who was fighting with the elf. Yang pulled out a dagger and intended to hit the elf with it, but the girl easily bit the blade, breaking it into fragments. Retreating, the elf, as if nothing had happened, spat out the remnants of the steel from the crushed dagger. Smiling mysteriously, the elf told Ian that he smelled delicious. The puzzled Yang realized that she was locked in the chest because she could not be placed in subspace, because living beings cannot be in it. Yang remembers that she is the only vampire elf in the game world who drinks real blood, Tessaya. In the future, she should be reborn as Empress Jin Yul after she absorbs the vampire lord of the Lusard Kingdom, so she is an important boss character. However, Yang wondered why the vampires entrusted the order for her transportation to such weak mercenaries, which makes the whole picture seem even stranger. Tessaya tells Ian that she could have escaped alone, but thanks him for his help and offers a quick death. Throwing away the stub of the dagger, Yang asked whether to gnaw a person's throat was her usual gratitude, to which Tessaya replied that she was simply hungry. However, Tessaya continues, saying that looking at Ian, she realized that he was not one of those whom she would easily eat. Yang tells Tessaya that she understood everything correctly, preparing to draw her sword. Tessaya smiles, holding her chin with her hand, telling Ian that he is overly hot-tempered. Then he says that he promises that he will not forget his smell, because it is so sweet. Suddenly, Tessaya turns around saying they will meet later, and therefore tells him not to die until then. After which he jerks away from Jan and Philip, exploding the soil beneath him, while Philip only screams in surprise. A drop of sweat rolled down Ian's face when he said that he didn't think it would jump out of the box. Philip asked Ian if it was okay that they didn't chase after her, to which Ian replied that they wouldn't have kept up with her, and she herself promised to find him. Philip says that she is unlikely to be a simple elf, and they probably released the monster, to which Ian says that she would have gotten out on her own, and the mercenaries caught her in daylight. Ian tells Philip to forget about what happened, telling him to check the horses, to which Philip asks if they will go now. Ian asks Philip if he wants to wait until the other monsters come to smell the blood. Untying his horse, Philip complained that not even a day had passed on his travels with Jan before he was almost killed by mercenaries. Philip continues by saying that after a collision with a strange creature, worse things cannot happen, after which he prays to Luz Solar that this is true. The main characters arrive in Endell, the kingdom of Agelan, in the middle of the night, observing the shabby houses in the suburbs. The heroes approached a small tavern in the suburbs, the shutters of which were closed. Philip and Jan went inside the tavern. Philip, with a tired look, entered first. Jan walked behind. In the tavern, several men were sitting at the table. At least one of them turned his attention to the heroes. Philip, in a half-whisper, invited Ian to sit at the table in the back of the room, pointing his finger at him. Ian displeasedly asks if they have to sit in the corner right like this, to which Philip says that if a fight starts, it won't hurt them, because last time he almost died. Jan thought with a smile that Philip had become much more distrustful, because they slept in the open air many times while passing through villages, and Philip learned a lot. But he continued the idea that despite this, Philip is still a child, and therefore no one will seriously see him as a paladin squire. Philip asked Ian in a whisper what they were going to do next, to which Ian asked why he kept whispering. Philip says that they can be heard, to which Ian replies that he doesn't mind others hearing, because if they look calm, they won't pay attention to them. Ian says that they will stay here for a few days and see the situation, because it will be strange if they suddenly start asking about the missing soldiers. A waitress approaches Ian and Philip's table, asking what to bring them. Ian asked what passable food they had, to which the woman replied that it was nothing special, adding that she could bring sausages or they could order stew and bread for dinner. Reaching under his coat, Yang says to bring everything listed, adding that there are many mercenaries in the tavern. After which he extended his hand to the waitress with a silver coin in it and asked what needs to be done to receive good requests. The waitress, embarrassed, immediately grabbed the coin from the smiling Ian, saying that there was no need to immediately take on a large contract because a conflict would arise. She continued by saying that although the place looks ordinary, it has its own rules, and first you need to take something insignificant, or the same request that others do not want to take because of the danger. Ian smiled, saying that they just needed something dangerous. A man who was previously sitting at a table in a tavern returns to the tavern in the morning, complaining that he drank too much yesterday. Entering inside, he saw that many people had gathered at the table, which made him wonder what was the matter. One of the men greets the hungover mercenary, calling him Patton and inviting him to join their bet. When Patton asks what the point is, he replies that the guys who came last night went into underground tunnels that were dug by fairies. Patton asked again, saying that the tunnel was full of waste, after which he realized that they were following a four-eyed cannibal crocodile. The man answered Patton that most likely it was, to which Patton said that they were crazy, because there were only two of them, after which he asked what the bet was. The man replies that it depends on whether the two return by midnight. If they return, then someone takes the money. If not, then buys everyone a drink. Patton thinks about it, remembering how he saw the couple yesterday, and that he noticed the aura emanating from Ian. The man asks Patton why he doubts, saying that he will just get drunk in the evening for free. Patton replies that he would rather bet on the two that they will be back by midnight. The regulars are surprised, asking if Patton is serious, to which he replies that he will make good money if the couple returns. While the man with the scar who is collecting bets says that Patton is a good guy, another guy says that he looks like one of them, and that's why he liked him. Patton grinningly tells them to stop, jokingly calling them assholes and suggesting that they find another guy to mock. Suddenly everyone heard an incomprehensible noise, which is why they fell silent and began to listen attentively, asking what it was. Hearing the noise again, one of the mercenaries put his ear to the ground, saying that it sounded like a vibration coming from underground. One of the mercenaries, in disbelief, asks if it could be those guys, when suddenly a powerful explosion occurs in the tunnel. The roar that followed the explosion shook the entire tavern, and the patrons grabbed their heads. Suddenly the noise stopped and everything was quiet. The tavern visitors looked around in surprise, and the waitress looked out from behind the counter. Patton asked in surprise if these sounds really meant that the guys managed to cope while the door to the tavern opened behind them. The door to the tavern swings open, and Ian and Philip stand at the entrance, at which the visitors look in surprise. Philip and Jan throw the mangled body of a four-eyed man-eating crocodile onto the floor. Ian tells the others to call the main ones because he and Philip caught a monster from the underground tunnels. The hostess, who threw down her mugs in surprise, only asked in bewilderment what they were saying. Philip, to his surprise, angrily and displeasedly shouted to call the guard or the chief, and immediately, two men dressed in armor carry on a stretcher the head of a four-eyed crocodile killed by Jan and Philip. The locals are clamoring in surprise that they really killed the monster from the tunnels, saying how huge it is. Locals continue to argue, saying that they used oil because even the water was burning, while others say that they used a sledgehammer because even the walls were shaking. A discouraged man in armor, apparently a guard, asks if Jan and Philip were really able to catch the crocodile. Philip and Jan are sitting at a set table. Jan says that during the battle the aqueduct was damaged, and therefore it would be worth sending masons there. The confused guard says that he understands them, adding that the reward will be paid within 3 days. After which, having loaded the crocodile's remains into a cart, the guard and other soldiers leave. Ian complains that he has already swam 3 times, but the stench from the sewer has not gone away. Ian continues to complain, saying that he also cleaned the equipment, but the smell does not go away, saying that it's a pity that there isn't at least cucumber soap. Philip says that such an experience in life is worth getting only once, because he won't be able to stand it the second time, to which Ian agrees. Looking around, Philip tells Ian that apparently since yesterday, the attitude towards them has changed. Young replies that in the world of mercenaries, everything is determined by skills and ability to live, and now no one will look askance at them. Suddenly, the heroes hear behind them a joyful exclamation of "Gentlemen," addressed to them, from which they turn around. Turning around, they see Patton beaming with joy, pleased that he found them, with another person walking behind him. Patton tells Ian and Philip that thanks to them, his bet worked, thanks to which he can walk and eat for a whole month. Patton turns to the hostess and tells her to bring food to this table for the gentleman, which he will pay for. Patton asks if Ian minds him sitting down, to which Ian replies that only if he doesn't talk too much. Patton says that Ian's personality is as tough as his skills, and then introduces himself, sitting down next to Philip. Ian and Philip answer Patton half-heartedly and introduce themselves in return. Philip notices that the man who was walking behind Patton is now standing next to them and watching. Patton tells Ian that he can't let anyone in their area not talk about such a talented person, asking if he came from afar. Ian tells Patton that they came from the swamps, which throws him into a stupor. Patton laughingly says that Ian probably doesn't want to talk about it because he doesn't insist, then asks where he worked, saying that he's probably famous somewhere. Philip intended to object, saying that this was very similar to an interrogation, but Ian gave Philip a glance to understand that it was not worth it. Ian tells Patton that what he said is enough to prove that he is not a criminal, after which he gets down to business, but not to Patton, but to a man who actually has something to say. Yang asks why the noble is acting like a commoner, then adding that he is acting like an influencer from the shadows. The guy, scratching the back of his head, says that he didn't think that he would be figured out so quickly, asking if his game was so bad. Patton apologizes to the guy, turning to him as a master and saying that he let him down, but the guy says that the fact is that Ian cannot be deceived. Sitting down at the table, the guy apologizes, saying that many mercenaries have criminal pasts, so he needed a little verification. Nodding, Ian says that he understands and that he accepts his apology, for which the guy thanks him. The guy introduces himself to Philip and Ian formally, calling himself Declan Beauchard. Philip is shocked, saying what if he is Beauchard, which Ian continues by saying that then he is Lord Orendell's son, then asking why he would check the identity of a simple mercenary. Declan replies that his duties are managing mercenaries, and he was eager to meet such talents as Ian and Philip. Yang recalls that despite the number of mercenaries, the city is quite peaceful, believing that in the game, this was an additional parameter that was not explained. Philip tells Declan that as a young lord he has taken on a difficult job and apologizes for being rude, to which Declan replies that he is not a young lord. Declan continued by saying that he was born out of wedlock and his mother was a free citizen. Ian asked if Declan was sure of his identity or if additional evidence was needed, to which Declan replied that this was enough, after which he suggested getting down to business. Declan invited Jan and Philip to work together under his leadership. Ian and Philip look at Declan in shock. He continued by saying that he wants to appoint them as a centurion and adjutant. Philip asked in shock if Declan was gathering regular troops from mercenaries, to which Declan replied that there was a war ahead, and he, unlike other lords, did not intend to neglect the mercenaries. Ian asks if they got permission from the king, to which Declan answered naturally, because it would also be good for his father. Ian says that Declan enjoys being the leader, to which he replies that he does not deny it, adding that if they survive, they will become big shots in the world. Smiling, Declan asks Ian if he made a tempting offer. Ian, looking at Declan, analyzes his laid-back behavior, honesty, and serious style of speech, noting even his eyes and facial expressions, thinking that this is impressive for a villager. After which he tells Declan that he cannot give him an answer now, which causes Declan to be indignant and ask why. Ian replies that he initially took on another request, saying that Declan's proposal is not so insignificant that he could take it on without completing the previous one. Declan first says that they were taking on the crocodile, after which he adds that apparently Philip and Ian were going to Orendell on another request. Declan says he will help Ian fulfill his request, but in return he will consider his proposal. Ian agrees, adding that if that's all Declan wants, he thinks it's easy. Philip turned around apologizing and saying that this way their request would be revealed, looking at Patton. Declan, turning to Patton, agrees, citing the unwritten rules of mercenaries and asks him to leave, to which Patton agrees. Patton retreats to a company of mercenaries while Ian and Philip intend to discuss the matter with Declan. Declan reads the sign that says Dave is from the regular army, logically assuming that if the sign is there then Dave is dead, asking if he was transporting prisoners before he died. Yang says that everything is correct, saying that their first goal is to find the person who gave the order for transportation. Declan asked what happened to the owner of the tablet, to which Ian replied that they could not give details, saying that he was unjustly killed. Declan asks unfairly if Ian is implying that there are corrupt people within the regular army. Ian replies that Declan probably knows more about this, to which he replies that, to his shame, he knows little about what goes on inside the regular army. Declan continued, saying that the army was commanded by his father and his successor Mason. Ian says that if that's the case, then Declan won't be able to help them. Declan replies that he himself was interested in their request and asks to wait, saying that they will receive everything they need, giving Beauchard's word. Declan told Ian that he had learned details about Trooper Dave and the prisoners he was transporting, discovering a common trait among the prisoners. Declan says that each of the guys either grew up orphans or lost their parents. Ian asked if this meant that they took those who no one would look for, and Declan replies that this is so, because their friends and relatives believed that the guys had gone to Agellan. In Agellan, they were given orders to transport a man named Bradley, the right hand of the commander, Declan's brother named Mason. Declan asked Ian what they would do now. Ian replied that he wanted to talk to Bradley without unnecessary ears. Declan is surprised by such a plan from Ian, confusedly asking, should I talk to him? He says that Bradley is a very cunning man, and that Ian will have a hard time getting him to talk. In response to Declan's words, Ian plunges a dagger into the table at which they are sitting. Ian told Declan that he knew a good way to get him to talk, namely that there was magic that could make anyone talk. Hearing Ian's words, Declan laughed loudly, holding his chest with his hands. Having calmed down, he said that he would like to see this magic in action, asking if he would stick a knife into him as well as into the table. Yang replied that there was nothing that he could not do, asking for a place for negotiations. Declan stood up from the table laughing, telling Ian to wait because he would send a man for him when everything was ready. Declan said that the preparation would not take much time, adding that he was interested in how Ian's request would end. Rising from the table, Declan shouted to the regulars that they weren't drinking very actively, ordering everyone a glass at his expense, to which the crowd exclaimed with delight. Ian told Philip, who was sitting opposite, that this is how Declan would do all the dirty work for them, to which Philip replied that Ian had a clear talent for manipulating. Ian told Philip to continue talking as if nothing had happened, asking if he knew what Ian asked him to do. Philip replied that he did everything as Ian asked him to, after which he said that he also has talents, but did not hear a reaction from Ian. He continued. He told how he followed Declan, saying that his route differed little from usual, without significant deviations. At the same time, Philip learned about Declan's reputation. I'm surprised that Philip did even what he didn't ask him to do, to which Philip replied that he didn't have a choice because all the residents of Endell liked Declan. Philip also said that he learned that Declan's mother was killed several years ago. Although the Marquis considers Declan his son, the eldest son, Archduke Mason, considers Declan only a nuisance. Residents of the city began to worry that when the war began, Declan would be sent to the most fierce battles, and that he would return only after being dead. Philip summed it up by saying that Declan does not look like a spoiled person, or he hides the fact that he is a corrupt person very well. Looking at Declan, Ian says that he hides it too well, and then says that it is unlikely that he worships chaos or darkness. But Ian added that he felt as if he could smell the blood on his hands in advance. Ian was sitting on the bed in his room thinking, with a book next to him and several leaflets on the floor. He thought that after spending a few days in Endell, he had gotten a better room, and that the women were being too polite to him. Concluding that this was for the best, he opened Conrad's book next to him in an attempt to find something useful in it, thinking that in the end, the priest's words were true, and everything he had read was true turned out to be a lie. After studying the book, Ian came to the conclusion that these are typical memoirs of a psychopath, since not a single magical formula or rule makes sense. Sighing, he added that for him who studies magic thanks to experience points, the entire text of the book is even more absurd. As Ian thought, the one who lured Conrad into the catacombs was an Dullahan, and together with his servant, Conrad was going to go out into the world at the right time to plunge the kingdom of Dullahan into chaos. And they had to do this so that the creatures of the void would descend to the earth, so that the ancient gods would rule on it, and not the current gods and demons. Ian slammed the book shut, thinking that he seemed to feel nauseous again. Yang, surrounded by void energy, reflected on the power of chaos, thinking that it felt like very pure magical or even divine power. He thinks about how absurd it is, that he again feels the power of chaos, wondering that such power could only be used by a few heretics and demons or corruptors. Ian recalls an addition to the game Aquilonia, called the Decayers, in which you could choose the side of the decay, changing your specialization, skills, options, and even quests. It was possible to switch to the side of decay at any time, but the risks were high because the character's level was reset, and it was unclear how the main characters would react. But there was an exception, since during the quest of Apostle Lou Solar, it was possible to obtain the power of chaos without any restrictions. Clenching his fist, Ian decides that this is even better, and that he should study this power better, because his magic is no longer enough for him. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of his room, and upon hearing the knock, Ian turned around. The door opened and Philip looked out from behind it, asking if Ian was sleeping. He said that Declan's man said that the place for negotiations was ready. Getting out of bed, Ian notes with a smile that Declan is doing a good job with the assignments. Yang headed to the appointed place to console the one who sacrificed his people to the darkness with sword and fist. Ian and Philip arrived at the place Declan had prepared and saw a man tied to a chair with a bag on his head. The tied man screamed and moaned heartrendingly, jerking in his chair from side to side. Ian told Declan, who was standing to the side, that he had chosen a great place for negotiations. Declan smiled and told Ian that he was just waiting for him here. Tearing the bag off the man's head, Declan said that here he was meeting his mistress named Rose. Having removed Bradley's gag, Declan arrived in time, telling Bradley that he was glad to meet him. Bradley screamed, asking what the hell was going on, and asking where Rose was. Declan told him that he did not know where Rose was, suggesting that she was sleeping at home. Bradley says that it was Declan who set the trap, and asks if he knows what will happen if the Archduke finds out about this. Declan replied that Bradley had better think about himself, because it's not he who wants to fight with him, but those two at whom he points his hand. Approaching Bradley, Ian was delighted at the long-awaited meeting, but Bradley replied that he was seeing him for the first time. Ian says that everything is correct and that he also sees him for the first time, after which he shows the sign, telling Bradley that the guy whose name is written on it knew him firsthand. Beginning to panic, Bradley asked Ian where he got the nameplate. Ian says that a ghost gave him the tablet, asking him to find the one who buried him under an ancient tree. Bradley was about to tell Ian that he didn't know anything when Ian suddenly grabbed him by the face. With a piercing look, Ian let Bradley know that he couldn't get away with it and that he should start talking. Letting go of Bradley's face, Ian gave him a final warning by asking him one more time. He asked on whose orders the subordinates were sacrificed, to which Bradley again tried to excuse himself. Well, just before Bradley finished saying that Ian was talking some nonsense about trees, Ian broke a finger on his hand. Letting go of his already broken finger, Ian repeated the question whose order it was, but Bradley continued to persist. Bradley shouted, asking if Ian knew who he was as Ian broke the little finger on his other hand. Bradley collapsed and howled in pain, looking at his broken finger. Turning to Declan, Bradley told him that he knew that Declan was mean and stupid, but he could not believe that he was deceived by Ian and allowed him to torture him. Without waiting for an answer to his question, Ian proceeded to break the next finger. Ian asked Bradley where he was looking, saying that he should focus on their conversation, because there was still a lot of things in his body that could be broken. Ian promised that, of course, he would make sure that Bradley did not lose consciousness and felt absolutely everything. Unable to withstand the pressure, Bradley shouted that the one who gave the order was the Archduke. Ian asked if he meant Archduke Mason Beauchard, asking why he would give such an order. Bradley was again going to say that he didn't know, but Ian, without listening to him to the end, broke his middle finger. Screaming and crying, Bradley said that the Archhertz had ordered the road to be blocked. Bradley said that blocking just one road from Magellan to Endell would give him a strategic advantage in the coming war. Continuing to be surprised by what he heard, Declan loudly repeats the phrase, strategic advantage. Holding Bradley by the broken finger, Ian said that Marquis Beauchard probably knows about this, to which Bradley agreed, saying that this is what Marquis Beauchard wanted because he said that it would not take much time. Looking at Bradley, Yang said that the strategic advantage of not taking much time to prepare means that the Marquis wants the independence of Endell and the founding of a new nation. Bradley shouted that this was true, saying that this was exactly what he heard, after which he said that he was simply following their orders. Bradley continued by saying that making small sacrifices for Endell's eternal glory is a small price to pay. Ian smiled, saying that it was just a small sacrifice for a great cause, to which Bradley said that it was, saying that he didn't want to do it, but someone had to. Suddenly Ian, with a completely serious face, says that Bradley only made up a lie of this magnitude to hide the fact that he is a depraved man. Bradley again tries to object, turning his head away and saying that Ian is talking incomprehensible nonsense. Unexpectedly for Bradley, Ian pulled out a dagger from its sheath, after which he cut off Bradley's hand with one swing. Bradley screamed in pain. Ian grabbed him by the head, saying that the games were over, because if the king is corrupt, then Bradley cannot help but be one. Ian asked what Bradley was promised: immortality, power, strength in exchange for cooperation. A shocked Bradley confirmed Ian's thoughts and then asked how he knew all this. Bradley asked him if anyone else knew about this. Ian replied that it was possible because he himself did not know about it. Jan said that he only knew that the Archduke was a corrupt person, and therefore assumed that the Marquis Beauchard was the same. In turn, Bradley, without realizing it, revealed all the cards to Ian on his own. Bradley was about to shout his displeasure, but Ian silenced him with a rag. Drawing his dagger again, Yang said that in gratitude for his cooperation, he would plunge the dagger into him to the hilt. Suddenly, Declan stood between Ian and Bradley, telling Ian to wait with the murder. Declan said he didn't mind killing him, but suggested that Bradley explain everything to him first. An irritated Declan tells Ian that it turns out his father is preparing an uprising and is even behind the murders, not understanding what it is. He also added that they have not yet dealt with the allegations against Bradley. Ian interrupted him by saying that Declan wanted to get a promise from Bradley. Declan turned around at the noise he heard behind him, asking what that sound was. They saw how Bradley, sitting on a chair, began to change and mutate, tearing his clothes. Ian immediately throws Declan away, hitting him against the wall and breaking the boxes standing against the wall. Unsheathing his sword, Ian told Philip to protect Declan. Philip pulled out his sword and stood in front of Declan, telling him to stay behind him. Transformed into a monster, Bradley stood in the middle of the warehouse, screaming and waving the tentacles protruding from his body. In the blink of an eye, Yang was above the monster's head, swinging his sword towards its neck. With a blow from the tentacle, the monster deflected the blow of Yang's sword, and his blade only slightly cut through the tentacle. Bradley tells Ian with a grin about how weak his punches are. He continued by saying that he was afraid that he would never be able to get his body back after accepting this great power. Ian asks if the monster thinks he's weak, calling him a muscle bastard. Bradley replies that no, he doesn't consider him weak. He's just bored with Ian, but he won't let him go without a fight. Ian replies that these are typical words of someone who is about to die. Yang fills his sword with power. The blade of the sword is surrounded by radiant energy. Bradley cannot believe that he is seeing divine power, saying that such a non-entity could not receive it. Swinging his sword, Yang speaks again. He again speaks in typical phrases. Philip and Declan watched as Ian swung his blade and jumped at the monster. Unwilling to accept defeat, Bradley attacked Ian with all of his tentacles at once. But Bradley's attack does not help, and this time Ian's attack cuts Bradley's tentacles. Still on the offensive, Yang continues to attack, and the next blow cuts Bradley in half. Bradley's body, vertically cut in half, lay on the floor, smearing the floor with blood. Still alive, Bradley looked at Ian, approaching him in horror, after which Ian cut off Bradley's head with one swing. Shocked by what he saw, Declan asked who they were, asking if they were really simple mercenaries who had come to fulfill a request. Ian, covered in blood from head to toe, looks indifferently as Philia nods in response to Declan. Turning around, Philip confidently tells Ian that this is just a role, but Ian replies that he should do what he wants. Sheathing his sword, Philip intends to reintroduce himself to Declan. Philip began to list the titles, namely Hunter of Swamp Dragons, Slayer of Dark Spirits. Ian listened in amazement as Philip talked about werewolves, tree monsters, clearing the forest, and beheading a headless horseman. Pointing his hands at Ian, Philip introduced him as the only true representative of Mrs. Mave Laurel. After which, smiling, he said that he in turn was Philip, bowed, saying that he was the master's servant. The Lord of Endell, Marquis Beauchard, asked if the victims who would be sent to Dullahan were ready. Archduke Mason told him that the transport of the victims was scheduled for the morning. However, Mason misspoke, and the Marquis asks his son what's the matter. Mason thinks that nothing has been heard from Declan lately, but decides not to voice the thought to his father. Smiling, Marquis Beauchard tells his son not to worry about anything, because the old dear will not be able to leave Endell. Patton opened the warehouse door, asking if the gentleman had finished his business. Patton, along with the mercenaries who came with him, froze in surprise. They saw the body of the monster, next to which stood the bloody Ian and Philip with a blade drawn. Declan told the newcomers that they were just in time and politely asked them to clean up the place. Patton, not understanding, asks what this all means, wondering where Bradley went. Declan told him that the corpse of the monster in front of them was Bradley. One of the mercenaries immediately said the word corruptor, saying that Bradley most likely was him. The rest of the mercenaries immediately began to panic and shout that the person who held the high position was corrupt, and that if the top of the kingdom found out about this, they would immediately send troops to Endell, but Yang indifferently said that he was leaving. Declan stops him, saying that Ian said that he had no doubts about Declan. Ian replied that at the moment he had no doubts. Declan asked Ian to tell him what to do next. Ian replied that Bradley said about other corruptors, which means they need to be dealt with. Declan asked if Ian was talking about his father and brother, the Archduke and the Marquis. The mercenaries, shocked by such news, fell silent. Yang replied that he meant them. Suddenly, out of the blue, Declan started clapping his hands, telling Ian that this was an excellent answer. The mercenaries begin to think that they heard something they shouldn't have and glance at the door, intending to escape. But Philip blocked the escape route, slamming the doors and blocking them with himself. Declan asked that if so, would he stay for a couple of days, because if both the feudal lord and his successor died, the territories would plunge into chaos. Yang, with his eyebrows drawn together in displeasure, replies that what happens to the earth is not his concern. Declan replies that he can tell Ian something that will make his job easier, and he agrees to listen. Declan says that Ian and Philip can easily sneak into anything, but asks if it's worth continuing to hide, suggesting they enter through the front door. Ian asks if Declan is planning to start a rebellion, to which he replies that he just wants to pass judgment on the corrupt. Ian asks if it is true that after the verdict, Declan plans to take the throne of Endell. With a smile, Declan replies that he will have no choice. But Ian, realizing that Declan will start a rebellion so that his power is recognized, thinks why he should do something that will only benefit Declan. Ian turned away and told Declan to remember that he was just a mercenary and that it would be difficult for him to pull off something like that. Declan smiled slyly and said that it was worth announcing right away that if Ian helped him, he would receive a generous reward. Unexpectedly, a quest window appears in front of Ian's face, inviting Ian to help Declan take revenge. Ian, confused that the quest window popped up so suddenly, asked Philip what he thought about all this. Philip, lowering his head, said that the territories needed a lord, and that if we got evidence that the feudal lord and his successor were corrupt, even the king would recognize Declan's legitimacy. Ian asks if Declan is going to bring the heads of the Marquis and the Archduke, which he confirms, saying that he is obliged to kill at least one of them with his own hands. With a blank, maniacal stare, Declan says that killing these two means a lot to him. Ian doesn't care about Declan's motives, so he offered to conclude an agreement. Turning to the mercenaries, Declan, with a terrifying face, says that Ian has already agreed to help him, asking if they will join them. Declan continued by saying that this was their chance to get a good position based on merit, asking if that was what they wanted. Suddenly, Patton shouted out that this was the moment he had been dreaming about since he began serving Declan. Turning around, Patton asked what they were waiting for, because such an opportunity would not come again, given the outstanding warriors who would fight with them. The mercenaries cheered up here, saying that this was their chance to break out of commoners into nobles. Ian tells Declan to make sure everything goes perfectly, because they won't get a second chance. Declan tells Ian not to worry, saying he's never had a second chance in his life. In the morning, bells rang in the city, the doors of houses opened, and people came out of them. Ian walked with Philip, glancing at the other mercenaries and wondering why everyone was so alarmed. Declan and Patton met Ian. A carriage drove up behind them. Declan said that they were leaving without delay. Ian replied that they could go if he was ready, noting in his mind that Declan was very excited. A squad of mercenaries led by Ian, Philip, and Declan set out. Philip asked Ian if they had enough strength, because there were about 30 people with them. Declan replied that this number of mercenaries was quite enough for them. Suddenly, people began to come out from everywhere, from old people to children, and follow Declan. These were residents of the slums, and even those who lived outside the walls of the fortress. Declan asked if that number was enough for them. Ian said that probably half of Endell came out, saying that attracting such a number was probably not easy. Declan replied that it was not as difficult as Ian thought, because he gave them the opportunity to discover new facts. He told them whether their friends or family members were alive or dead. A huge crowd approached the massive gates of the stone fortress. The guard standing at the gate immediately demanded to stop, looking out from behind the fortress walls. Doran asked Declan what exactly was going on and what it meant. Declan asked Doran to bring his brother and, if possible, his father here. Doran shouted out, asking why they came, because no matter how you look at it, it looks like an uprising. Declan replies that Doran is wrong, and that it was the Marquis who betrayed Endell. Like the entire kingdom, he shouted that they betrayed even the gods and became corrupt. Doran, in absolute shock, asked Declan to wait, prohibiting further progress. Suddenly, Doran heard a voice behind him saying, "Speaking of the corrupted," followed by the blows of a cane on the floor of the walls. Ian waited for the Marquis Beauchard to finally appear, remembering that in the game he played the role of a benevolent father. Doran shouted, "Hail Lord Beauchard on the wall." Declan bowed, telling his father that they had arrived. The Marquis asks Declan why he is doing this. He said bad things about the state, and talks about some corrupt people who raised an uprising, and says that Lou Solar is watching everything. A man appeared behind the Marquis, shouting that it was Declan who ended up in trouble, calling him an ungrateful boy. Lines of crossbowmen with suspiciously red eyes immediately lined up along the walls. Archduke Mason asked Declan on what basis he said all this nonsense. Ian took a breath as the rest of the decomposed appeared. Declan replied to Mason that he was glad to see him. Declan said that everyone gathered here knows that the soldiers were unfairly given over to be torn to pieces by the demon during their transfer to other territories. Declan says that these people were their relatives and friends, after which he holds up a document saying that he has a list of dead soldiers. Mason replies that Declan decided to frame him, presenting only this as evidence, saying that he repaid his father's kindness with false accusations. Declan says that of course the evidence is not limited to the list, asking where Mr. Bradley went because he is somehow not visible. Mason thought about it because they lost contact with Bradley 2 days ago, asking Declan why he needed him. Declan says that if they think about it, they won't see Bradley again because they brought him with them. With a snap of Declan's fingers, a carriage with a coffin in it drives forward. The mercenaries remove the coffin from the cart and then empty its contents onto the ground. The Marquis and the Archduke were shocked. Just like Doran, the soldiers on the walls could barely contain their nausea. Declan shouted for everyone to look carefully at the pile of monstrous remains, because this monster was Bradley. Doran couldn't believe that Commander Bradley was in front of him. The soldiers on the walls were panicking. One of them shouted that it couldn't be Bradley, because he didn't even look human. Declan said that Bradley admitted that he, just like the Marquis and the Archduke, was corrupt, and that the Marquis, on whose orders they were sent to slaughter, was guilty of the death of the soldiers. Mason, saddened by Bradley's death, said that Declan must be completely in despair if a monster brought the corpse and was talking all sorts of nonsense. Suddenly, a little girl stepped out of the crowd, asking Mason what happened to her brother. She showed Trooper Dave's name tag, saying that she was told that he was living well in Aguilon, asking why he was then buried in the forest. People from the crowd began to shout out their questions, following the girl's example, asking what was wrong with their family and friends. Suddenly, the Marquis knocks his cane on the floor, saying that he understands the feelings of those present. The Marquis said that he was sorry because he could not understand how difficult it would be for the residents. He said that if the soldiers were really sacrificed, they would form an investigation team and send it in search of answers. And the Marquis also asked the king to investigate the suspicion of mutiny. In response to accusations that they are corrupt, the Marquis promises to demand an inspection and a decision from the Imperial Church, asking whether this is enough to calm the anger of those present. Suddenly, people fall silent and freeze. After hearing the words of the Marquis, he began to doubt. Suddenly, Mason intervenes, saying that if everyone is happy, then let them go back. After which he shouted that if they stayed, they would be considered traitors. Yang thought for a moment, thinking that it was precisely this moment that bothered him, because regardless of the worlds, the policies are the same everywhere. This is a battle that can only be completed the first time, because the second time it will not be possible to gather such a number of people. And if they had come with similar speeches a second time, mass executions would have been unavoidable. However, looking at Declan's satisfied face in spite of himself, Ian realizes that this is not the end. Declan told his father that he had agreed to accept the investigation of the king and the Imperial Church. The Marquis asked what he means by this. Declan replied that he knows the right person. He asked Philip and Ian to do the same thing they did before. With a wink, he says that if possible, it would be nice with all the regalia. Philip was taken aback by Declan's request, but Ian began to understand what was going on. He stepped forward while the guards on the walls were whispering that it was he who had killed the monster from the dungeon. Mason laughs, asking if he really is a mercenary, and then says that of course he is a mercenary if he was hired. Philip, in a calm, languid, and collected voice, tells Ian that he intends to introduce him. After which Philip immediately shouts out, "Apostle Torin and Guardian of the Southern Borders." Accompanied by the surprised faces of the crowd and guards, Philip introduced Ian as the owner of the sacred sword of Aguilon, which belonged to Mave Laurel. Then he summed it up with the words, her only official representative, and whose judge the strict goddess loves so much, pronouncing his name, Ian Hope. Not forgetting about himself, Philip modestly introduced himself, saying that he was his squire. Declan said that Lord Hope is a witness to Bradley's corruption and is also the one who condemned him. Declan then asked if Ian was now qualified to investigate. The Marquis shouted that this could not be, and that if he was the official representative of the Apostle Toril, he might turn out to be a paladin. Ian uses magic to exchange his sword for Mave's, thinking that he can show them everything with his help. Yang pulled the blade from its sheath, divine energy enveloping him down to the base of the blade. The guards immediately believed that he was a paladin, and a girl from the crowd fell to her knees with her hands folded in prayer. Mason told his father that apparently Ian really is a paladin. Yang immediately began to rush towards the main gate of the citadel. The Marquis orders the guards to shoot, but they object because he is God's apostle. Mason takes out his sword, saying that anyone who disobeys orders will lose his head. Under threat of reprisal, Mason ordered the guards to shoot Ian with crossbows. Yang easily deflected all the bolts flying at him using the rotating barricade spell. Pushing off from the wall, Ian flew up, his feet level with the faces of the guards. Approaching the Marquis and the Archduke, Jan told the latter that the sentence pronounced by the goddess was death, after which he struck, a wave of energy from which hit Mason's hand holding the sword. Mason's hand, continuing to hold the sword, separated from the body and went flying. Blood began to flow like a fountain into his hands. Mason screamed heart-rendingly while the Marquis watched in confusion. After landing the blow, Yang landed on one of the battlements of the wall, in front of two guards. The hysterical Mason shouted for the guards to immediately grab Ian, but they only looked at each other in fear. Ian tells the guards to stop, and that today he will limit himself only to the blood of the corrupted. Declan, standing at the gate, shouted to Doran to call off his soldiers. Doran turned around, calling out to the guards and regular soldiers, telling them to retreat, saying that this was not their battle. Throwing away their spears and crossbows, the guards immediately began to run from the wall. Mason, holding his bleeding hand, tells the Marquis that they should retreat inside the castle. Mason turned around, thinking that they needed to buy a little time so that Mason's supporters could get here. In addition, he remembered a man nicknamed Old Deer, thinking that he would have no choice but to send troops, because Endell was a strategic point. Turning to the Marquis, Mason saw something dark rising up his neck. Mason asked his father in fear what was happening to him. The frightened Marquis asked Mason if he didn't see the sign of the sparkling goddess among the soldiers. He says that divine energy was collected on the weapons of each of the soldiers. Meanwhile, Ian, still standing on the wall, grins looking at his ring. At the moment when Ian jumped onto the wall, he took off the glove from his hand, thinking that it would be nice if the Marquis lost his temper. Ian doubted whether it would work, but the snake that took the form of a ring bit his finger. A small, dark entity in the form of a snake immediately bit the Marquis on the neck, leaving dark marks. The Marquis continues to go on a rampage, shouting that he realized that Ian is the same Apostle Torin they're talking about. Shouting out that he would not receive any sentence, the Marquis howled, and a dark force enveloped him. The locals standing at the gate saw the Marquis's actions, which made them convinced that he was truly a corrupt man. Doran is surprised that Declan's words turned out to be true, while Mason is indignant at why his father was reincarnated so suddenly. Dark energy developed from the Marquis in a dense stream, scattering throughout the surrounding area. The soldiers did not have time to wonder what kind of particles were flying in the air, when they immediately began to scream in agony and cough up blood, and their veins darkened. The converted soldiers immediately attacked their sane colleagues, biting them like animals. Suddenly, the infected soldiers rushed through the open gates straight towards the civilians. Philip prepared to meet them. Declan shouted that they had gone too far. A battle ensued. Philip fought back with the mercenaries. Declan ordered not to let a single soldier pass. The Marquis, standing on the wall, conducts a monologue about how the power of the god of emptiness given to him differs from the power of false gods. Yang attacks the Marquis. The blow of his blade lands on the old man's hand. Having blocked Yan's blow, the Marquis laughed, saying that no force could overcome the power of a true god. The Marquis says that since everything started earlier, their plan to mutate everything that exists will have to be implemented ahead of schedule. Ian says that be that as it may, it is still difficult to find someone who is corrupt without dialogue. After which Ian uses the lower gray magic vacuum explosion, cutting off the hand of the Marquis holding the cane. While the shocked Marquis looked at the severed hand, asking how this was possible, Yang had already pointed the sword at his throat. Ian replied to the Marquis that he should have started acting instead of chatting. The Marquis panicked. Seeing Ian's magic, he asked if he was really the incarnation of Torin. Ian answers the Marquis that he was not called the Apostle of Torin, after which he chops the Marquis with smooth movements. The Marquis, chopped into pieces in his death throes, looks at Ian's back. Irritated, Ian says that he wanted to do everything cleanly, sheathing the blade. Philip, who had broken through the soldiers, was already hurrying towards Ian, calling out to him. Covered in blood from head to toe, Philip asked Ian if he was finished. Ian says that he is still in the process, throwing Philip a bag with the Marquis's head, telling him not to lose it. Having hung the bag on his belt, Philip went to help the soldiers with a sword at his advantage. Looking after Philip, Yang quips, saying that he is finally capable of something. Declan shouted orders to Doran to focus on saving people. Approaching Ian, Declan asked if he was okay, to which Ian said that Declan himself could see everything, saying that the Marquis was dead. Declan thanks Ian, saying that he doesn't know how Ian did it, but thanks to him it will be easier for everyone. Ian asked Declan where his brother had gone, because when the Marquis showed his true appearance, he ran away. Declan replied that Mason took advantage of the commotion and fled inside the castle. Declan, with a scary expression on his face, says that the man who was the successor simply ran away without doing anything, saying that he needs to be taught a lesson. Very young Declan, wearing a straw hat, stood lost in his thoughts when suddenly someone called out to him. He was called out by a woman holding a basket in her hand, who told Declan that the Marquis had sent them an apple pie as a gift, saying that he was not abandoning them. Declan's mom was eating apple pie, smiling contentedly. Before Declan even touched the cake, he was thinking about how glad he was that his mother was finally smiling after such a long time. Declan doesn't even get a chance to taste the pie before his mother jumps up and grabs his arm, blood streaming from her mouth. Declan watched in shock as his mother, still holding his hand, fell onto the table, choking on blood. One of the soldiers pierced the old man with his sword, who obviously could not fight back. Standing in the stables, Mason shouted for a horse to be brought to him urgently, saying that this was the order of the Marquis. Kicking one of the support pillars, Mason was indignant that the last thing he would see in Endell was a stinking stable. Mason plunged headlong into plans, saying that when he arrives in Dullahan, he will find the old deer there, after which he will gather an army and kill everyone. Mason asked his henchman why he still hadn't brought him the horse. However, Yang had already pierced his henchman's chest from behind with a sword, leaving him no chance. While the body of Mason's henchman fell to the ground, Ian asked him who the old deer was. Frightened by Ian's sudden appearance, Mason asked him where he came from. Behind Mason, Declan had already cut down another assistant who was supposed to bring the horse. Declan smiled, saying that he had finally found his brother. Mason says that Declan is an ungrateful piece of trash, and that he will not get away with it after what happened, to which Declan replied that the same applies to him. Declan asked Mason if he really thought he would be safe turning his back on God. Mason, saying that Declan was talking nonsense, attacked Ian with a sword. Yang easily blocks Mason's blow, to which the latter is indignant, saying that he will not leave a wet spot on Yang. Ian ironically notices the similarity of the characters of father and son, after which he cuts off Mason's second hand with a quick blow, leaving him armless. While Mason was hunched over screaming about his severed hand, Ian said that he was tired of talking, and that Mason should have mutated a long time ago. Ian tells Mason that people like him cannot use power unless they concentrate. Mason on his knees called Ian a bastard, after which he slowly began to concentrate the power to transform. In response to such an attack, Ian also cuts off Mason's left foot. Declan watches indifferently as Ian chops Mason into pieces. Having thrust the sword into Mason's second leg, Ian says that he is ready to pacify the desire to immediately cut off his head if he answers the questions correctly. Recalling his encounter with the forest werewolf, Ian asked Mason who he meant when he said old deer. Mason looked at Ian in shock and already intended to answer the question asked. Suddenly, Ian turns the sword stuck in Mason's leg, causing him incredible pain. Mason immediately blurted out the answer to the question, calling the name Duke Regis Brant. Declan was surprised by what he heard, after which he asked if Regis Brant was not His Majesty's uncle. Ian experiences genuine delight mixed with anger from the fact that he finally learned the cherished name. Mason shouted contentedly that the kingdom was in their hands, and that the king was just a puppet who thought he could win this war. Ian grabs Mason by the face, thanking him for the information, and adds that he has no need for language now. Mason, sitting down next to Ian, stopped him, saying that he had a request. He asked Ian to let him take his brother's tongue. Ian told Declan that this was a good offer, to which Mason was noticeably indignant. Ian replied that he kept himself as promised, but Declan is not that kind of person. Declan grabbed Mason by the face, saying that he had no idea how long Declan had been waiting for this. Declan says it's been so many years since his brother gave him and his mom an unforgettable gift. He says his mother practically bit through her tongue to come to her senses. Declan said that this is why he wanted to one day cause his brother the same pain. Mason shouts at Declan to wait and listen to him first, but this does not stop Declan. Rain poured down on the blood-stained bastion of the citadel, along which Declan dragged his brother's body along the floor. Raising the half-dead Mason by the head, Declan says that he follows the will of the Apostle Torrin and executes the one who has turned away from God. After which, in front of a crowd of residents, Mason's head is blown off his shoulders. Patton joyfully shouts that their new lord managed to defeat the corruptors. The people began to rejoice, shouting, "His Excellence Marquis Declan Bouchard." Events move to the throne room. The king sits on the throne, with nobles lined up on both sides of him. King Agellan Erwin II asked those present what they thought about the recent meeting with Lady Mave. Someone in a black cloak and black hair stepped forward, saying that Mrs. Mave was just paranoid. He says that she returned to the palace and provided the monster's corpse as proof of the activities of the corruptors, saying that this does not prove their conspiracies in Agellan. Someone from the crowd opposite condemned the man for calling Mrs. Mave, a paladin representing Agellan, as paranoid. The king interrupts the argument by saying that he thinks Mave is being too dramatic, by saying that he will order her to stay home for a while. The old man sighs, to which the king replies that he understands his concern for Mave, but says that they need to investigate. And he answers the old man that he, Uncle Duke Regis Brant, should understand this perfectly well. A day after inheriting the throne, Declan Beauchard, along with mercenaries, identified corrupt people among the minions of the past Marquis and Archduke, and then executed them. Philip approached Ian, saying that it seemed as if the smell of blood had spread even here. Ian told Philip to concentrate on the search, because if there was no material evidence of Regis Brant's presence in the basement, he would have to go into the sewer. Philip says that if Brant is corrupt, then no one will believe them without evidence, because he actually performs all the duties of the king on his behalf. Philip said that he had met him a couple of times at the border, and then he seemed like a wise and merciful man. Listening to Philip's words, Jan suddenly notices with his magical vision that the mannequin with armor and the brick next to him are filled with magical energy. Ian presses on the brick, after which the mannequin moves, revealing a secret passage. Scratching the back of his head, Philip said that the gentleman, as expected, found something again. Philip walked ahead holding a candle. Ian followed him. Having examined the walls, Yang took up the sword. Everything around was covered with engravings that did not allow the eye of God to pass through. Philip says that suspicious engravings, books, ceremonial daggers, and even a strange artifact that looks like a bead no longer surprise him. While Ian opened the spatial pocket and was looking for something in it, Philip asked if he could ask Ian a question, to which he replied no. Ignoring Ian's refusal, Philip asked if he was not a fire mage, because mages can only use one type of magic. Then he asked how Yang used other magic then. An irritated Yang said that this happens, after which he added that this is not magic at all. Pulling out a chain chest from his pocket, Jan asked Philip if he wasn't worried about the kingdom. After all, judging by the way Philip hesitates, he doesn't care that Brant wants to destroy the kingdom, saying that he needs to take everything that is suitable as evidence. Looking at the bead, Yang says that it is something not related to chaos, because it is not even polluted, believing that he understands this thanks to the power of chaos. Ian thinks that he will be uncomfortable meeting that creature again, but wonders if he should study the power of chaos to unravel the Duke's plan. Yang touches the sphere, after which he is immediately sucked inside. Being inside the sphere, he immediately feels something reminiscent of emptiness, but at the same time something different from what it was last time. Floating in weightlessness, Yang wonders whether this is another manifestation of emptiness or whether there are many emptinesses. Yang feels someone's presence, believing that this is not a transcendental being because he is still intact. And looking at all this emptiness, it seems to him that this is the consciousness of another decomposed person. The silhouette turned to Ian, asking who he was and whether he was someone's apostle who had penetrated this abyss without permission. When the silhouette asked him if Yang was an apostle of chaos, he made a displeased face, not understanding the question. Someone apologized to Ian, saying that he did not want to offend him, when suddenly Ian asked him why he decided that this was an apostle. The figure began to talk about chaos and emptiness merged together, gradually interrupted by the growing noise of interference. Suddenly the connection was broken, and Yang again found himself in a secret room near the sphere. Frightened, Philip asked Ian what happened, but he answered that it was his question, wondering how everything looked from the outside. Philip replied that some kind of energy circled around Ian and then disappeared as if it had leaked somewhere. Ian replies that if it was leaked, it was not so important, with a rather sinister smile on his face. When Philip asked if everything was okay, he replied that everything was fine. Yang feels that the fragment of chaos has become larger, believing that in this way he can increase the amount of chaos power. Smiling good-naturedly, Ian thought that he had another reason to kill the corruptors. Philip fearfully asks Ian if everything is okay and if he has become a victim of black magic, to which Ian replied that yes, since he's still alive, telling him to take care of the evidence. Yang thought about the silhouette's words that he could be an apostle of chaos, believing that this could be true. Declan asked Ian if what he provided was really enough. Adjusting the bracer on his hand, Yang replied that yes, this is quite enough. Yang thinks that the items he received are of the highest level from those that he is able to test, believing that maneuverability in battle will be good. Declan also provided them with a new horse and gold coins, which according to Ian is even a lot, but he says that he will not refuse. Declan laughs, saying that it is a bribe, and asks Ian to tell the king that the new Marquis is very loyal to the kingdom. Ian replied that it would not be difficult for him to do it, regardless of whether it is true. Declan replies that he wouldn't lie about something like that, asking if he can call Ian by his first name. Ian says that he can at any time, but it doesn't matter, to which Declan replied that he's a little embarrassed to call him that. Declan asked Ian if he really didn't want to stay as his right-hand man, to which Ian replied that he couldn't stay in one place for long. Declan says that he is actually very worried because now that the uprising has succeeded, the mercenaries will start causing trouble for him. Ian told Declan that if he was worried about wild dogs, he should get some hunting dogs that would fight for him. Ian tells Declan that these are those who were abandoned by their owners and who now long only for death. Declan realized that they were talking about officials who survived the purge. Ian directed his horse to the gate, wishing Declan good luck. Philip bowed and said that they would see the Marquis again someday. Patton came out from behind the wall and called out to the Marquis, who immediately turned around. He said that the locals had already gathered at the castle and were waiting for his speech. Looking after Ian as he left, Declan thought that he remained a mystery until the very end. Meanwhile, at the Laurel family estate, the maid came out of the room with a full tray of food. Someone asked the maid if the lady refused food again. The maid replied that since her return, she has only been looking out the window, as if expecting to see someone. Jan and Philip followed the road along the forest path. Philip asked Ian if he found anything in the book he was reading. Ian replied yes. Jan replied that this evidence was enough to prove that Duke Brant was a corrupt man. Philip was enthusiastic and asked Ian what evidence he could find, asking if they would finally punish the traitor. Ian asked Philip if he knew what he wanted. Philip replied that he should keep his mouth shut. Judging by the book, Ian decided that Beauchard did not know about Brant's true intentions, believing that they were all just his puppets. Yang thinks that in any case they will disappear as if they never existed, because as long as such crazy people exist, their world will not be destroyed. And at this time, the countries are thinking about wars with each other. Philip suddenly called out to Ian, informing him that they were at a fork in the road. He says that the road to the left leads to the city of Balk, and to the right leads to Agalan. While Philip reasoned that since Ian managed to find evidence they should go to Agalan, Ian only slammed the book. Philip asked if Jan really wanted to go to another place. Jan told him to shut up. Ian wonders what to do, thinking that there must be a quest somewhere, because when the game is all over, he will not be able to set foot on Agellan's territory for some time. After some deliberation, Ian still chooses which direction they will go. The path they chose turned out to be a path leading straight to Agellan. A man in a raincoat was running down the street looking around chaotically as if looking for someone. Noticing Philip and Ian, the man takes off his hood, and it turns out to be Miguel, who says that he's very glad to see them. Philip immediately pounced on Miguel, hugging him, saying that he did not think that he would ever be so glad to meet him. Yang asked the guard if they could now go into the city, to which he timidly agreed. Miguel tells Ian and Philip that they don't look like themselves. Ian replied that his face has become twice as big. Ian asked if it was because the food was good here. Miguel replied that he would be lying if he said no, inviting them to follow him. Although they had come a long way, they still had to overcome the fortress wall because the name of Laurel is located in the central part of the city. Philip says that Miguel was like a local. He even said hello to the security, while Miguel answered Philip that he easily adapts. Before Ian's eyes, there was a picture of the massacre in the capital. Ian looked around while Miguel told Philip that he now felt like a mercenary. Philip asked what happened to the lady because he thought that she would come out in person, to which Miguel dodges the question. Miguel tells his companions that Mrs. Mave is now under house arrest. Philip shouts in disappointment to the whole street that the king does not intend to hunt down the corrupt. Miguel replied that the king did not change his decision even after he was presented with evidence. Miguel says that even after appearing as a witness, he could not believe that the king said that since the sorcerer was dead, there was no longer any problem. Other subjects openly insulted Mrs. Mave, saying that they should have provided solid evidence instead of spoiling the mood in society. Philip says that the one who said this is definitely degenerate. Asking what he looks like, Miguel replied that he doesn't remember because he was scared. Miguel said that despite the widespread criticism, Mave restrained herself and hid their existence, worried that this would affect the course of the case. The king only listened to what his retinue said and ordered disciplinary measures to be taken against Mrs. Mave, which continues to this day. Concerned, Philip asked Miguel if everything was okay with Mrs. Mave. He said that from the moment Mave was appointed head of the family, she coped with all her responsibilities. But he added that he really doesn't know because she hides her true feelings. Standing at the iron gate, Miguel replied that they were there, at the estate of the Laurel family. Philip handed the reins to the servant who arrived, telling him to lead the horse. Looking around, Ian says that although the garden is in good condition, there is no one. Miguel replied that the former head was returned to his father's house even as a decomposed corpse. He added that although no one blamed Mave, the hereditary line was interrupted and the atmosphere was not good. Ian interrupted him by asking where Mave was. Upset, Miguel replied that Mave was upstairs in his office, inviting him to follow him, while Ian wondered how such a sentimental mercenary lived for so long. Suddenly, from behind the bushes of the garden, a fair-haired girl appeared, very reminiscent of little Mave. Miguel was surprised to notice that she had been here all this time, addressing the girl as Miss Lucy. Miguel bowed to the girl and, pointing his hand at Jan and Philip, told her that these were guests of the estate. Without uttering a word, the girl silently lifted her dress and bowed. Then she ran back into the garden in a hurry, to the surprise of Miguel and Ian. Miguel said that this is Mave's cousin named Lucia, but everyone calls her Lucy. Miguel says that this girl is very sorry if you look into the situation, but Ian only turns his head displeasedly, saying to quickly lead him to Mave. Ian thinks that he doesn't really like children, but it's disgusting to see what they do to them in this world. Miguel finally leads Ian and Philip to the doors to Mave's office. The doors to Mave's office opened, and the darkness immediately lifted the curtains on the windows where Mave stood into the air. Having greeted Ian, Mave said that she had been waiting for him for a long time. Confused for a moment, Ian answered Mave that he and his mistress had not seen each other for a long time. Philip rushed to Mave, shouting that her face was very thin. He says that he still needed to stay with her, asking if the lady was eating well. Mave says that during the separation, Philip matured, noticing that he had scars similar to her own. Mave asked if he had learned a lot, to which Philip proudly replied that he had really learned a lot. Sitting down on a chair, Ian says that now he is not the kind of boy who can be used for simple errands. Mave thanks Ian for returning Philip safe and sound. Ian told Mave that the culprits in the tree business were the Marquis Beauchard and his eldest son Mason. Looking at the severed heads in the chest, Miguel says that they accomplished a great task. Mave read a letter written by the new Marquis, Declan Bockard, saying that they had tried their best. Ian replied that the most important thing remained, taking a book out of his spatial pocket, which made Miguel immediately lose his composure. Having placed the book on the table, to everyone around him the Marquis's diary seemed like just an empty book. When Philip asked about the lack of notes, Ian told him to wait, after which he used magic to reveal the contents of the book. Declan and Miguel immediately jumped up, shouting that the diary was enchanted. Miguel asked Philip what was written in it. Philip replied that there were many names. Having read the name Regis Brandt, Philip was taken aback, but Ian replied that his guesses were correct. Yang said that this is a diary in which the names of all the decomposed are written down. Miguel and Philip are shocked and tell Mave that this is clear evidence that the corruptors are already in Ajalan. Continuing to read, they continued to be surprised at the number of names, saying that the corruptors were hiding throughout the kingdom, saying that with this they should go to His Majesty again. Ian interrupts Miguel and Philip, saying that, by the way, half of them are already dead. For a moment, everyone present falls silent, when suddenly Miguel and Philip burst into screams, asking if this is the work of Ian, to which he agrees. Ian said that the reason for this was that they tried to deceive him, or did not want to pay for the task, and he learned that they were corrupt only before their death. Philip and Miguel idolized Jana, calling him Agalan's guardian, but Jana replies that he did not do it for Agalan's sake, demanding that he stop giving him stupid fare. Mave rose from the table, saying that his story would be long, offering to have dinner. Ian lay on a luxurious bed in the room allocated to him, saying that he had such luxury for the first time in a long time. He catches himself thinking that he should enjoy it while he can, because it won't last long. Mave says she plans to ask for another meeting to find all the corruptors on the list. Mave says that Ian mentioned a way to force the corrupted to show their true colors. Mave's plan was simple, to show the true face of the corruptors right at the meeting, trying to kill Brandt. Philip and Miguel jump up, saying that doing this in front of His Majesty is too dangerous. Ian told them that if this is not done, the king will again not trust Mave. Ian understands the risk of such a method, but thinks that they still need to capture Regis. Remembering Mave's appearance standing in the office, Ian thinks that she will still have to become a demon of revenge. After all, only after death will she appear in the form of a ghost and be able to inflict significant damage on the boss of the chapter. Ian thinks whether this can't be prevented, catching himself thinking that this is making his soul uneasy. Someone knocked on Ian's office, and wondering who could come at such a late hour, Ian opened the door. Little Lucy stood behind her, silently glaring at Ian. Ian is surprised to see her, thinking that he was just going to rest, and then asked what she needed. Lucy suddenly bowed, but Yang told her to stop and just say what she needed. She asked if he was the mercenary Miguel was talking about. Ian asked what exactly he was talking about. Lucy says that Miguel told how he killed a swamp dragon, a headless horseman, an ancient tree, a dark magician, and called him a legendary mercenary, after which Ian interrupted her and asked her to stop. Planning to teach Miguel a lesson tomorrow, Ian replied that it really was him, but says that it was not a dragon but a drake, which causes genuine delight in the girl. He asked if she needed anything else from him, noticing the weight of the burden in her eyes. She says that she just wanted to say thank you, adding that he is perhaps stronger than the curse that lies on her, because of which everyone she loves dies. Lucia took her leave, wishing Ian a good rest, and then left. Ian is dissatisfied, indignant that there is not a single normal person in the Laurel family. After meeting Lucy, Young says that such an ominous feeling is rarely wrong, deciding that he should prepare. Many people are sitting at the table. Mave introduces Ian to them, saying that she has already talked about him before. She tells Jan that the Knights of the Royal Guard have gathered in front of them. Mave says that these are the most reliable people whom she personally selected, and their plan was also told to them. Looking into the faces of the knights, Ian immediately sees enormous disbelief written on the faces of those present. Ian says that the task of the knights is only to protect the king if something goes wrong. Yang also asks everyone present here not to reveal the conversation from this room, saying that otherwise they will die. One of the knights jumped up, shouting angrily and calling Ian an upstart. A man with a beard puts his hand on the screaming man's shoulder, asking Ian if it's true that there are many corrupt people hiding in Agalan. Yang says that it is, and they keep their true nature a secret. Yang says that anyone can be a corruptor, adding that one of them is even in this hall, after which he put his hand on the head of one of the knights, after which with all his strength he slams the face of the potential decompressor into the table. Everyone present was immediately taken aback by what had happened. A mixture of surprise and anger was visible on the faces of the knights. Yang slammed the man into the table again with such force that the table cracked and crumbled. Stepping on the knight lying in the wreckage of the table, Yang takes out his sword, preparing to strike. Someone rushes at Ian, knocking him down and preventing him from finishing him off as he lies down. Having pinned Ian to the wall, one of the knights swings his fist at him. Yang easily dodges numerous blows from the knight without raising an eyebrow. Irritated, Ian barely restrains himself from piercing his attacker with his sword, after which he pushes him away with a kick. The knight holding his stomach turns to the others, saying that he warned them. The knights immediately grab their swords, but Mave stopped them, not allowing them to intervene. The knight is surprised that the head of the clan is on John's side. John repeated to everyone to move away. While the smug knight again glares at Ian, the man who was slammed into the table began to transform. The knights began to approach their colleague, turning to him rotten, asking what was wrong with him. Philip stops one of the knights, saying that they had better leave immediately. Suddenly, a twisted knight named Jonathan fell to the floor. Rotten grabbed him by the leg and attacked him with his clawed paw. But Yang, with one swing of his sword, deprived the mutated Rotten of an attacking limb. The knights then exclaimed about the blue glow from his sword, saying that he was using divine power. Yang strikes Rotten a second time, this time cutting him in half. Yang tells the knights, looking at him in surprise, that monsters like Rotten are at the lowest stage of corruption, and sometimes show their true colors even against their will. He also says that it is easy to kill people like him, just cut off his head while he is transforming. Yang also said that higher decompositions calmly change their appearance and can defend themselves. And then when faced with such knights, it is better to just run away because they cannot win. Yang asked if they understood everything, to which the knights unanimously agreed. However, Rotten was still alive, because Yang only cut him down but did not cut off his head. Mave grabbed her sword and was immediately enveloped in red divine energy. Mave said that she had to do this, after which she cut off Rotten's head. Hiding the sword, Mave told Ian that it didn't turn out well because she thought that she had checked everything. Ian replied that they also thought so when they sent the rat, because they needed to somehow keep an eye on Mave. Ian says that this is why he asked to gather all the trusted representatives in one place. Mave nodded in response. Pointing her hand at Ian, Mave told the knights that Ian was a summoned warrior of the goddess, and that if he were not worthy, the goddess would not bless him. She also said that she is no longer the Apostle Toril, but the Apostle of Revenge, and all the corruptors of Ajalon are her goal. Then he says that if anyone else has doubts about her or Ian, they should say so right now. None of the knights objected, and with the words that they had no objections, they all bowed. Jonathan also bowed, apologizing to Ian for his rudeness, and was ready to accept any punishment. Ian said that this was not necessary and that he just had to do what he said. Jonathan replied that he would follow him with all his heart. Soon the group returned to the topic of discussion. Ian asked those present what they would need to do after the meeting began. Events are transferred to a certain forest with dried trees, in the middle of which a tomb is hidden. The corrupt gathered in the crypt, discussing the death of the Marquis Beauchard, blaming Mave for it. One of them objects, saying that if she was under house arrest, then someone with similar power has appeared. Suddenly the old deer appeared, saying that his subordinates should not be cowards because the path is open only to those who do not give up. After which, saying that although it is still early, they must begin preparing for the night of madness. Philip and Miguel helped clean up the meeting room, bagging the body. Ian told Mave that they would quickly realize that the henchman was dead. Mave replied that it did not matter because the corruptors would still gather a large meeting to check what she was up to. Ian told Mave not to let revenge make her forget about a key figure, Duke Regis Brandt. Ian says that he will not wait for Mave and in any case will not let him go. Mave replied that she is not going to repeat the same mistake. Mave says that betraying your destiny once is too much, after which Ian turned around. He noticed that Miss Lucy was watching them, standing silently in the garden. Without saying a word, Lucy immediately turned around and ran away. Mave remembered that she had not yet introduced the girl to Ian, to which he replied that they already knew each other, saying that she even came to him. Mave asked why she came. Ian told her that she asked to protect Mave. Mave said that Lucy usually does not show her feelings, to which Ian replied that Lucy considers herself cursed. Anticipating a heartbreaking story, Ian tells Mave that the Duke has probably already realized what happened in Oradell, saying that now she must focus on revenge. Mave agreed, answering Ian that she would begin to act at dawn. Ian thought that although the situation was not in their favor, he met with Mave before Regis did anything, which would allow them to make the first move. The council was convened 2 days later, but events unfolded in a completely unexpected way. People talk about the fact that Mave has gone crazy, saying that this is not surprising because she killed her brother with her own hands. They also discuss the fact that she called the meeting based on the opinion that the Agellans are corrupt, which only made the locals think Mave was crazy more, saying that she herself might be corrupt. 2 men came out of the tavern arm in arm. One of them offered the second one another drink. The second replied that it was too late. The first man called the second a heel, saying that he loved his wife and child terribly. The second tried to deny, but the first immediately reminded him that he constantly brags about his family. The first invited the second to wander around the courtyard of the castle, explaining that at the end of meetings, they always distribute food. Dreaming that they would distribute dried meat, the first one raised his head up. He asked his companion if his eyes were deceiving him, that there was something wrong with the moon. Raising his eyes to the sky, the second saw that the moon was abnormally red. He replied that it was the first time he had seen such a red moon, after which he remembered that he was late. He tells his frozen friend that he is leaving, telling him not to wander the streets for too long because he is drunk. However, his friend, who was looking at the moon, had already been influenced by it and began to transform. The man returned home to his family, opening the doors and announcing that he was home. However, upon entering the house, he saw blood everywhere as well as his wife on her knees. Looking closer, he saw that his wife had turned into a monster who had devoured their child. The man immediately remembered how his friend looked at the moon, after which he began to transform. Running out into the street, he began to shout so that those who had not yet fallen under the influence should not look at the moon. However, when he reached the alley, he saw his friend Dawson, who had already taken on a monstrous form. Noticing his old friend, Dawson immediately rushed at him, leaving no chance. Suddenly, Ian opened his eyes, feeling a feeling of anxiety and a familiar smell. He remembered that musty smell, like when he had absorbed Regis's power of chaos. Looking out the window, Ian saw a huge red moon in the night sky. A quest window with the task, Night of Madness, immediately appeared in front of his face, indicating that Regis had covered Agellon with a demonic field, and in order to remove the field, Regis must die. Running out of the room, Ian thought that this was the last quest of the first chapter, and that the event happened even though Ian tried to avoid it. Yang didn't understand how they could hide the existence of the corruptors so carefully to do something like this. Yang heard a bell ringing outside, and a watchman shouting at people not to look at the moon, otherwise they would become monsters. Hearing suspicious groans nearby, Ian immediately burst into the room, demolishing everything in his path. He saw the bodies of servants inside, next to whom the monster who had turned was wandering. Yang immediately took off his head without any hesitation. Looking at the body of the dead monster, he remembered that it was a servant from the stables, and nearby lay the bodies of those tending the garden. Hearing loud screams from the corridor, Ian immediately flew out of the room. He saw that it was Mave screaming, who was pinned to the floor by one of the monsters. Seeing Ian, Mave immediately said that she did not need help. After these words, Mave immediately hit the monster in the jaw with the hilt of her sword. She then kicked the monster, sending it flying. Then she cut the monster with one swing of her blade, leaving a red trail of energy. Mave said that it was strange because she was so upset when Vernon turned, but now she doesn't feel anything. She tells Ian that all she thinks about now is the desire to take revenge on whoever is behind this. Ian tells her that it will happen soon, after which he hears a scream behind him. Turning around, he saw Miguel running from the monsters with Miss Lucy in his arms. Mave and Ian immediately react when they see Miguel with Lucy, and the two rush into battle. They chop the monsters into pieces while Miguel runs on with little Lucy. Philip arrived on the scene, asking what was going on and telling Mave that he would help. However, he sees Miguel rushing towards him with Lucy in his arms. Having tripped over Philip's leg, Miguel falls, exposing himself to the blow and preventing Lucy from falling with him. Lying on the floor with a huge cut on his back, Miguel sighs, saying that he almost died. Philip asked Miguel in shock that this huge wound was not on his back. Grinning, Miguel tells Philip that it's nothing special. Mave thanks Miguel for taking care of Lucy. Miguel replied that there is no need to thank him. Ian told Mave that there might still be survivors, and that Mave should put on her armor and join him in the search. Thinking that she cannot become a burden again, Mave agrees. Until recently, the empty corridors of the Laurel estate were littered with corpses. Ian tells Miguel and Philip to keep an eye on Lucy, adding that they should not look at the moon. Philip asks Ian what happened. Yang replied that Agalan was covered in a demonic field just like a forest of madness. Philip and Miguel are surprised that the entire territory of Agalan is covered with a demonic field. Ian added that the red moon infects people. Ian asked those present if they had looked at the red moon. Philip replied that from looking at the moon he immediately felt dizzy and he looked away. Ian says that he can't even believe that the moon didn't immediately take possession of him, saying that the training was worth it. A hidden converted servant jumped out from around the corner at Ian. Without much effort, Yang pulled out his sword and cut off his head with lightning speed. Yang added that the moon in the sky is not real, that it is a curse, and that if you look at it for a long time, a person will be polluted by this magic. Yang thought that the demonic field had not yet reached its peak. Proof of this was that they were not yet completely cut off from the world. Ian recalled that in the game the red moon was larger, and the curse was so strong that the light of the moon filled the entire space. However, such a power of the curse is already enough to pollute people with mental and physical weaknesses, which is what happened to the servants of the estate. In one of the warehouses, Jan and his company killed the monster and they managed to save the maid. Miguel wondered if only this maid managed to survive. Philip wondered what the Duke was thinking about when he decided to do such a crazy act. Ian told him that when you find yourself in a hopeless situation, sometimes it is best to destroy everything and start again. Philip replied that he could not get away with such a thing, but Jan said that the Duke had a man who could be blamed for everything. Ian said that the apostle is the one who interferes with the corruption most of all. Philip then became furious when he realized that he was talking about Mave. Yang says that there are rumors about her madness. Besides, her brother was a degenerate, and this situation is a great opportunity to get rid of her. Philip replied that it was she who exposed the existence of the degenerates, to which Ian said that the truth does not matter, because the truth becomes what people believe in, or what they want to believe. After hearing this, Philip shook with anger, but Ian thought that knowing and having experienced enough, Philip would be able to see the true face of the dark times. Yang says that the Duke will have enough time to raise people, and the Apostle of Justice will not be able to ignore injustice. Miguel said that he probably hopes that Mave will die in the fight against the monsters. Yang replied that even if she survives, public opinion will be on the side of the Duke, because the Apostle of Justice will not be able to harm the innocent. Philip and Miguel realized that they were using the Apostle's limitations when talking about the Duke's meanness. However, they suddenly looked at each other, realizing that all this time Ian had called Mave the Apostle of Justice. Mave entered the building, asking if this meant that they did not know that she had become an apostle of revenge, adding that this meant that they did not expect her to come for their heads. Ian replied that it was, to which Mave said that apparently they would have to break their plans. However, Yang said that this was not enough, surprising him by saying that they needed to add an unexpected threat so that the corruptors would reveal their true faces. After which Mave voices his plan, from which her gaze instantly becomes empty. Neither Philip nor Miguel could hear what Ian said to Mave. Looking at Mave, Ian wondered how this could even be pulled off. With a satisfied grin, Mave only answered Ian that she would do everything with joy. Ian said that they should get started then, and that he was interested in seeing Regis's face when he saw everything. The blood-red moon shone on the bastion of the fortress, illuminating the walls and tower. Local residents, stained with blood, knock on the closed gates, shouting for them to be opened, because there are monsters everywhere. However, no one responded to the screams of the residents, and the monsters attacked them from behind. Duke Regis stands on the wall, surrounded by his corrupt followers, watching what is happening. Casting a demonic field, he observed the surroundings using extrasensory perception. Regis's followers said that, as expected, they just needed to turn the situation around with the help of a demonic field. All they have to do is expose Mave as the culprit of the disorder, since rumors of her madness have spread, because this will be easier to do. The Duke thought that if they use the information against Mave, she won't be able to do anything. Sensing with his extra spatial sense a certain person, he realized that it was not Mave because he was faster, thinking that he was constantly getting underfoot. Concentrating, the Duke gave the monsters a mental order to pursue the extra variable. The henchman asked the Duke if it was Mave. He replied that it was just a louse. The henchmen discuss among themselves that Mave is not easy to detect even with the Duke's instincts, believing that she is now in despair over the extermination of her family. The Duke replied that the extermination of her family was a worthy price for the death of his followers, but it was not enough for the destruction of his great plan. He continued by saying that the soul of Mave and her followers would be sacrificed to their great god as payment for the power granted. Suddenly, a guard climbed up the wall towards the Duke, telling those present that they were in a dangerous place. Turning to the guard, the Duke said that as a servant of the goddess, it was difficult for him to stay away. Looking at the Duke, the guard thought that it was very difficult for him because he cares so much about the people. He tells the Duke that His Majesty the King has summoned him, asking him to follow him to the throne room. The Duke arrived in the throne room, in which the king sits on the throne, surrounded by servants. The Duke immediately looked around at the servants standing in the crowd on either side of the king. The king asked his uncle what the situation was outside. The Duke says that soldiers are fighting on all the walls, and that the people are in danger, and that they can only hope for the protection of the goddess. The king reasons that such an unpleasant incident in the very capital of the kingdom may mean that Dullahan has weakened. The king replies that it doesn't matter, and that they should return to that conversation, waving his hand at one of the advisors who blamed the Laurel family for what was happening. The advisor said that Vernon Laurel was corrupt, and that Mave, who had recently tried to sow chaos in the kingdom, had called upon the madness of the Black Wall. Those present in the hall immediately began to discuss, saying that nothing like this had happened before she appeared. People on the other side did not believe the accusations, saying that an apostle of God could not be associated with the Dark Wall. The Duke replied that Mave strictly follows the will of the goddess, and that he is a representative of the Knights of Agalon and a saddened sister. He asked those present why she would arrange something like this right before the meeting that she herself had requested. The advisors asked where the Laurel family members were then, not present here, asking where Mave herself was. The king stopped the discussions, saying that he preferred the version that Mave was a degenerate. The king tells the Duke that they will conduct an investigation according to all the rules, which will show the truth. Locals began to whisper that the king, suspecting his own knight, was definitely up to something. After which they began to whisper that it was a pity that the kingdom was not ruled by Duke Brant. The Duke joyfully thinks that the king is happy that he is opposing him, for which he thanks him. He dreamed of sacrificing the kingdom to his god in order to gain the power of the Knight of Madness forever. Brant dreamed that with such power he would reach the level of a demigod and be able to proclaim the true faith throughout the empire. The door to the hall opened, and a figure in armor, covered from head to toe with blood, entered the hall. The Duke turned around in fear, wondering how Mave ended up here. The king asked how Mave got here because the gates were closed. Mave kept Ian's words about the sudden threat in mind. Then he told her that he would prefer it if she really looked like a crazy, vengeful ghost. Confidently walking towards the king, Mave told him that corrupt people were hiding next to him, asking how God could leave him. She asked the king if he didn't see that those who plunged Dullahan into chaos were hiding right before his eyes. The king, not understanding what Mave was saying, asked where her family had gone. Mave replied that her entire family had died, and that she would eradicate the corruptors right now. The shocked king asked Mave what she just said while those present looked at her red divine energy. One of those present fell and backed away, saying that Mave had gone crazy and wanted to kill them all. Taking the sword out of its sheath, she asked God for forgiveness, heading to Duke Brant. Regis Brant looked at Mave approaching him, his eyes red from tension. He decided that Mave knew about everything, and now she came to kill everyone who remained in the castle. Standing behind Mave, Ian thought that it was time to slowly begin to implement their plan. Thinking that the end of the first chapter had finally arrived, the moment of the battle with the boss, Regis Brant. The guards of the royal court pointed their weapons at Mave. One of the soldiers cried out in horror that the sacred power surrounding her was an ominous red color. The guards shouted to each other, and at first decided that this was some kind of madness. One of the guards shouted that Mave needed to be stopped, while Ian stood in the shadow of the corridor. Looking at Mave, absorbed in her rage, Ian realized that she didn't even notice those present, which in his eyes didn't matter, because now she reminded him of a bloody avenger. Watching as the guards slowly surrounded Mave, Ian knew that her intentions were sincere and that she truly intended to take revenge and die. Raising his hand, Ian confidently walked into the royal hall. He decided that he would not allow Mave to take his life like this, because he had not yet received his reward. With steely determination, Mave approached the king step by step. The confused and tense guards ordered the girl to stop. While the guards and knights inside the hall concentrated on Mave, Ian slipped into the hall unnoticed, running quickly behind their backs. Ian rushed towards the man standing behind the other advisors in the hall. Practically hidden behind a column, Ian spotted him with his magical sense. A memory suddenly surfaced in Ian's mind of the evening when Marie told him about her curse, and although she believed that Mave was stronger than the curse, everyone when the little girl loved was dead. Ian quickly approached the man, directing his hand, enveloped in the energy of chaos, towards his face. Chuckling with displeasure, he said that this is exactly why he doesn't like children. Grabbing the suspicious man by the face, Yang used the power of chaos to force the corrupted man to reveal his true form to the crowd. Ian put in a small amount of chaos energy, but still hoped that it would force the traitor to transform. With force, Yang threw the man struck by the energy of the void at the feet of the guards. Hearing the roar, the fighters immediately switched their attention. The man, having come to his senses, rose to his knees and, shaking, grabbed his head, groaning pitifully. One of the advisors standing nearby asked the Lord if he was okay. Suddenly, under the influence of dark energy, the kneeling Lord began to change, losing his human appearance. The shocked guards looked at the changing decomposer, not believing that the Lord had suddenly turned into a monster. The decomposer, barely resembling a human, bared his sharp fangs, raised his head and screamed like a beast. Seeing that there was a real decomposer in the hall, the surviving residents immediately started running. Ian wormed his way between the panicking advisors, looking for the rest of the decomposers. His thought turned out to be correct. He realized that the lower ones could not control their mutation. Remembering his past skirmishes with the decomposers, he assumed that their magic must not just be contaminated, but mixed with chaos energy that they could not cope with. Grabbing two more of the decomposers by the heads, Yang remembered that he had been wondering if the pure chaos energy would have any effect on the lower decomposers. Having imbued the two decomposers with chaos energy, Yang again pushed them into the center of the royal hall. Looking at the slowly approaching old deer, Jan confirmed his guess. And if you act on a true decomposer with such energy, it will only strengthen him. However, if he uses chaos energy on such inferior freaks as the lower decomposers, then his plan should work. Suddenly, Jan shouted at the top of his voice for the knights to protect the king, and then ordered the soldiers to fight the corrupted ones. Turning to the knights, Ian nodded his head to Jonathan, who at that moment froze in place. Jonathan immediately shouted to the guards that they had protected the king. The guards turned around at his cry, surprised by such an order. The knights led by Jonathan immediately surrounded the king, insisting on his evacuation and inviting him to follow him. As soon as the knights heard the words of encouragement from the king, they immediately grabbed him by the arms. The surprised king could only object. Mave stood motionless in the hall as the king was led away, some of the guards turning to look at her suspiciously. The soldiers were shaking in horror, barely holding their weapons in their hands. One of the fighters stuttered and shouted that they were facing real decomposers. The twisted, monstrous shells that had once been advisors sent writhing tentacles out from their bodies, approaching Mave. The distorted monsters roared inhumanly and pounced on Mave, who was still standing in place. With one swing of her blade, Mave cut both of the decomposers in half, jumping closer to the throne with a jerk. Meanwhile, a dagger thrown at one of the soldiers seemed to pierce his hand out of nowhere. A small snake was crawling along the dagger sticking out of the soldier's hand, Dullahan, who lived on Jan's finger. The soldiers pointed their guns at Jan, asking who he was and how long he had been there. Ignoring the soldiers' questions, Jan grabbed the spearhead with his hands and then told the soldier that if he wanted to live, he should get out of the way. While the soldiers looked at Jan with distrust, one of the fighters saw a shadow falling on him and then turned his head. Turning around, he screamed, seeing that the soldier standing behind him had also turned out to be a decomposer and had turned into a monster. However, the decomposer who had begun to transform was immediately walked around by Jan, after which he kicked him forcefully into the center of the hall. The decomposer, who had flown off from Ian's blow, fell with a crash to the floor not far from Mave, who was wreaking havoc by swinging her blade around herself. Without wasting any time, Jan, gritting his teeth, immediately rushed to the next decomposers, saying that all this reminded him of training with dogs. As he caught up with the other decomposers, Ian thought that the reason he gave Mave the lead role in this play wasn't just because it was easier. Yana and Mave were connected not only by the relationship of employer and mercenary. For him, she was the most responsible and kind person of all whom he met in this world. He didn't want to see Mave humiliated by the pathetic rotten ones after she had done her duty and taken her revenge. Ian decided that instead he should let Mave show her true power and release all the strength that was being given to her. He was suddenly enveloped in memories of his former world, and before his face was the image of his boss throwing coffee in his face. Remembering how he had dragged out his days in the past, Ian felt a certain kinship with Mave. Perhaps it was because of the memories of the past that he decided to let Mave become a key figure. The sinister Mave stood relentlessly on her feet, covered in blood from head to toe, with the remains of the decomposers scattered around her. Duke Regis Brant, who had taken the throne, called out to her, saying that he really couldn't understand what was happening. The old dear was sure that Mave's actions would be easy to predict, so he asked Mave when she had become so unpredictable. Mave, glaring at him, replied that he would have been able to predict her actions if Mave had been alone. The surprised Duke turned his attention to Ian, who stood behind Mave with his arms crossed. Looking at the guy, Duke Brant said that he had heard rumors about a holy knight organizing an uprising in Endell, but he was not sure they were right. Smiling, Jan replied that even though he had thoroughly cleaned Endell, there were still traitors left in it, after which he added that the decomposers reminded him of cockroaches. The old dear replied to Jan that it was a mistake to consider him a simple mercenary, and that next time he would not ignore even small factors. Mave shouted that there would be no next time for the Duke and swung her blade, unleashing a wave of divine energy on the old deer. The Duke blocked Mave's energy wave, surrounding himself with a barrier of chaos energy, completely nullifying her attack. Mave and Ian looked at the old deer's barrier in surprise. Ian was surprised at how powerful the force of chaos could be. The palace hall was immediately filled with residents who had come running from the street and had been transformed into monsters. Regis Brant told Mave that she had apparently forgotten that he was indistinguishable from a god within the city limits that night. Hearing the Duke's words, the soldiers' mouths dropped open. They could not believe that Regis Brant was a corrupted man. The old deer attacked, emitting powerful chaos energy that destroyed the walls and distorted the space around. The shockwave from his attack sent Mave flying as she tried to stand against the onslaught of chaos power. The soldiers watched in horror as Mave was thrown back, slamming the knight right into the wall of the hall. Surrounded by mutated residents, Regis Brant said that no one would ever know that he served the true god. Regis Brant, looking like a rotting corpse, added that no one present would leave alive. The soldiers were shaking, their eyes wide open. They looked at the Duke, trying to understand if everything that was happening was real. Grinning at the old deer's words, Jan, who had not moved from his spot from Brant's attack, drew his sword. Although Ian was smirking, he was actually extremely unhappy that Regis Brant had managed to trick him a second time. The Duke told Ian to shut his filthy mouth, looking at him with his eyes shining with the power of chaos. The monsters that surrounded the throne on which Duke Brant sat immediately rushed at Jan. Yang immediately activated his concentration abilities and sixth sense, preparing the ground for the fight. Now that Jan could see each opponent clearly and knew their movements exactly, he was ready to strike them down. In a split second, Jan managed to break through the monsters rushing towards him, immediately finding himself behind them. Activating his gray magic skill rotating barricade, Yang swung his blade and cut down the monsters in his path. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, Regis realized that Jan possessed gray magic. Straining the appendage on his forehead, he intended to catch Jan with an attack. The space around Ian began to crack like glass, the energy of chaos breaking through the universe itself. However, Yang managed to dodge Duke Brant's devastating attack, which resembled a pillar made of chaos energy. Regis was surprised that Ian managed to dodge his attack, and Ian landed right in front of the Duke. Ian didn't show it to his opponent, but he barely managed to dodge Brant's attack, since he wasn't familiar with it from the game. In the game, Brant was mortally wounded by the Avenger, and therefore revealed his true nature at the beginning of the battle, but is now human. Ian decided that he should be more careful because he did not know the attack patterns of this stage, after which he provoked Brant, saying that he was much weaker than Ian thought. Unable to withstand the insult directed at him, Brant then responded to Jan that he was like an annoying fly, after which he ordered the monsters to attack. Accepting the challenge thrown down by Brant, Jan rushed straight at the monsters, preparing to cut them down with his sword. The shockwave sprayed the monsters' blood in all directions, and the soldiers, who could barely control themselves, tried to defend themselves from the monsters. One of the monsters jumped on the soldiers who, noticing the monster, screamed in panic, trying to point their weapons in its direction. The monster didn't have time to catch up with the soldiers. As it approached the fighters, it was struck by a blow of divine energy of red color. The frightened soldiers immediately turned towards the side from which the blow had come. The monster's severed body fell to the floor. The soldiers looked at Mave, who saved them from the monster. She threw off her helmet. Mave's eyes glowed with righteous anger as if they were filled with fire. Mave asked the soldiers if they could block all the passages into the hall. One of the soldiers replied that the royal palace was created by reconstructing ancient ruins, and therefore they would barricade the entrances with metal bars. Mave ordered the soldiers to block all passages to the king, remaining to hold back the advancing monsters. The monsters approached Mave. Brant, who was sitting on the throne, told Mave that his efforts were pointless. Brant said that his hounds had already penetrated the palace grounds, and finding the king would not be a problem for them. He waved his staff and shouted that Mave's stupid orders would only increase the number of potential victims. While Duke Brant was giving a pompous speech, Ian approached him from behind, asking if the Duke was ignoring him. Jan's blade stopped the barrier of chaos energy. Brant mockingly asked what was the point of paying attention to annoying flies. Not appreciating Brant's sacrament, Jan decided that it was worth acting more seriously, and he clenched the magic stone in his hand. Ian's eyes lit up red, and he told Brant that he wasn't the only one who wanted to get rid of all the witnesses. Jumping away from the Duke's barrier, Ian used the magic stone as a catalyst and brought down a rain of fire on Brant. Fireballs hit Brant's protective barrier, exploding one after another. Ian stepped back from the protective field, his feet hitting the floor, his own spell also burning him. Brant was surprised to notice that Jan was actually a magician. Moreover, he turned out to be the same fire magician who had been bothering his plans all this time. The Duke shouted that Jan had achieved everything through deception, after which Brant released a powerful stream of energy. Brant's face became covered with tendrils that covered his eyes, tentacles burst out of his back, and the Duke took on his true form. Standing opposite Brant, Jan was pleased with his success, as the Duke had finally shown his changed appearance. When Ian remarked that he looked disgusting, Brant replied that God makes his creations in his own image, and this proves that God himself created him. Streams of chaos energy erupted from the floor, heading towards Ian, who stood motionless. Easily dodging all the magical attacks, Ian was pleased, because from that moment on, a familiar pattern of attacks began. Brant pointed the Void Hound at Ian, saying that she was on a completely different level than ordinary mutants. Dodging the Hound's attack, Ian replied that he didn't care about these freaks at all and prepared a spell. Jan soared upward and rained dancing flames down on the Void Hound, leaving his opponent no chance. Laughing, Regis said that Ian could only amuse him with a spark, because with such strength he would not be able to break through the barrier. Ian concentrated the flow of his magical energy, directing it into the catalyst, which cracked, unable to withstand the pressure. Destroying the magic stone, Ian released an enhanced flamethrower spell, aiming it straight at Brant's barrier. Unable to withstand the destructive force of the fire, Brant's barrier cracked, shocking the Duke himself. Preparing for the decisive blow, Jan reasoned that the main difference with the game is the presence of the Sword of Condemnation, which makes the fight much safer. Deciding that their duel would end rather quickly, Jan concentrated his power into the sword, telling Brant that he would send the Duke straight to his god. Swinging his blade and leaving behind a trail of divine energy, Yang leapt at the Duke, intending to finish the fight with one blow. However, to Jan's surprise, Brant raised his staff, opening a rift in front of him. Ian suddenly realized that many changes had happened in the game up to this point, and Ian was surprised to see a paw appear from the rift. Confused, Ian realized that the boss's attack pattern had apparently also changed. The arrow pierced the neck of the monster, which growled in surprise, knocking it off balance. Taking advantage of the monster's confusion, Philip jumped on top of it, swinging his sword. Hitting the monster from above, Philip's sword became lodged in its body, forcing Philip to strike again and again. After a hail of blows, Philip still managed to cut off the monster's head, which rolled away like a ball. Leaning his foot on the monster's body, Philip tried to catch his breath after a long series of blows. Turning around, he shouted at Mikhail, saying that he told him to chop off the monster's heads and not do unnecessary things. In response, Mikhail said that it was not easy to dodge monsters, and with a crossbow he could be of use. Looking at the many bodies, Philip noted that there were many more hounds, suggesting that they were running towards the palace. Mikhail asked Philip what he meant, since Mave and Ian were in the palace now, while Lucy was thinking about what she heard. Remembering Ian and Mave, Miss Lucy clenched her fist, hoping that Mave and the mercenary were okay. At the same time, Ian was shocked to realize that the boss's attack pattern was different from what he was familiar with from the game. Without thinking twice, Ian struck straight at the hand that Regis Brandt had aimed at him from the rift. The blade's attack severely damaged the rift's arm, while also hitting Brandt himself. In the moment after the attack, Yang was disappointed that the attack was not deep, even though he managed to cause damage. Ian didn't expect Brandt to use this skill for defense, since in the game he only used it as an attacker. Duke Brandt was impressed that Ian had managed to gain the Tauren's blessing, considering how much damage he had done with just one sneak attack. Raising his staff, he shouted that this was apparently the limit for Jan. Brandt attacked Ian again with a shockwave of chaotic energy, but this time Ian could not dodge it. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to completely block the blow, Jan only smiled irritably. Upon impact with Ian, Brandt's spell detonated, illuminating the entire room in a bright purple light. Struck by the blast wave, Jan flew about 10 meters, reaching the other side of the palace. With great force, Yang slammed into the wall, shattering it into pieces with his body. Blood gushed from his mouth, barely remaining conscious. Ian wheezed from unbearable pain. His body, exhausted from the blow, fell to the floor, but his hand still tightly clutched the sword. Thinking for a moment before the strike, Yang realized that even chaos energy was not enough to block such a blow. Looking at his hand, Ian saw that it was double in his vision. Trying to lift it up, Ian saw how his hand was shaking. Bringing his hand closer to his face and looking at it with a distracted gaze, Ian realized that he had a concussion. Life flashed before his eyes. Jan regretted that he was too careless, although he saw many differences compared to the game. Suddenly, Jan noticed that something was approaching him, leaving behind traces in the form of claws. As if out of nowhere, a chaos hound appeared right in front of him, already raising its paw to strike. Barely managing to get to his feet, Jan's only thought was that he needed to dodge the hound's attack at least once. He intended to buy time at any cost until the dizziness subsided, even if it meant taking any non-lethal damage. Suddenly, Mave appeared right in front of him with great speed, shielding Ian from the blow. Mave held her sword forward, blocking the monster's attack while Ian tried to gather his strength. The blood that flowed from Mave's wounds immediately ignited with divine energy like fire. With a swing of her sword, Mave dealt massive damage to the Voidhound, releasing a huge crimson wave. Mave's blow sent the Voidhound flying with such force that the creature's body hit the floor and bounced off, flying into the wall. After hitting the hound, the energy wave released by Mave continued its journey straight towards Duke Brandt. The wave hit Brandt and exploded, breaking off fragments from the walls and filling the hall with bright light. Looking to the side, Ian saw many hound corpses, realizing that at some point Mave had defeated them all. Mave turned her head and addressed Ian, who glanced at Mave in confusion. Mave's eyes burned with the flames of vengeance, and she herself, as if enveloped in fire, asked Ian to take care of the others. Breathing heavily, Ian did not understand what she meant. Mave interrupted, saying that it would not be enough to just ask the mercenary. Mave said that she would give Ian literally everything she has, her fortune, her position, anything. She continued that such a price would be enough if he stopped, after which she asked him to simply be near them even if he did not stay in the kingdom. Gritting his teeth, Ian tried to get up again. He knew that Mave intended to sacrifice herself, which he couldn't allow her to do. At that moment, a Voidhound crept up on Mave, and noticing this, Ian called out to her, trying to warn her. But Ian didn't have time, and the Voidhound struck Mave in the back. The wound was so extensive that blood spurted from the back from the blow. Instead of counterattacking the hound, Mave grabbed Ian by the chest, confusing Ian, after which she immediately threw Yana with all her might towards the exit of the palace hall. Mave's throw sent Ian rolling several meters, head over heels across the castle floor. Immediately, the grate on the passage into the hall dropped, blocking John's way back. Turning back to Ian, despite the hound attacking her, Mave looked into his eyes. With a good-natured smile, she said only the word thank you to Jan, thus saying goodbye to the mercenary. With one blow, Mave cut the Voidhound in half, clearing a path straight to Duke Brandt. The hound's severed body fell to the floor as Regis Brandt watched in surprise from behind the barrier. Brandt couldn't believe what he was seeing. Such pure divinity, admiring the servant of Tauren. Grasping the bars blocking his path, Ian looked helplessly at Mave, remembering the game description of Mave. The bleeding avenger, the apostle of vengeance who becomes stronger the more blood she sheds. And at the moment when the apostle of vengeance reaches the apogee of her power, she will meet her death. Mave headed straight for Brandt, proclaiming that she was the former apostle of Tauren, now the apostle of vengeance. Seeing that Mave's power was becoming many times stronger, Brandt became alarmed, realizing that one force field would not be enough for him. But it didn't matter anymore, because the apostle of vengeance, Mave, was carrying out her revenge, and nothing could stop her. Mave's blow shattered Regis Brandt's barrier into pieces, incinerating him with vengeful divine energy. As Brant's barrier crumbled, he tried to figure out how Mave had managed to break through both layers of his force field. At this time, Mave jumped up, finding herself above the Duke, grabbing the blade by the hilt and preparing to strike. Drawing her blade from its sheath, Mave swung her sword, creating a huge crimson streak of divine energy. A frightened Brant, feeling that he might not survive the next blow, immediately deployed a force field of maximum power. Mave's blade collided with Brant's force field again, hitting it with a loud thud. Mave felt that she had almost broken through the Duke's barrier, and that she just needed to push a little more. However, a Voidhound had sneaked up behind her, taking advantage of Mave's concentration on Brant. Brant laughed, saying that Mave lost because she let her guard down and exposed herself to attack. However, the Hound's attack enraged Mave, instead giving her strength, causing the knight to scream in rage. With a swing of her sword, Mave cut down the Hound, at the same time directing her blow straight at Brant's force field. Brant's force field was destroyed, and an energy wave flew through the hole that was created towards the Duke. Mave's blow caught Duke Brant, slicing him through the shoulder and down the middle of his torso, splattering the floor of the hall with blood. After striking the Duke, Mave jumped back, stopping herself and stabbing her sword into the floor. Trying to recover from the blow to the Duke, Mave caught her breath, holding her shoulder with a trembling hand. However, Mave's blow was not enough to kill Brant. The Duke's severed body had already almost completely recovered. Swinging his staff, the Duke shouted that for what Mave had done, he would make her suffer by sending her into the void. With a wave, the Duke split reality right in front of him, opening a portal to another dimension. The portal opened, and a multitude of clawed paws burst out of it, reaching towards Mave. Brant shouted that the true god would judge Mave for her actions against him as the incarnation of a god. A grotesque creature appeared before Mave, as if thousands of eyes were looking at her from a portal and hundreds of hands were reaching out. Mave looked up to see the paws of the true god rapidly approaching her. Not reacting to the obvious threat, Mave just lowered her head without saying a word. Although Mave regretted that she had not managed to kill Brant, she at the same time felt how the divine power from her blow burned him from the inside. At the same time, she remembered Jan, deciding that he had probably taken his revenge in full. Deciding that there was nothing more she could do, Mave meekly closed her eyes, preparing for death. The monstrous beast was getting closer and closer to the motionless Mave and almost caught up with her. However, Ian was not ready to accept this state of affairs, telling Mave that he had not yet given her an answer. Ian's hand fell on Mave's bleeding side, right on her armor, which was split from many blows. Holding the magic stone in his hands, Ian caught up with Mave, who looked at him with stunned eyes. Mave didn't understand how he managed to return to the hall, because the passage into which she threw him was blocked by a grate. Turning around, she saw that the grate in the passage had been carefully cut away, understanding how Jan had managed to return. Ian's eyes glowed with divine energy. Clearly dissatisfied with Mave's decision, he said that the request would only be established after he accepted it. Ian recalled recent events, his meeting with Mave and the battle with the undead, realizing that what was happening differed from the game not only in Regis's behavior pattern. After all, in the game itself, Mave was none other than the intermediate boss of the first episode, a mad avenger smeared in blood. But she herself has changed, becoming the one who is able to cover Jan's back and sacrifice herself for him. Passing the energy of the void into the magic stone, Yang thought that all this was unimportant until ice began to form in the air around him. After all, if mercenary Ian Hope takes on a task, he always sees it through to the end. A moment later, a huge ice wall formed by the blue magic skill frost shield appeared in front of Ian and Mave. The paws of the god from the void hit Jan's ice shield, unable to penetrate it. Regis watched in amazement as the creation of blue magic appeared before him, not understanding how this was possible. The ice shield detonated, tearing the god's paws from the void into myriads of ice shards. Mave's mouth dropped open in shock, trying to comprehend that Ian had just used blue magic. Removing his hand from Mave's waist, Ian said that he was refusing her last assignment, adding that she should deal with her surroundings herself. Mave looked into Ian's eyes, which were glowing red. He told Mave to survive on her own. Leaving Mave behind, Ian rushed forward, the magic stone in his hand turning red. Waving his staff, Regime shouted to the true god to quickly punish the infidels, and the gigantic monster moved forward. In response to the monster's movements, Yang immediately filled the magic stone with energy, preparing a fire spell. Releasing the accumulated energy, Yang unleashed a firestorm on the void god, completely incinerating him. Watching his main asset burn alive, Brant was surprised that Ian still had magic left. Realizing that if he did nothing he would lose, Regis raised his staff again to cast the spell. However, as soon as he tried to use magic, his body began to split into pieces. Looking at his own splitting flesh, Regis thought that he couldn't have used up all his power so quickly. Brant realized that the reason for his powerlessness was the blow of the divine energy of the goddess's servant. Jan, without stopping the attack, poured more and more energy into the magic stone. From the overload, the stone split, catalyzing an even more powerful spell. Fearing that he might die, the void god rushed away, whining pitifully. Soon the monster disappeared completely into the void, leaving no trace of the rift behind. Regis fell to his knees, devastated, unable to believe that the god he praised had simply abandoned him. Taking his sword out of its sheath, Yang turned to the gods with displeasure, asking how long they were going to simply watch what was happening, since their apostle had almost died. After Yan's words, the blade was immediately enveloped in divine energy. The gods themselves demanded that Yan finish what he started. With a swing of his sword, Yang cut Duke Regis Brant's body in half, inflicting him with divine energy. Brant's mangled torso, devoid of arms and legs, fell to the floor, covering the floor with blood. But this was not enough for Jan, and he continued to hack at Brant, cutting off piece after piece. Standing with his foot on Brant's chest, Jan said with a grin that all this time Brant had not worshipped an ancient god, but only his dog. While the trampled Brant tried to comprehend what she had heard, Jan swung his blade again, cutting off the tendrils on the Duke's head. Ian turned to Mave, saying that he thought the knight should finish off Brant with his own hands. Holding onto his shoulder, Mave smiled, then replied to Ian that she would do it with pleasure. Mave slowly approached Brant, who was lying on the floor in horror, dragging her sword along the ground. Mave's blow took off the head of the screaming Duke Regis, thus putting an end to the plans of the decomposers. Blood gushed from Ian's mouth as he struggled with Regis on the brink of life and death. Having let go of the sword, Yang immediately fell to the floor, covering his mouth, which was oozing blood, with his hand. Shaking, Ian was shocked by how much blood he had lost when suddenly Mave sat down next to him, leaning on his back. Exhausted, Mave and Ian sat leaning on each other, Ian looking at Mave curiously over his shoulder. Sighing heavily, Mave asked if he would mind if she sat next to him for a while. An exhausted Ian smiled at Mave's words, then wearily said that he didn't mind. A quest window appeared in front of Jan, informing him that the Night of Madness quest had been successfully completed. After closing the notification window, Ian turned to Mave, saying that the offer to give him everything she had sounded like a goodwill. However, Mave didn't react to Ian's words in any way. She didn't even move when she heard them. Not hearing an answer from Mave, Jan immediately began to panic, and thoughts crept into his head that she could die. Turning around, Ian looked at Mave, who was peacefully sleeping at that time. He couldn't believe that she managed to fall asleep like that in a matter of seconds. Soon Jan himself began to be overcome by fatigue, which was a consequence of exhaustion and loss of blood. His eyes slowly closed and the remaining strength quickly left his body. Jan's eyes closed and his hand fell powerlessly, hitting the red carpet of the palace hall. Soldiers of the royal guard entered the hall, led by knights. The soldiers were horrified by the sight of many bloody corpses. One of the soldiers suddenly shouted for everyone to look into the room, pointing in the direction with his finger. A curious picture appeared before the soldiers. In the middle of the hall, surrounded by corpses, sat two people leaning against each other's backs. The sunlight fell on Mave and Ian, who was smiling, wounded and covered in blood, sitting back to back. The townspeople, along with Lucy, gathered at the gate, where Regis Brant's head was suspended by a rope. The soldier hiding the bodies in the cart asked if these were the corpses that would be cremated. The soldier with the reins in his hands answered that everything was correct. After the cart with the bodies drove away, the soldier pointed his finger at Brant's severed head, asking for attention. He shouted that this was the head of Regis Brant, who had betrayed the kingdom and God, and that his remains were hung on every wall of the fortress so that he could not rest in peace after death. The city's residents immediately began throwing stones at the remains, shouting out dissatisfied cries. Lucy stood next to two townspeople discussing what had happened. One of them said that what had happened could only be described as a miracle. Although the city streets were still covered in blood, the bodies of most of the monsters had still disappeared without a trace. One of the men replied that all this was certainly thanks to the keeper of Dullahan. The second replied otherwise and was not expected from the divine apostle. The man replied that it was hard to believe that such a heroine could go crazy and fall into madness, calling it a ridiculous rumor. The second replied that he was the one spreading this rumor. Hastily changing the subject of the conversation, the man also added that in addition to Mrs. Lauren, a man also killed the fallen. The interlocutor immediately answered him that it was a swordmaster who was not inferior in strength to Lady Laurel. After leaving the city, Lucille heard them discussing the arrival of some them who were supposed to come for a visit. Those guests were supposed to be imperialists. The city dwellers assumed that in reality the arrivals would hardly care how the kingdom was presented. Lucy's mood visibly drooped at the words of the city dwellers. She lowered her gaze and did not utter a word about what she had heard. At this time, in the Laurel estate, the tortured Ian, still not having recovered from the battle, opened his eyes to order. Looking around, Jan assessed the decor and realized that he had been brought to Laurel's bedroom. Rising from the bed, Ian felt pain throughout his body. His head was spinning from magical exhaustion. The power that was stored in the fragment of chaos decreased by more than half, because at the last moment, Jan had to use all the power he had. Having collected his thoughts, Ian sighed tiredly, wheezing slightly from the pain. Miguel, who was sweeping the floor, immediately noticed this. Miguel immediately screamed, telling Jan that he had not woken up for 2 days, which made the man decide that Jan would never wake up. Following Miguel, Philip burst into the room, shouting "Sir" over and over again. Coming to Jan's bed, Philip burst into tears, saying that he was very glad that Jan was okay. Jan only replied that they should stop shouting because his head hurt. Philip continued to cry and said that it seemed to him that Jan would never wake up, but Jan smiled, thinking that it was too early for Philip to become a mercenary. At this time, Lucy was approaching Ian's room, and many voices could be heard from behind the open door. Marie unexpectedly hugged Jan, saying thank you. She grabbed the mercenary with a death grip. Ian placed his hand on Lucy's head as she hugged him, gently stroking her head. Lucy immediately pushed Ian away, saying that she was grateful to Ian, but that didn't mean that she liked him, after which she quickly ran away, leaving Jan perplexed by the scene that had taken place. Annoyed, Ian said that she still hadn't changed, suggesting that Lucy said this because of the curse. Philip and Miguel, who were standing behind Ian, widened their eyes, saying that they couldn't believe that Mrs. Lucia hugged someone. In response to Miguel and Philip's words, Ian turned around, throwing a furious look at them, asking what they were looking at. Leaving his room, Ian walked through the corridors of the Laurel estate, hoping to find Mave. Ian realized that the reason Mave tried to end her life was because she didn't want to be alone in a place that was once full of those who loved you. Opening the door, Ian entered the room intending to meet Mave there. However, to his surprise, Jan saw no one in the room. The bed was neatly made. In the corridor behind Ian, a maid appeared who was carrying sheets to Mave's room. She called out to the mercenary. Jan asked the maid where the mistress was now. The maid replied that the mistress of the house was most likely at the training ground near the estate. Mave stood alone in the middle of the training ground, accompanied by 4 shabby mannequins. She lowered her hand onto the wooden target, battered and scratched from many training sessions. Her memories immediately flashed back to her brother Vernon, and the time she would never be able to return to. Mave's gaze went blank as she came to the realization that she had virtually no one left. Hearing a voice behind her asking if she was going to start training, the girl immediately returned to reality. Turning around, she saw Ian wrapped in bandages. He was saying that she still couldn't pick up a sword. Smiling happily, Mave was glad that the mercenary had woken up, after which she said that she had been waiting for him for a long time. Ian smiled back, telling Mave that she had woken up only half a day before him. Sitting on his throne in the palace, King Erwin II expressed his gratitude for the hard work in the battle for Dullahan. The king thanked Mave and Ian for saving them from the corrupted, calling them heroes of the kingdom. The king asked the mercenary if his name was Ian Hope. Ian replied that that was indeed his name. Holding the letter in his hands, the king told Jan that it was from the new Lord of Endell and that he noted Jan's contribution as extremely great. Looking up at Jan, the king said enthusiastically that in such a troubled time, a man of such talents would be useful in their kingdom. In response to the king's question, Jan smiled and then said that he would think about this proposal, but in reality, he was only stalling for time, since he would have to remain in the kingdom until the uprising. Mave joined the conversation, holding the book she had received from Ian. She told the king that the priority now was to find the remaining decomposers. Standing on the wall in the company of Mave, the king told the inhabitants that a tragedy had occurred in Dullahan, but under the supervision of the goddess, they had managed to overcome adversity. Opposite the wall, under the supervision of guards, the remnants of the decomposers were kneeling, shouting that they were simply following orders. The sword swings of the soldiers cut off the cries of the decomposers, thus destroying the remaining threat within the walls of Dullahan. Raising his hand up, the king shouted that from now on, Dullahan would be reborn as a reliable kingdom, filling the future with honor and victories. While the locals shouted praises to the king, Miguel, Philip, and Jan stood behind. Miguel treated the phrase about victories and honor with doubt. Philip replied that the incident was certainly a revelation for the kingdom. The damage was not so significant, and all those who spoke out against the war turned out to be corrupt. Looking at the king, Philip said that now is not the time to start a war, but the king has no idea that there are a lot of monsters and fallen outside. Standing next to the king who was shouting joyful slogans, Mave just stared into space with an empty gaze. Suddenly Philip bowed to Jan, saying that it was time for him to leave. Miguel was surprised by his departure, reminding Philip that the banquet was about to begin. Philip waved his hand and replied that he had no appetite, and that he would prefer to be with the lonely young lady Lucy. Miguel scratched his head in bewilderment and wondered what was wrong with Philip. Turning to Jan, he asked if the king had really offered the mercenary a position. Miguel assured Ian that this offer was quite good, considering that he had a very worthy assistant in the form of Jonathan. John replied to Miguel that he should take this position then. Miguel replied that he did not want to and that John should do it, to which John replied that he did not want to either. Looking up at the king and Mave, Miguel told Ian that he wasn't particularly attached to the kingdom, but he was concerned about Ian, Mave, and young Mistress Lucy. Miguel asked Ian if he wasn't worried about Mave at all. Ian replied that even though she had finished her revenge, there wasn't a shred of life left in her. After which he added that she was in such a state precisely because she had accomplished her revenge, because all this time only revenge had fed her, and now the need for revenge had disappeared. To the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, Mave and the king returned to the palace. The king told Mave to take her place in the banquet hall. The surprisingly joyful king suddenly asked Mave if she was prepared for this, trying to understand what the king meant. Mave repeated his words out loud. The king told Mave that Lucy would be sent to that family in the Empire. Mave immediately tensed up at what she heard. He also added that he would finally be able to get rid of this eyesore, after which he corrected himself by saying that he would send Lucia to a safe empire. The king believed that this way both Lucia and Mave would be safe, to which Mave agreed after a short silence. The palace was in full swing at a banquet, with many well-dressed people sitting at numerous tables filled with delicacies. Standing on the balcony, Jan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now that he had eaten his fill of meat, he felt his strength returning to him. Jan's physical health has stabilized, not least due to rest and persistent meditation. In addition, the fragment of chaos previously devastated by Jan was gradually restoring its energy. When Ian entered Regis's mansion, he managed to find a relic of the Decayers there, a hound's tail amulet that allows one to restore chaos energy. As soon as Jan approached the relic, the dog whom Regis considered a god appeared, and a quest window appeared before Jan's eyes, offering to become an apostle of the abyss. Jan decided that this was an extremely generous offer, and so he immediately grabbed the relic with his hand. The Apostle of the Abyss quest is mandatory to obtain a dark relic called the Seal of Chaos Power. Ian thought that although it was damn hard to subdue the stone, it was worth it, because now he can restore the energy of chaos, which he could not do before. Soon Mave joined Ian on the balcony, having said that she had been looking for Ian in the banquet hall. Ian replied to Mave that she looked unhealthy for the hero of the occasion, to which Mave only sighed heavily. Looking at the obviously worried Mave, Ian immediately asked the girl what had happened to her. Mave apologized to Ian, saying that she still couldn't hide her emotions from him. Ian was surprised to hear from Mave that Lucia was going to be sent to the Empire. In response, Mave said that although at first glance she was being adopted, in reality she would act as a tribute and a hostage. Ian was perplexed. He asked Mave why the Empire should be interested in the outskirts of the kingdom. In Jan's opinion, the Empire would hardly be interested in doing anything with another small country, although he still couldn't know the reasons. Jan was only sure that the only thing that really interests the Empire is the Black Wall and what lies beyond it. Mave agreed with Ian, but added that a war between the kingdoms was a completely different matter, since the Empire could use this to conquer them. She said that this was why the king decided to impose tribute on the Imperial feudal family, because he believed that Dullahan needed an ally within the Empire. Despite Mave's words, Ian still couldn't understand why Lucia would be sent as a tribute. Mave replied that the reason for this was the royal blood that flowed in her veins. The reason for this was that Lucia's late mother was the king's younger sister, and Jan was not at all surprised by the political marriage. But Mave continued by saying that it would have been easy to refuse if the reason was only her blood, but the feudal family wanted Lucia. The reason for such interest on the part of the family was that Lucia is a child who received the blessing of Ruenter. Hearing about Ruenter's blessing, Jan burst into tears, not believing what he heard. During the era of magicians in this world, those who were born with the ability to control magic began to imitate the powers of the gods. It was believed that those born with special abilities received divine blessings. Among others, Ruenter was the god of ardor and madness. To receive his blessing meant to be born with red magic. Ian thought with irritation that during creation it was possible to choose something like an affinity with an element, which he did not do. Continuing the story, Mave said that at around the age of 2, Lucia lit fire in the air despite the fact that no one taught her magic. Staring straight at Ian, Mave said that he probably knew better what that meant, and Ian, disarmed by such a statement, thought that Mave was simply jealous. Ian told Mave that this was a very good family, and that she lets in everyone from paladins to mages. In response, Mave said that the reason for this was the influence of the royal family, but the family does not receive favor from the current king. The fact that the lack of favor is hidden, and Mave added that the decline of magic is approaching. Ian remembered that the sunset of magic was also established. Because of the black wall, magic began to disappear, and therefore magicians could no longer abuse magic and decreased in number. Clenching her fist and looking up at Ian, Mave said that that's why she had a favor to ask of him, one that only Ian could fulfill. The guests sitting in the banquet hall suddenly heard a scream from the balcony. Someone was clearly unhappy. Miguel was surprised that the scream he heard came from Ian. All the guests in the hall immediately turned their attention to Ian and Mave. Smiling, Ian replied to Mave that she had started this long conversation only to ask him a favor. Ian looked at Mave with a blank look, then said that unfortunately he would not be able to listen to her. Stunned by Ian's reaction, Mave helplessly opened her mouth, unable to say anything other than his name. Mave screamed his name again, but Ian ignored her cries and continued walking inside the banquet hall. The guests at the banquet immediately began to whisper among themselves, saying that the mercenary had apparently not been paid. Jan came close to Miguel and then turned to him. In a trembling voice, he asked Jan what was the matter. Drilling Miguel with his gaze, Jan told him that he could not satisfy his desire for a quiet life. He ended his speech by asking Miguel to take note of the above. A frightened Miguel asked Jan what was the matter. Still looking irritated, Ian leaned closer to Miguel before quietly voicing their plan of action. Ian told Miguel that they were going to kidnap young Miss Lucia right now. The sun was rising over the horizon, and a carriage was driving towards the gate, with Philip sitting at the reins. The guards standing at the gate were surprised that a carriage was driving to the gate at such an early hour. However, when the carriage drove a little closer, the soldiers saw who was riding inside the carriage, which immediately made both of them tense up. The soldiers were talking about the fact that the Apostle Tauren herself was riding in the carriage, as well as the hero who saved the country, Lady Mave, whose legs were located on a fur blanket. A little embarrassed, the guards asked Mistress Mave where she was heading at such an hour, saying that due to the royal decree, leaving at an inappropriate time was prohibited. Philip shouted at the soldiers, asking if every individual case was not taken into account, saying that Mave was not feeling well. Looking into the faces of the shocked guards, he told them to open the gates immediately, but Mave interrupted him, telling him not to get angry. Mave told Philip that they were simply doing their duty and therefore deserved praise. After apologizing, Mave told the guards that she was uneasy and wanted to get some night air. The soldiers smiled, saluted, and asked Mave to be careful because there might be monsters outside. Mave's carriage quickly left the city limits, driving deeper and deeper along the road. Soon the carriage stopped. Philip turned around, shouting that they had arrived and that the passengers could get out. Miguel and Jan appeared from under the fur blanket. Miguel said in surprise that it seemed to him as if he was a footstool. Philip said that they acted according to Ian's plan, and the guards did not doubt it. Mave added that the strategy of a good knight and a bad escort was indeed not bad. Looking down at the fur blanket, Jan told their fellow traveler to get out quickly. Hearing Jan's words, Lucia, who was barely recognizable, crawled out from under the blanket. Looking at Lucia standing in front of the carriage, Miguel was saddened by the fact that the beautiful face of the young lady had turned into the face of a stray boy. John replied that nothing could be done because Lucia's appearance would attract too much attention, and in this form she resembled someone who had been in the dark world. He added that the fact that the boy's appearance turned out to be bad is also not good, but at least this is enough. Miguel told the others that now was not the time to talk about it, then told Philip to help carry the things to the new carriage. The maid told them to take clothes and food. Mave called out to Ian saying that perhaps this request was unnecessary, but she was very grateful to him. On the night of the banquet, Mave asked him to fulfill a request that only he could fulfill. That night, Mave asked Ian to take Lucia to a place called the Temple of the Hearth. Ian asked Mave if she meant the place in the north where the serving priests and mad blacksmiths lived. In response to Mave's request, Ian asked why Lucia needed to be taken there and not to the Empire. Mave remained silent. Mave said the reason was that she found a document related to a feudal family. Before Mave, this document was examined by Vernon, who apparently was also very worried about the girl's future. This feudal family has deep knowledge of magic and often accepts talented people and is also connected to the Grey Tower. Mave added that she is confused by the fact that After recruiting talents, communication with them is interrupted, and it is impossible to find out how they live or what research is being conducted. Looking up, Ian suddenly asked Mave if the family she was talking about was by any chance not named Larmouth. Mave asked how Ian knew this, but immediately added that the Larmouth family was one of the most influential in the Empire, and therefore, there was nothing surprising. Having confirmed his guess, Ian gritted his teeth. He thought that Lucy would be lucky if they only lost contact with her. In the future, the Larmouth family is entirely doomed to become a demon kingdom called the Mage's Nightmare. It is impossible to contact the Chosen Ones because they all became victims of horrific experiments. Mave says that since Lucia is blessed by Rue and Terry, the priests will give her love, and she will have a chance to develop her innate talent. This is why Mave has no choice but to ask Ian to help her in this matter. A quest window appeared in front of John, offering the task of Iskaro Chaga. John folded his arms on his chest and thought. A memory of Lucy hugging him in gratitude flashed before Ian's eyes. He didn't even want to imagine that she would fall into the hands of the Larmouths. Mave sighed heavily and said that she understood that this was too difficult a request, after which she said that Ian had the right to refuse. Without listening to the end, Jan replied that he agreed, but added that the reward for this should be appropriate. He then turned his head away with a smile and asked Mave how good she was at acting. Stretching, John said that they had made a noise at the ball yesterday, and therefore John and Miguel would probably be blamed for Lucia's disappearance. Upon learning that Lucy had been kidnapped, the nobles would decide that Jan and Miguel were unhappy with the reward, and therefore decided to at least sell Lucia. Looking at Mave, he said that this was precisely why the palace would have no doubts about Mave. Smiling, Mave intended to thank Ian again. However, Miguel interrupted her, shouting that he had loaded everything they had into the cart. John asked if Miguel had collected the things that the king had given John as a reward. Smiling, Miguel slapped his hand on the box, saying that he had dealt with them first. By the cart loaded with things stood Ian, Miguel, and Lucia in a cloak. Opposite them, next to the carriage, stood Philip, Mave, and the maid. Looking sadly at her fellow travelers, Mave said that it was time for them to part. Ian ordered Philip not to allow Mave to kill anyone if she wanted to. He also added that, in extreme cases, Philip should leave the kingdom just like Mave herself, saying that the life of a wandering knight is not so bad. Mave asked Ian where he would go as a knight-errant. Ian replied wherever his legs take him, and that ultimately his path lies in the Empire. He added that he might be able to see the happy faces of Agalan again, which noticeably surprised Mave. Smiling, he said that if Mave was interested in his final destination, it would be very nice if Agalan remained a prosperous kingdom, but in his mind he knew that this would not happen. Miguel bowed to Mave, saying that it was an honor for him to serve her. Mave reciprocated, and Philip asked Ian not to forget what he told him. Having made his request, Philip suddenly began to stutter, trying to say something else. Miguel and Lucy looked at him puzzled. Tears welled up in Philip's eyes, and he said that they made him feel very happy. Miguel laughed, slapping Philip on the back and saying how sentimental he was, while Philip, sobbing, said that it was just a speck in his eye. Turning to Lucy, Miguel told her that it was time to say goodbye, because it might be the last time they saw each other. Lucy replied that this time was not the last, because in the book she read that after completing her studies, Lucia would be able to return. Lucy rushed at Mave, hugging her tightly, surprising Mave herself. She told Mave that she would definitely meet her older sister again. Interrupting the sisters' embrace, Jan said that someday the day would come when they would all see each other again. After all, Ian still has to collect his reward from Mave. Mave asked Ian if he really would be okay with getting her in this way. Remembering the moment when Ian discussed the fee for the request with her, Mave suggested that perhaps the reward was not the most important thing for Ian now. Ian asked if Mave understood why he did not accept the award, and then said that Mave should live until the day he returned. Mave lowered her head and said that she understood everything, adding that Ian had promised to give her something. As Mave watched the carriage drive away, she thought that she would definitely live to wait for his return. Breaking the silence, Philip told Mave that he would do as Master Ian told him. He explained to Mave that in his opinion, fate had linked him not to the kingdom, but to Ian himself. Mave smiled, saying that everything was correct, and suggested that Philip wait for the day of Ian's return together. The cart with Jan and Lucia was driving along the road towards the dawn with Miguel at the reins. Sitting in the carriage with Lucia, Jan told the girl to be prepared for what was ahead of them. Ian warned that Lucia would have to see a lot of death on the way to their goal. Lucia replied that everything was fine. She replied that if she went to the Temple of the Hearth, then at least she could keep her name Laurel. Miguel, who was holding the reins, was indignant. He thought that he would finally be able to settle down in one place, but now he had to return to the north. Jan was surprised that it turned out that Miguel came to Ajalan from the north. Miguel himself only sighed with displeasure. Looking at the sky, Miguel replied that it seemed to him as if his days in Ajalan were coming to an end. Grinning, Jan answered Miguel that now, for them, everything will be different, because the first chapter has only just ended. At this time, Philip and Mave returned to the castle and reported that Ian and Miguel had kidnapped Lucia. The guard conveyed the news he had received from Philip directly to His Majesty, and that he was definitely not happy with this news. Jan, Miguel, and Lucia's journey through the game world of Aquilonia was just beginning.